Chapter 1 The Beginning Super Devil Fruit. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. Seagulls screamed in the air from time to time. They flapped their wings and soared freely over the sea. The sky is so blue, like sapphire. There was no ripple on the sea level, and the quiet wind stirred slightly. At this moment, a medium-sized ketch suddenly flashed across the originally lonely sea. The speed of this ship was not fast. It sailed leisurely on the sea, like a proud peacock. However, no one could have imagined that this ship turned out to be a pirate ship. Yes, there is a skull logo hanging on this ship, which represents pirates. On the deck of the ship, there are many vicious people who dress casually and drink and play unscrupulously. As soon as they go to sea, they lead a life of robbing homes and plundering hair and drinking blood. Of course, apart from these pirates, there is another human who stands out. He was wearing colorful shorts that exposed his knees, a pair of cool and casual splints, and a pair of black sunglasses, which made him stand out among the pirates. At this time, he was at the helm, controlling the direction of the entire ship. I estimate that after walking for a while, we should be able to reach the Goa Kingdom. These pirates probably don't know that I changed my direction privately, right? Su King prayed silently in his heart. The navigator of this group of pirates originally fell ill and died, but Su King happened to appear in front of this group of pirates, and was naturally invited forcibly. Of course, this group of pirates did not regard Su King as one of their own, but only regarded him as a tool that could be used. For these cruel pirates, as long as Su King brought them to their destination, they would not hesitate. Kill Su King mercilessly, and then recruit new blood. Hey! Boy! We should have arrived at our destination this morning. Why is it already noon now and we haven't seen the shadow of the island or the land yet? The person who asked the question was the captain of the ship and the leader of the pirate group, named Yabu. Captain Yabu is an extremely ferocious robber with a bounty of millions of baileys. What he is most proud of is his gun skills. It is said that he is a pirate who is always on target. Su King was a smart man. When he saw the pirate leader getting angry, he naturally comforted him immediately and said, "Mr. Yabu, you may be slightly out of position. I'll adjust and we'll be there soon." Captain Yabu's temper was not that good. He grabbed Su King and smashed Su King to the ground very easily. With a boom, Su King fell to the ground, and even his handsome sunglasses were smashed. A hole. Boy, the reason why you are alive and at the helm here is because of my kindness and the value of you. Captain Yabu showed his vicious face very easily. Don't think I don't know. You feed the prisoner mother and daughter with food every day. I have already told you not to give them food. If you dare to disobey me again, be careful, I will throw you into the sea and feed it to the sharks. Captain Yabu glared at Su King fiercely. Su King didn't know how to respond for a moment, so he could only nod silently. Seeing Su King nodding, Captain Yabu turned around. A hole. Su King cursed in his heart. Although he was extremely angry, he had to endure it. Since he traveled to the pirate world, he has not awakened any special abilities, which leaves him with no power at all. Fighting back, I had to accept everything in front of me. As a time traveler, I'm having a miserable time, right? Everyone else has cheats and stuff. What about me? Nothing. What the hell is going on? Su King couldn't understand. Could he be like this? Live a mediocre life? However, just when Su King couldn't figure out his future, he seemed to see land not far away. That's the kingdom of Goa, right? I remember that the windmill village in this kingdom seems to be the hometown of Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece. As a time traveler, Su King is naturally very interested in anime characters. Then, a sudden voice made him full of hope for life again. Ding ding ding! Congratulations! You have arrived at Windmill Village. You have signed in successfully. This is the first place you have arrived so far, and the God-level sign-in system has been successfully activated. Congratulations! You have received a reward. Super Devil Fruit. The sound was loud and sudden, which naturally startled Su Kang. Su Kang quickly turned around, fearing that others would also hear the sound. However, Su Kang thought too much. The pirates on the deck were looking at Windmill Village with evil expressions. They were preparing weapons and planned to burn, kill, and plunder. But they didn't seem to hear the huge sound just now. When Su Kang turned his head again, he found that an extremely beautifully made box appeared in front of him. The patterns on the box are extremely detailed and exquisite, which can be called a work of art. The important thing is that Su Kang feels that the things in this box seem to be inseparable from him. Open it and take a look. Su Kang gently lifted the lid of the box, and there was a black fruit lying quietly inside, which looked a bit like an enlarged version of a black strawberry. This is, Su Kang has seen devil fruits in anime. Animal type, Paramecia, and Logia don't seem to look like this. This is a super devil fruit, you can eat it with confidence. The mysterious voice appeared again. Although Su Kang was wary of this unfamiliar voice, when he thought about what he had to face now, he naturally became worried. He couldn't let those pirates dominate his life. No matter what, instead of letting these pirates torture you to death, why not fight it yourself? Just eat it. Su Kang then picked up the black fruit and took a bite. Ugh! Su Kang almost vomited. He had never eaten anything so unpalatable, and he instinctively wanted to vomit. However, his desire for the mysterious power of the devil fruit made him restrain himself. Su Kang tried his best and finally swallowed the mouthful, but he never had the courage to take a second bite. However, with things like devil fruit, you can gain abilities when you take the first bite, so there is no need to take a second bite. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang felt a strange feeling. His whole body began to heat up, and the warm feeling immediately swept through every part of his body. Su Kang felt as if he had soaked in a hot spring, feeling very comfortable. Su Kang felt that his body's functions were rapidly strengthening, and he was also very excited. Logically speaking, the stronger the person who eats the fruit, the more fully the power of the fruit can be exerted. However, this time, Su Kang felt that it was this fruit that brought him a huge improvement. The originally thin body with inconspicuous muscles has now become plump due to the fruit's ability. Chapter 2: Destroy the Pirates. In less than a minute, Su Kang felt that he had transformed from a loser into a handsome fitness man. Although the muscles on the body are not very explosive and swollen, they are extremely well proportioned and look very comfortable. Su Kang's changes naturally attracted the attention of Captain Yabu and the surrounding pirates. FK. Su Kang. What the hell are you doing? The pirates were all attracted by Su Kang's changes, and they all questioned him one after another. Why are you so energetic? What's going on? Could it be that you saw a place with humans and wanted to plunder it with us? I said. Do you also want to become a pirate? Haha. Shut up. Captain Yabu came out at this time and saw Su Kang, who was a little strange. He grabbed Su Kang and threatened him very fiercely, "Boy! I advise you not to play tricks. Otherwise, the result will be that's right." Captain Yabu was shocked. Su Kang stood motionless in front of him, unable to move no matter how hard he pulled. What's the result? Now that Su Kang no longer has to be bullied by these pirates, he naturally plans to settle his previous accounts one by one. At this time, he squinted at Captain Yabu in front of him, and his attitude became much worse. He no longer took Captain Yabu seriously. UBD. Captain Yabu yelled angrily and exerted all his strength again. However, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not lift Su Kang up. What's going on? Did you eat a weight? Upon seeing this, Captain Yabu immediately glared at the surrounding men who were watching the fun, and then cursed. You bastards! Why don't you take care of this brat? I didn't expect that this brat, who eats and drinks from me, would dare to resist me now. How dare you go against the boss? Does this guy not want to live? The men of the Yabu pirates took action immediately. They used their numerical advantage to surround Su King first. The pirates with guns all raised their muskets and pointed them at Su King. In the past, Su King would have bowed his head and endured. He used to be an ordinary person. But now that he has awakened the god-level sign-in system, things are different. He no longer has to live with his tail between his legs. Want to teach me a lesson? Don't ask yourself, do you have the qualifications now? Su King raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes full of contempt. His words revealed great confidence and contempt for this group of pirates. A whole. In that case, let me let you experience what despair is. Captain Yabu has always had a hot temper. At this time, he couldn't bear it anymore. He waved his hand to his men and said, "Kill him. Anyway, we have found the target. He is no longer of use value. Boy! Don't blame us. If you want to blame, blame yourself." The pirates around him had already locked their muskets on Su King, and they finally pulled the trigger under the captain's order. Just listen to countless bang sounds, deafening. Countless bullets were fired out, and the target was naturally Su King. Su King still didn't have any fear, he was the one who obtained the super devil fruit. "Let me see your ability." The legendary devil fruit. Su King made a voice in his heart, and then, endless darkness spread out from his whole body to the outside. At the same time, a black shadow appeared behind Su King. The black shadow was attached to Su King's back. Although the specific appearance of the black shadow could not be seen clearly, he could see the red eyes. Staring into these eyes, one can feel the inexplicable chill and coldness, as if falling into an abyss. The next second, the entire Yabu pirates were stunned. Most of them didn't know what happened. They originally thought that Su King would be shot to death, but now he was still standing in front of them unscathed. What was even more terrifying was that Su King had now transformed into such a terrifying monster. "How is it? I told you that you are not qualified to fight me now," Su King said calmly, not taking these pirates seriously at all. Captain Yabu was shocked, and then he immediately thought of something. "Don't panic, everyone. This guy should be a person with abilities who has eaten a devil fruit. I didn't expect him to be so hidden. Not afraid of bullets. Then he must be afraid of knives. Everyone, come with me and chop him into meat paste." Under the leadership of Captain Yabu, all the pirates set out in unison, and they all took out their knives, menacingly. He rushed towards Su King. Su King shook his head slightly and said, "You guys still don't understand the gap between you and me now. Anyway, I'll just stretch my muscles and let you see my fruit ability." After finishing speaking, Su King finally shook his head, took a step forward, and then pushed out with a palm. At the same time, the long arms of the black shadow behind Su King also grew longer in an instant, and seemed to be pushed out by Su King's pushing palm. This huge black arm was so powerful that it even made a sound of breaking through the air. With just a push of the palm, the group of pirates who were trying to slash Su King with their swords were knocked away. What a terrifying power! It defeated us with just one blow. Is this really the power of the devil fruit? Or is this guy the devil himself? What should we do? We are no match for this guy. Go and get the cannon. If you blast this guy, I don't believe you can kill this BD. Captain Yabu seemed to have lost his mind. He never thought that the boy who had been suppressed by his gun could actually know how to do it. After turning around, he must kill Su King in order to establish his prestige. He wants to tell Su King that he is the boss of this ship. Su King's counterattack did not pause. He turned around and stretched out his huge black slender arms. Su King clenched his fists tightly, and the devil's claws clenched into the devil's fist. This punch was blasted out with a sound of breaking through the air. The surrounding pirates were instantly bombarded and seriously injured. Many pirates even directly he was knocked out of the boat and fell into the water. "Captain Yabu, I've been putting up with you, but I didn't expect you to push yourself further and treat me less and less as a human being. Now I'm going to make you pay the price. I think you're ready." Su King then gently stretched out his hand, giving such a gentle squeeze. At the same time, the demon's black arm behind him also stretched out. Su King easily grabbed Captain Yabu and held it in the palm of your hand. Although Captain Yabu struggled desperately and exhausted all his strength, he could not break away no matter what. "Let me go. Su King. UBD. You brat. If it weren't for me, you would have drowned in the sea. If you fall into my hands, your life will definitely be worse than death." The injured Captain Yabu, even though his life was in Su Kang's hands, still cursed and looked down on others, which made Su Kang's murderous intention grow stronger. But just at this moment, a pirate pushed the cannon out and fired it at Su Kang with a bang. Immediately afterwards, the cannon was about to hit Su Kang's body. At this time, Su Kang's tiger body shook, and the black figure actually stretched out a pair of black wings. These wings were extremely huge and completely protected Su Kang inside. The moment the cannonball hit Su Kang actually flapped it out with his wings. Not only did the cannonball not explode, it was completely bounced away by Su Kang. "Ah! Who are you?" Captain Yabu is really panicking now. Even a devil fruit user shouldn't have such a mysterious ability. Logia? No. Paramecia? It doesn't seem to be the case. But in the animal department, it seems that no animal is like this. It looks like a demon. Yabu's heart gradually became frightened, not only because Su Kang's strength is more about the fear of Su Kang's unknown abilities. What the hell is going on? He can't hide his strength. Just now I dealt with him. Did the change just start? Could it be that this guy just ate a devil fruit? Captain Yabu suddenly realized what he thought was right. "Su Kang, let me live. Otherwise, I will kill the mother and daughter." Captain Yabu was about to die, but he still didn't repent and kept his self-righteous face. Su Kang finally couldn't bear it anymore. "You are clearly in the palm of my hand, but you still dare to threaten me. Don't worry, I will save the two of them, but there is no need for anyone other than them to live. You have done all kinds of evil, and it's time to reap the consequences." Su Kang's eyes gradually became cold. His hands became harder and harder, and Captain Yabu became less and less able to resist. Soon, the evil Captain Yabu was squeezed to death by Su Kang. As for the remaining pirates, seeing that the captain was dead, they launched another attack on Su Kang. Su Kang shuttled among the pirates. The mysterious black shadow behind him was like a harvester of life. He quickly waved his arms and wings. In less than a moment, almost all the pirates on the ship were slaughtered. Chapter 3 God Level Sign-In System. "Ah! You are a devil! You are a devil! Ugh!" The remaining pirates on the pirate ship finally lost consciousness in disbelief. Su Kang saw that all the pirates on the ship had been completely eliminated by himself, so he put away his abilities. And what is the black shadow attached to Su Kang's back? Of course it's a demon. The devil fruit that Su Kang ate was not any of the common paramecia, logia, or animal types, but a devil that had never appeared in the original work, a devil fruit. Su Kang's fruit ability is to let the devil itself possess his body to improve his abilities. This fruit seems a bit similar to the animal type. After all, it has the high explosive power of the animal type, but at the same time it has Paramecia's superpowers and Logia's ability to control nature. Even Su Kang was very satisfied at this moment. This is right. System, you are here after all. If you don't come again, I may lose hope in this world. Immediately afterwards, the pirate ship had anchored on the island. Su Kang entered the cabin directly. The cabin was very dark. However, Su Kang, who had the ability of a demon, also had many superpowers, such as night vision. You can see clearly even in the dark. Entering the door of a room, Su King knocked on the door. Immediately a cry for help came from the door. "Don't come in, pirate! If you come in, I will die in front of you. By then, you will no longer know the location of the mysterious treasure." The speaker was a middle-aged woman, and her voice was obviously very frightening. Su King immediately responded, "Hello, Aunt, I am Su King. Those pirates are dead and will never hurt you again. You can rest assured." "What? Is this true?" The woman inside was obviously doubtful, but she finally opened the door. There was a girl about the same age as Su King inside the door, and next to her was the middle-aged woman. The two of them knew Su King. Captain Yabu had imprisoned the two of them before, but Su King secretly gave them food. "Is everything you said true, Su King? Those pirates are really dead? Who killed them?" The middle-aged woman felt very surprised. After all, Yabu was also from the East Daxia Sea. A domineering pirate with a bounty of several million baileys, ordinary people would never be his match. Su King didn't know how to explain it, so he made up a random reason and said, "They were all taken away by others. I don't know exactly what happened. Now there are only 3 of us left in the whole ship. Let's get off the ship and take a look." Later, at Su King's invitation, the two of them followed Su King and left the pirate ship. This is the kingdom of Goa. The village with the windmill not far from here is called Windmill Village. Let's go over and have a rest. It should be fine if the boat is left here. Su King pointed to the map and introduced. The middle-aged woman was named Halia, and her daughter was named Nellie. They were originally on a merchant ship, but after this group of pirates bumped into the merchant ship, they naturally plundered them at all costs. In the end, almost everyone on the ship was killed. Halia finally revealed a mysterious message, and finally she and her daughter were left behind. Captain Yabu wanted to torture them severely, but the information about the mysterious treasure in Halia's mouth was very important, so in the end Captain Yabu had no choice but to imprison the two together. At that time, Su King desperately traveled to this world, and was eventually salvaged by the evil Captain Yabu. Su King accidentally revealed that he could sail, and then became the captain of the Yabu pirates. Scholar. The 3 finally arrived at Windmill Village. The environment here is very beautiful, very peaceful, and you feel very comfortable when you stay here. Su King looked at the big windmill and couldn't help but think, what a great place. I wonder where the pirate timeline is now. And just when Su King was thinking, the sudden sound of the system sounded again. "Host, if you have any questions, you can communicate with me at any time," the system said. Su King still looked around, looking very cautious. "Don't worry, no one in this world can hear my voice except you," the system said. "I see, it is indeed very humane. System, I want to know you in detail. It seems that I didn't have this opportunity before." Su King sat cross-legged on the ground and began to communicate seriously with the system. Of course, the name of this system is called the God-level sign-in system. As the name suggests, you can obtain different abilities by signing in at different locations. The system said, "Since you signed in for the first time, the system has issued you a super devil fruit reward, but this kind of devil fruit does not exist in this world." Su King nodded and said, "Indeed, I have never heard of the devil fruit, but this fruit is indeed very powerful, and even my usual state has been affected in a good way." The system responded with some pride in its tone, "Of course, the reason why this fruit is called the Super Devil Fruit is because of its comprehensive ability. Not only can he guide ability users to become more and more powerful in daily life, he also has various potentials and can be combined with many abilities. The most important thing is that this fruit will not make you afraid of sea water." Su King was surprised time and time again by the system. Having only used it once before, Su King naturally did not carefully understand his own fruit abilities. Now when I hear System 1's explanation, I am naturally pleasantly surprised. I'll ask you if I don't know anything about the fruit in the future. I want to know where I can get rewards by signing in. Su King asked. The system responded, you should know Monkey D. Luffy, right? Yes, of course I know. After all, he is the protagonist of the original work. Some of the iconic places Straw Hat Luffy arrives will be check-in locations, and each time you sign in, you will be given random rewards, including abilities from the pirate world, as well as items from other worlds. All in all, there will definitely be things that will surprise you and things that will make you crazy, so stay tuned. The system also sold out a trick. Okay, by the way, how can the sign-in be considered successful? Su King asked again. It's simple. You just need to stay near this place for a while, that's enough, the system said. This is good. Su King originally thought that the super devil fruit he got was already the biggest cheat, but now it seems that even more surprises are yet to come. He didn't need to do anything. As long as he arrived at a certain place, he would be rewarded. Such a satisfying thing naturally made Su King laugh so hard that his teeth almost fell out. Last question, can you tell me the current timeline? Su King asked the question he wanted to know most. Chapter 4 Battle Against Luffy. Hey! Su King asked again, but the system did not respond to him. You go to the tavern, you will understand naturally after you go there. The system was silent for a while, and then there was no movement after it finished speaking. Tavern. If he hadn't read the original work, Su King would still be a little unbelievable that there would be a tavern in such a cozy town. Moreover, the pub here seems to be open 24 hours a day, starting in broad daylight. Su King then walked into the tavern. On the bar of the tavern, there was a woman wiping the wine glass seriously. There were not many people in the entire tavern at this time. Apart from the faint smell of wine, there was also a hint of the fragrance of flowers. Su King then sat at the bar and ordered a glass of the most normal beer. Then I drank heavily and saw that there were some meat skewers on the menu, so I ordered a few, which was very satisfying. Su King then took out Bailey that was snatched from the pirate ship. Boss, I would like to ask, is there a person named Luffy here? The female clerk returned Bailey to Su King and said, who are you? I'm Luffy's friend. Su King Ran said. However, the clerk immediately smiled and nodded and said, so he's Luffy's friend. We can't take these Baileys, otherwise Luffy will blame me. When will Luffy come? Su King asked directly. The tavern in Windmill Village can be said to be a place where Luffy has a high probability of appearing. Not sure when. Before he finished speaking, he heard a loud noise. Boom! The door of the tavern was kicked open. Immediately afterwards, a group of people who looked very untouchable slowly walked to the bar, while Su King was minding his own business eating meat skewers and drinking beer without paying any attention to them. Hey! Give us some wine. I want all your wine. The person speaking was obviously a boss, and he looked like he was not to be trifled with. Su King glanced sideways at these people and saw at a glance that these people were bandits. Of course, these people are just a group of ordinary bandits, but they are a little more arrogant and domineering. Okay. Please wait a moment. Upon seeing this, the female clerk's face changed slightly and she immediately started preparing beer. At this time, the bandit leader who spoke slowly walked to Su King's side and also sat on the bar. We've taken care of this place, you kid, you can leave. The bandit leader said to Su King very rudely. Boss, these meat skewers are pretty good. Give me 2 more skewers, and give me 2 glasses of good beer. Su King almost ignored the bandit leader next to him. The bandit leader didn't get angry, he just smiled coldly and asked, Boy! Didn't you hear me? Do you want to provoke me? Well, the female clerk is a little embarrassed. She doesn't know whether she should get something for Su King now. Take what you have and don't worry about the rest. Su King said very confidently. When the female clerk saw this, she had no choice but to serve the food honestly. Seeing that Su King was so disrespectful to him, the bandit leader was completely angry. This kid is so shameless. Let's work together. Take care of him. Just when the bandit leader was about to teach Su King a lesson, there was a sudden boom sound at the door. Rubber pistol. A young voice came, and a young man wearing a straw hat and splints, who was dressed somewhat similar to Su King, punched, and his hands actually grew longer. Although it was only one move, it had already defeated many bandits. Luffy. Su King was a little excited when he saw Luffy, but the bandit leader next to him actually put a knife directly on Su King's neck, as if he was preparing to take Su King as a hostage. Hey! Who are you? We don't offend the river. The bandit leader was still very panicked. After all, the young man in front of him knocked down all his men with just one blow. It's so disgusting. You actually took someone else as a hostage. Luffy was very angry when he saw the situation in front of him. However, no matter how fast he was still not as fast as the bandit leader's sword, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. However, Su King didn't have any worries at this time. You want to hold me hostage? Do you have the qualifications? Su King had just asked the question. The whole person turned into a burst of black smoke, and then he stretched out his devil's hand and tightly grasped the head of the bandit leader. The huge devil's hand held the bandit leader's head as if holding an ant. You, what kind of monster are you? The bandit leader is so scared that he doesn't know what to say. In addition to the bandit leader, Luffy and the female store clerk were also shocked. This is the ability of the devil fruit. After Su King finished speaking, he directly used the devil's claw to catch all the bandits, and finally threw them all away. In the end, these bandits were either dead or disabled. And the one who is most interested in all of this is naturally Luffy. Wow! Are you also a devil fruit user? What kind of ability is this? It's so magical. It seems very powerful. Luffy stared at Su King like a curious baby for a long time and said. Seeing this, the female clerk asked, Luffy, aren't you friends? Don't you know each other? Before Luffy could say anything, Su King directly interrupted and said to the female clerk with a smile, I'm sorry, miss, these money will be regarded as your compensation. In addition, help me order the endless meat and food. I can't finish my drink, I want to have a good chat with Luffy. Okay, I get it. The female clerk didn't refuse, but Luffy was drooling. You're so kind. Meat. 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 What's your name? Do we really know each other? Luffy then chatted with Su King happily. My name is Su King, and I am a devil fruit user. We didn't know each other before, but now we are friends. I can treat you to meat for the rest of my life, but I want to ask you something. Su King said. What's going on? Luffy's meat was served, so he asked while eating. Are you planning to go to sea soon? Can you come with me? Su King asked. According to the system prompts, as long as you follow Luffy to various places, you will naturally receive various rewards, which will naturally play an extremely important role in improving Su King's strength. How do you know? My dream is to become One Piece. I will go to sea soon. You want to go to sea with me? Of course. Luffy has a very good impression of Su King, and now someone is willing to be his companion, he is naturally very willing. However, I have a suggestion. If you are the captain, I must be the deputy captain? Until you become One Piece? How about it? Su King asked tentatively. Well, okay. But you also want to do me a favor. Is that okay? Luffy asked while eating. What? Let's have a good fight with me. It's just a whim. I think it's interesting. Your abilities are very interesting. Luffy said very innocently. Su King said with a smile, "My ability is not for fun. If I am not careful, I may kill you. However, if I have to compete with you before I can board your ship, then I have no choice but to. It's embarrassing." Chapter 5 Going to Sea. After the two of them finished eating the meat and drinking the wine, they walked to an open space in Windmill Village as agreed. "My name is Su King." Su King introduced himself again. "My name, Monkey D. Luffy, is the man destined to become One Piece." Luffy also introduced himself very seriously. Immediately afterwards, both sides got into fighting postures and were ready to fight at any time. Coming. Luffy grabbed the ground with both hands, pulled his entire body backward, and then used the elasticity and ductility of rubber to bounce straight towards Su King. Luffy rushed over very quickly and was in front of Su King in just a blink of an eye. And Luffy was ready to go, preparing to use his hands behind him to hit Su King's body hard. It turned out to be a rubber rocket launcher. Su King saw through Luffy's attack at a glance and naturally counterattacked immediately. Su King was faster. He turned around slightly and dodged nimbly, causing Luffy's attack to miss in an instant. At the same time, Su King grabbed Luffy's weightless body and used his own strength to spin it 360 degrees. After spinning around for several times, Su King finally threw Luffy out. Luffy himself was unable to control his body due to weightlessness. Now, after being spun around so many times by Su King, when he stood up, his eyes were naturally filled with whirlpools, and he felt like the world was spinning. "Wow! I'm so dizzy. Your reaction speed is so fast. Come again." Su King knew that Luffy would not give up after failing once, so he encouraged him to try again. Sure enough, Luffy stood up and calmed down for a while, then said, "Rubber machine gun." This time, Luffy used his relatively powerful move in the early stages, which was to use the characteristics of his rubber fruit to attack the target in front of him at extremely fast speeds. Su King naturally showed no sign of weakness and directly used his devil fruit ability. The devil possessed him behind him and blocked all of Luffy's rubber machine guns with just one wing. Luffy was shocked when he saw this, but the attack in his hand did not slow down at all, but continued to output. Bang bang bang! Countless attacks fell on Su King's wings, but Su King remained unscathed. Su King said, "Luffy, you are quite perseverant, but don't forget, I haven't really started attacking yet." After Su King finished speaking, his wings immediately bounced back outwards, and an extremely strong reaction force popped out from the demon's wings behind Su King. And Luffy's whole body was like a cannonball, being thrown away heavily. Luffy finally fell to the ground, but stood up very neatly. "Luffy, you are no match for me now, but if you still want to try, I can accompany you." Su King knew that Luffy would never give up so easily. Sure enough, Luffy rushed towards Su King again, with a pair of firm eyes. However, Su King did not plan to continue spending time with Luffy this time. He released the power of his devil fruit, and the devil's black wings grew directly from his back, and the extremely slender black devil arms also came from Su King. Stretched out from behind. What? Luffy has never seen such a scene, and even forgot to attack for a moment. Su King gave a gentle push, and Luffy's entire body was knocked away again. This time, even with his huge willpower, Luffy could no longer stand up. After all, what Su King possessed was the Super Devil Fruit. Su King was not happy to see Luffy defeated. All this was just reasonable. Su King immediately sent Luffy to the doctor for treatment. How could this guy be injured so badly? The doctor in the village seemed to know Luffy, and he was shocked when he saw Luffy's injuries. But a normal person would be dead if he was injured to this extent. However, fortunately, Luffy was the protagonist and did not die so easily. Under the careful care of this doctor, Luffy finally got better. Su King, who knew Luffy well, directly cooked a lot of meat. When Luffy saw the meat, it was like a monkey seeing a banana. After eating, Luffy miraculously recovered. Su King. You are so strong. I have decided. From now on, you will be the captain, and I will be the vice-captain. Luffy didn't seem to take this title seriously, and Su King naturally didn't think so. If the plot changes, how will Su King sign in? Su King declined repeatedly, but Luffy seemed determined to recognize Su King as the captain. In the end, he had no choice but to do so. Su King said that when the pirate group grows bigger in the future, there will be 2 captains. Finally Luffy agreed. As the days passed, Su King had been familiarizing himself with his abilities and purchasing some necessities for going to sea. Finally, Su King planned to go to sea with Luffy. The two boarded the Yabu pirate ship and changed the pirate flag to the Straw Hat pirate flag. Although it was opened in the wrong way, everything officially set sail just like the original work. As for the previous mother and daughter, they finally chose to stay in Windmill Village, but in order to repay Su King for rescuing them, the middle-aged woman told Su King the information about the mysterious treasure. Finally, Su King and Luffy started sailing with great excitement. At the beginning, the entire sea was calm, cloudless, and the sun was warm. However, they didn't know where they arrived, and the storm started, and there was almost no tacit understanding between the two. In the end, the whole ship completely lost its direction, and the two of them started a journey of random sailing on the sea, very frustrated. This day, I'm starving to death. Su King, can you conjure food? Can your wings be eaten? Luffy is so hungry that he starts talking nonsense. Don't be ridiculous, Luffy. Although our ship is very big, it is of little use anymore. If there is no more food, I think we will not be able to survive. Su King said very tiredly. It can be said that with Luffy, it is even more difficult and tiring than sailing on the sea alone. Hey! Look! What is that? Su King saw a ship sailing on the sea, and naturally he immediately shared it with Luffy. And Luffy jumped for joy when he saw this. Wow! There's a ship! We're going to be saved! Then Luffy grabbed the mast, pushed backwards, and finally launched himself onto the ship. This guy is really careless, didn't he see the pirate flag on the opposite side at all? Su King shook his head, and finally used the devil's wings to fly quickly to the pirate ship on the opposite side. The demon's power consumed Su King's energy and physical strength, but not much. After Su King landed on the deck, he found that Luffy had been surrounded by pirates on the ship. Wow! We just want something to eat. Why are you like this? Luffy didn't understand why the people on the boat were saying nasty things to him and wanted to attack him. Genius! This is a pirate ship, Su King explained. We are pirates too. Luffy pointed at himself. The other pirates were naturally more nervous. A conflict naturally started inexplicably. Chapter 6 Arita. The pirates on the ship surged out and immediately surrounded Luffy and Su King. The pirates were all fierce, and the leader was fat and ugly, wearing a white hat and uniform, and holding a huge mace in his hand. Behind her, in addition to the group of Jiki snake gods, there was also a boy with fan hair and glasses. Kirby, the woman asked very fiercely. Exist. Who is the most beautiful in this sea? The woman asked. Kobo touched the back of his head and said very respectfully, that must be the captain of this ship, Miss Arita. Ha ha ha. That's very well said. These guys are actually commanding a pirate ship. They seem to be a very good prey. Catch them. Arita finally ordered the attack. Yes. The pirates under his command responded, and then rushed towards Luffy and Su King. Female pirate, Arita? Isn't this the pirate from the beginning of One Piece? It seems like everything is developing normally according to the direction of the plot, which is good. Su King was determined. He was afraid that he would disturb the plot and end up going to other places. In the end, he would be unable to sign in and become stronger. Although this group of pirates has a large number of people, their strength is terrible. Luffy alone had knocked many pirates to the ground. How is that possible? Captain. This guy's arms have actually grown longer. How is that possible? Is this guy a monster? All the pirates didn't know what to do at this time. Damn it. Don't be afraid. This guy should be a devil fruit user. Just attack the other person. Arita knew that persimmons were easy to pick up, so her subordinates immediately rushed towards Su King. Su King said calmly, "You really chose the wrong person." Immediately afterwards, Su King also directly released the power of his devil fruit, and the devil instantly possessed his whole back. The energy-like demon behind him has now gradually turned into a physical entity, and Su King's strength has become significantly stronger. Facing the pirates who came here, Su King was naturally merciless. He simply waved his arms and kicked a few times, and the terrifying power was released on the pirates. Countless pirates fell to the ground like this. On the ground. This guy is scarier than this kid. Captain. What should we do now? These two guys are too mysterious. We are no match for these two guys. Captain. He is too strong. Could it be that he is also a devil fruit user? The pirates were retreating steadily, and the Captain Arita's face was extremely depressed at this time. She slammed the mace in her hand on the ship, then glared at Luffy and Su King and said, "You two brats. Just let me take care of my beautiful Arita." Ha 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 ha. Beautiful Arita. Luffy immediately laughed after hearing this. A hole. Why are you laughing? Am I right? Kobo. Tell me, am I the most beautiful woman on the sea? Arita looked at Kobo fiercely and asked. Su King said, "Kobo, don't be suppressed by her power and truly be yourself. I know you dare to speak the truth. Yet, don't tell lies. Just say what's on your mind." Luffy also advised. Then Kobo finally plucked up the courage and said, "Captain Arita. You are the ugliest old woman on the sea." Ha 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 ha. Luffy couldn't stop laughing after hearing this. A hole. Kobo. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Arita waved the mace in her hand again, and was about to hit Kobo in front of her. Su King had already used the devil's wings to rush in front of Arita in an instant, and Su King grabbed the mace tightly. Even though Arita used all her strength, she still couldn't shake Su King. A hole. How is this possible? There is someone stronger than me. Arita was still in a state of surprise. At this time, Su King easily pulled Arita's entire body up. The shadow of the devil behind him became bigger and bigger, and finally, Arita was easily thrown into the endless sky. It's over. Su King looked at Kobo and comforted him. This ship was the base camp of the Alita pirates. After throwing the pirates into the water, Su King and Luffy naturally seized the ship and abandoned the ship that was covered with wounds. However, while Luffy and Su King were fighting fiercely with Arita and other pirates, the Yabu pirate ship seemed to have been snatched away by others. Luffy was still confused and asked, "What's going on?" I said. After Su King saw the orange-haired figure snatching the ship, he already had the answer in his heart, but he pretended not to know. It doesn't matter. There aren't many things on that ship. Why don't we just use this ship as our own ship? Change the pirate flag and we can start sailing again. Su King suggested. Of course, that's good. Luffy naturally knew that there was a lot of food and water on this ship, which would at least allow everyone to continue their adventure. Kobo looked at Su King and Luffy, and he didn't know what to say at first, but soon, Su King made Kobo temporarily forget about being ravaged by Alita, and opened his heart. "My dream is to become a marine, what about you?" Kirby asked. "My dream is to become One Piece," Luffy said. Su King said with a smile, "My dream is to take adventures with One Piece, and finally watch him become One Piece." After hearing this dream, Luffy's eyes changed again when he looked at Su King. Oh my god! Su King! You are simply born to be my partner. Luffy was very excited. Su King smiled faintly and said, as the captain, you have to work harder, otherwise you won't be able to protect the crew. That's not going to work. Don't worry. I will definitely protect my companions. Luffy's eyes burst out with great faith. What everyone had to do next was to put Kirby at the nearest marine base. After all, Kirby is relatively suitable for development at marine. After meeting Garp and being well trained, he can also improve his own strength a lot. Kobo and Su King both knew a little bit about navigation, so the ship naturally followed the right path. Hey, Kobo, are we really here? Luffy asked in disbelief. Of course. This is the most basic ability of a navigator, don't you never steer? Kirby asked. Believe me, he is indeed a road fool. Although Luffy's Lucci is a little better than Zoro, it's only a little better. Haha. Luffy laughed after hearing this. Mr. Luffy, this is not the time to laugh. Roronoa Zoro, that's where he was caught. Chapter 7 Pirate Hunter Zoro. The famous pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Kobo then recalled Zoro's situation, and the expression on his face seemed to be a little scared. He is like a bloodthirsty beast. He harvests the heads of pirates who have a bounty on them and cuts their corpses into pieces. People call him a monster in human skin. Kobo said uneasily. Seeing this, Su King smiled and said to Luffy, I think it's better to invite such a vicious person to our ship and become our crew member. What do you think? It's indeed a good idea. Luffy also thought it was very reasonable. When Kobo saw this, he was extremely surprised and complained, Are you listening? This guy. I said he is an extremely vicious devil. Hehe, Su King didn't care what Kobo said, but continued to drive towards the marine base. The atmosphere on the ship became a little weird, but soon, everyone arrived at the town where the marine base could be seen. There is a marine base in the distance, a peaceful town nearby, and an extremely lively market in the town. When Luffy saw this, he raised his hands excitedly and shouted, Finally landed! It's been a long time since we landed. We are pirates, it's better to keep a low profile as much as possible. Kobo strongly agreed with what Su King said, but Luffy didn't listen at all. At this time, Luffy had already landed and started urging the two of them. Seeing this, Su King and Kobo had no choice but to follow Luffy into the market. On both sides of the street, there are some small stalls and hawkers, with a dazzling array of products, all kinds of fruits and vegetables. Luffy's eyes gleamed when he saw them. At this time, Kobo quickly persuaded, Mr. Luffy, Mr. Su King, it's too messy to find someone like that as a partner. I haven't decided yet, but if he is a good person, I will definitely treat him as a companion. Luffy explained. You are arrested just because you are a bad person. Kobo also complained. Luffy took out a fruit and gave the merchant a Bailey, then asked, Is the man named Zoro at the base? As soon as these words came out, everyone was afraid to avoid them. It seems that Zoro's name cannot be mentioned. Su King said. Anyway, let's go to the base first. Do you want to be a marine, Kobe? Luffy asked. Yeah, but I'm not mentally prepared yet. Kobe seemed a little unsure. I heard that there is a colonel named Menka here. After Kobe mentioned Menka, people around him were once again afraid to avoid him. Luffy laughed when he saw this and said, This whole town is so interesting. Kobe said with some fear, It's too strange, let's not mention Zoro for now. Why is everyone afraid when Colonel Menka is mentioned? Even I am starting to feel uneasy. Did he do something bad? Luffy guessed. How is that possible? Kirby and Luffy discussed as they walked. At this moment, Su King didn't say much, because when he heard Colonel Menka, he already knew where he was. Immediately afterwards, a systematic sound made Su King very excited again. Congratulations, host! Congratulations on your successful sign-in at Shields Town and Marine 153 branch. Sign-in rewards have been prepared for you. Ding ding ding. Congratulations on getting the Zanpakuto from the world of Shinigami. This is your exclusive Zanpakuto. The quality of the Zanpakuto in this world is the highest quality sword. But you need to figure out the name of your Zanpakuto by yourself. After the sound of the system, Su King had a knife on his waist. The length of this knife seemed to be longer than an ordinary samurai sword. The blade is slightly longer than the swords in the pirate world, and the handle and scabbard have very exquisite patterns, which look quite artistic. Although Su King was walking, he still couldn't control the curiosity and excitement in his heart. With a sudden sound, he pulled out the knife. The knife is very dazzling under the sunlight. It's very sharp. However, I don't seem to know the name of this sword. Only by knowing the name of the sword can you use the Shikai ability that is only available in the Shinigami world. If you want to learn Bankai, you must first master the Zanpakuto, the embodiment of ontology and the state of surrender. In this way, the strength will be truly improved. Su King knew that he could not rely too much on his devil fruit. In the battle in the pirate world, the strength of the fruit is only one aspect. Swordsmanship, domineering, etc. are all elements that determine victory. 1. However, we have not yet entered the Great Channel. In fact, these are too far for Su King. The three of them have arrived at the entrance of the marine base. It's finally here. We are about to say goodbye, Mr. Luffy and Mr. Su King. Although it is a short time. Kobo has begun to cry, but Luffy has climbed up the wall to look for Zoro. Where is Zoro? Unexpectedly, Luffy actually found Zoro in this open space. The person in front of him had a black turban and a green belt. Su King also confirmed that it was Zoro. As long as you untie the rope, you can let him go easily, right? Luffy asked Kobo with a smile. Naturally, Kobo quickly stopped him and said, if you let that kind of person go, I don't know what will happen. You will definitely be killed too. Don't worry, Su King and I are both very strong. Luffy said confidently, not taking what Kobo said seriously at all. This man is hopeless. Kobo was very speechless. He looked at Su King and found that he had no intention of persuading Luffy. Kobo's heart was already full of despair. Hey, you three are an eyesore. Disappear quickly. Zoro suddenly said unkindly. Ah! Mr. Luffy. If you want to find that kind of guy as a companion, even a few lives won't be enough. Kobo was trying to persuade Luffy, but he didn't expect that a ladder suddenly appeared on the wall next to him. A little girl climbed up and came to Zoro with a rice ball. The girl showed the rice ball, although this is the first time, I still made it with great care. However, Zoro always refused. At this time, a yellow-haired ruffian walked in, followed by two sailors wearing marine uniforms. I didn't expect you to be in such good spirits, Roronoa Zoro, said the yellow-haired ruffian. Great! It must be someone from Marine. This way the child will be safe. Kirby felt relieved. However, immediately after, the blonde man ate one rice ball and found it unpalatable, then threw the other rice ball on the ground and soiled it. Didn't you see this notice? Those who help criminals will also be sentenced to death. This is the order of Marine Colonel Monka. Even if you are a kid, you should know how scary my dad is, right? Hey! Throw this brat out, the blonde boy ordered. But, this Marine really doesn't want to do this. After all, she is still a child. I said throw her out. Didn't you hear my order? I'll complain to my dad. Under the repeated requests and threats from the blonde boy, Marine had no choice but to throw the girl out. The weak little girl was thrown out, and naturally there would be no good results. Luffy immediately took action when he saw this, and hugged the little girl tightly. When Su King saw that Luffy had taken action, he naturally saved his energy and turned his attention to the open space again. This guy with yellow hair is really annoying. Su King thought. Chapter 8 Recruiting Zoro. After Luffy put the child down, he came to the open space and began to communicate with Zoro. At this time, the blonde man had also left. "I heard you are a bad person," Luffy said. "Oh? So you're still here?" Zoro responded, looking at Luffy. "Are you really strong when you are tied up here in public?" Luffy asked. "You don't need to meddle in other people's business." Zoro's words didn't sound too offended by Luffy's words. At this time, Su King also climbed over the wall and quickly came to Zoro. "Hey? You didn't leave either, kid." Zoro looked at Su King and said, but soon Zoro saw the sword on Su King's waist. This Zanpakuto, which was the supreme fast sword, immediately attracted Zoro's attention. "Attention! Are you a swordsman? This knife is... I can't name it, but it feels like a very good knife." Zoro stared at the knife on Su Kang's waist and didn't recognize it for a long time. When did you have a knife? Why didn't I know?" Luffy asked, very confused. He and Su King had been together for so many days, and he had never seen Su King wearing a knife. "I just bought this," Su Kanghu said. "Although I don't know the name of this knife is definitely one of the best knives in the world. I think you can tell Zoro, right?" Su King deliberately seduced Zoro. Zoro looked at it for a long time and then asked, "You are also a swordsman? Why don't you accept the challenge? I will fight you. If you win, why not give me this sword?" Seeing this, Su King laughed and said, "I don't think I need to fight a dead man, right? Death? I won't die so easily. My perseverance is different from others," Zoro said very insistently. "They won't let you hold on for that long. They will definitely kill you in the middle. This is what Menka's gang does," Su King said. However, Kirby had also come in at this time and said, "It's impossible, right? After all, this is a just marine." "Hey!" Su King just smiled but said nothing. "By the way, can you help me get that?" Zoro then looked at the trampled food on the ground. "Do you want to eat? It's all sand," Luffy asked. "Shut up and let me eat." Zoro opened his mouth, and Luffy put the rice ball into Zoro's mouth. Zoro chewed it with gusto. "It's delicious. I'm full." Zoro was very satisfied. Seeing this, Su King said, "Roronoa Zoro, if that blonde boy executes you tomorrow, this should be regarded as breaking the agreement between you, right? So are you willing to die? Or give it a try with us?" Zoro was silent, seeming to be thinking, and seemed not to know how to answer Su King. Luffy looked at Su King and asked, "Does that blonde boy really deserve a beating? If that's the case, I want to beat him." "Don't. He is Colonel Monka's son." Kobo was still trying to persuade him, but he had no idea that Marine had already changed his mind. Seeing this, Su King finally said, "Really, are you still naive enough to believe that guy? Kuina seems to have misjudged the person. Are you unwilling to abide by the agreement between you now?" "What?" Zoro's eyes were filled with disbelief. After Su King said the name of the person he cared about very much, he was naturally attracted to Su King. How did you know that person's name? What on earth do you know?" Zoro asked, very anxious and shocked at the same time. "I know what has nothing to do with you, right? However, if you die meaninglessly, then we will lose a partner." Su King then looked at Luffy. "Partner? That's right." Luffy also walked up to him and said, "Since Su King said you are a good person, then you are definitely a good person. Let me help you untie the rope and become our partner," Luffy invited. "What did you say?" Zoro didn't seem to understand what Luffy meant. "I'm looking for a fellow pirate," Luffy said. "I refuse. Do you want me to take the initiative to become a villain? Don't waste my time." Zoro refused immediately. "Pirates are evil, who wants to be a pirate. Zoro refused again. What does it matter? You are known as an evil bounty hunter. No matter what others think of me, I have never done anything that I regret. No matter what, I will live on and accomplish what I want to do. Zoro said yearningly. Su King said, as a swordsman, what you want to do is to defeat the man Hawkeye, right? This is the agreement between you. You have complied with the current agreement, but you have betrayed the lifelong agreement with your best friend. Are you satisfied with this? This time Zoro was no longer calm and responded immediately, who are you? Why do you know so many things? It's like you can see through my heart. It's not that I can see through your heart, but I have a general understanding of your past. I know you won't sit still and I believe you can make the right choice. Su King showed a look of faith, and Zoro remained silent. Speak. That's right. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. Zoro looked at Su King meaningfully and said. Luffy also nodded and decided on his own, I have made up my mind to have you as my partner. We'll help you get your sword back. You must be our companion. Luffy and Su King said in unison. Ha, let me think about it. After Zoro finished speaking, he fell silent, seeming to be thinking about his past. But Su King and Luffy were not idle, they both rushed towards the marine base. Luffy flew directly to the tower of the marine base and broke the sculpture of Colonel Monka. Then, Colonel Monka angrily ordered his men to capture Luffy. As soon as Su King flew up, he saw this scene. Luffy is really full of surprises. However, Su King reacted quickly. He grabbed Luffy and the blonde Barmed as quickly as possible, and asked the blonde to show the way and take them to find Zoro's sword. Soon, Zoro's sword was found. There are 3 swords? Which sword is Zoro's? Luffy asked, who knew that Barmed had fainted. All 3, he is a 3-sword style, take it. Su King said. If the guess is correct, Kobo has untied Zoro's rope and Menka is now ready to kill them. Our speed should be faster. Su King guessed based on the plot. What? Luffy looked through the window and saw Marine aiming his gun at Zoro and Kirby. Not good. In desperation, Luffy used the elasticity of the rubber to rush out of the window, and at the same time stood in front of Zoro and Kirby. Because it is rubber, it can rebound all bullets, and Luffy's appearance directly protects Zoro and Kirby. It's useless. Haha. Luffy said happily. Who are you? Zoro was also shocked. He didn't expect Luffy to be so magical. I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man who aspires to become One Piece. Luffy gave a thumbs up. Immediately afterwards, Su King quickly flew over from the window. And I am the one who protects One Piece, Su King. Su King threw the 3 knives to Zoro. What? One Piece? Is this serious? Do you know what this sentence means? Zoro was a little unbelievable. After all, this sentence was said by a boy about his own age. Mr. Luffy is serious. He is this kind of person. He became One Piece and obtained the most ultimate secret treasure in the world, that One Piece. Kirby also agreed. Forget it. Instead of being killed here, I might as well become your companion. Zoro finally said. Great. Are you willing to be our partner? Great. Great. Luffy was very excited. In addition to Su King, his Straw Hat Pirates now have another Zoro. Idiot. If you understand, untie the rope quickly. Zoro urged. Chapter 9 Colonel Monka. Marine, on the other hand, was still in a state of extreme shock. What happened to that guy? The bullet actually bounced back. Colonel Menka still had some knowledge. He was slightly stunned at first, and then said, that Straw Hat Boy is not an ordinary person. He must have eaten the famous devil fruit, right? Devil fruit. That secret treasure of the sea. It is said that people who eat it can gain unimaginable abilities, the ability to breathe fire, and the ability to cause tsunamis. I have heard many legends. Due to the wide variety, the specifics are not clear. I heard its secret lies in the Great Waterway. What the Straw Hat Boy showed is undoubtedly the ability of the devil, and the guy with wings just now must also be an Esper who ate the devil fruit. Colonel Menka also said seriously. But no matter who the other party is, as long as they oppose me, they will definitely die. If the gun doesn't work, just hack them to death. After Colonel Menka's order, the Marines picked up their knives and rushed toward them aggressively. Luffy, Su King, Zoro, and others. At the last critical moment, Su King cut Zoro's rope. And at that critical moment, Zoro picked up his 3 knives and accurately and quickly blocked everyone's attacks in the crowd. Marine was shocked that one person could block the attacks of so many people. This guy is so strong. The Marines stopped their attacks one after another. A hole. Why are you still in a daze? Get rid of them quickly. Colonel Menka shouted. Squat down, Zoro. Luffy said suddenly. Rubber whip. Luffy used a sweeping kick, and all the Marines in the team were instantly kicked away by Luffy. When Su King was kicked by Luffy, he naturalized his body and was directly immune to Luffy's attack. Win, win. So awesome. Kobo was also very excited when he saw this. What on earth are you? Zoro looked at Luffy and asked in surprise. I am the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Luffy said. I am a devil who ate a devil fruit. Su King said calmly. Only then did everyone understand why the two of them were so powerful. It turned out that they were both devil fruit users. Use the fastest speed to deal with this guy, otherwise our trip will be delayed. Su King then rushed towards the axe hand Menka at a very fast speed, and punched the huge axe in Menka's right hand hard. Superior. Just hearing a boom, the axe in Menka's right hand actually had huge cracks. How is this possible? I am Colonel Marine. Axeman Menka. Menka then waved his giant axe. It looks like a powerful slash, but it lacks flexibility. Su Kang's attack was extremely powerful. In just one breath, Axe-hand Menka had already expended a lot of energy. Oh my god! Colonel Menka was beaten unilaterally. Menka was almost killed. At this time, Bellamd had grabbed Kobo with a pistol. He said to Kobo's head, Stop! If you don't stop, I will shoot. With Luffy and Zoro here, Su King doesn't have to worry about Kobo at all. Colonel Menka, it's time for you to fall. Su King then materialized the demon behind him, and the demon behind him became more and more physical. Then Su King slapped out with a palm. Axeman Menka also raised his axe and wanted to hit it hard. In the end, only a sound was heard, boom. Menka's hand axe was so broken, and the last thought he had while awake was, impossible. Impossible. Immediately afterwards, he was knocked away and passed out. As for the other Marines, they did not dare to resist. After all, there was nothing they could do to deal with Zoro alone, let alone two weirdos like Luffy and Su King. Thank you, Su King. Thank you, Zoro. Luffy thanked him. No problem, Captain. Zoro smiled slightly. Do I still need to thank you? I am also the captain. Su King looked at Luffy, and the two of them smiled at each other. If anyone still wants to arrest us, please name them. Zoro looked at the Marines around him and said. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, all the Marines dropped their guns and knives in excitement. Great! Finally I don't have to be controlled by Menka. Long live Marine! Marvelous! It turns out that Marine was also tortured by Colonel Monka, but now everyone feels a sense of relief. I'm hungry. After Zoro said that, he fainted and fell to the ground. This guy. Haha. Next, Su King, Luffy and Kobo took Zoro to find the little girl. The little girl's mother made a big meal to thank Zoro and celebrate the fall of Colonel Monka. After everyone finished eating, Zoro chatted, so how many companions have you summoned now? I remember you said you were gathering companions, right? Since you declared to be one piece, you must have gathered many companions, right? Zoro asked innocently. No, besides Su King, it's you. Luffy said directly. Ah? Can 3 people become a pirate team? Zoro asked in shock. What does it matter? We are so strong. Luffy said. Su King also echoed, we only recruit real companions, people who have dreams, goals, and special skills. If not, at least drink and eat meat. You must be happy. That's right. Luffy nodded and said, this guy's name is Su King. He is our captain. I am also the captain, but he is very strong. By the way, what's going on with that knife of yours? Zoro was very interested in Su King's knife. Since we are companions, can I let you see it? Su King gave the knife to Zoro very grandly. Zoro observed it carefully and finally pulled it out, but he still didn't see what the knife was. The quality is very good, but I have never seen this knife. Could it be the legendary Supreme Sharp Knife? Zoro asked. No, but the quality is not inferior to the Supreme Knife. Actually, what matters is not the sword, but the person wielding the sword. Su King suddenly remembered a very classic line and said it. Well, we must discuss it when we get the chance. Zoro then asked, where is our ship? There. Su King pointed, and Zoro felt relieved after seeing the pretty good ship outside the window. Everyone chatted for a while, and finally Marine entered the place. Although you have dealt with the violent Colonel Menka, but knowing that you are pirates, please leave quickly. Marine finally planned to drive everyone away. However, Kirby was eventually beaten up by Luffy, and Marine finally realized that they were not the same person. In this way, the 3 returned to the ship and left Shields Town. Before leaving, Kobo thanked Luffy and Su King for everything they had done for him, but the ship was already drifting away towards the sea. What is different from the original work is that thanks to Su King, the ship is at least still on the correct route. This time, the East Daxia Sea is calm and calm. However, I don't know if it is a coincidence, but there is no food on the ship again. On this day, Luffy planned to eat the bird in the sky out of 10, but the final result was that Luffy was snatched away by the bird. Su King quickly increased the speed of the boat to the maximum in an attempt to catch up with Luffy. However, at this time, the cry for help from the drowning person came from above the sea. What is that? Zoro saw the drowning person in the sea. I don't have time to save you now, come up on your own. In the end, the person who fell into the water had to climb onto the boat in embarrassment. As soon as they got on the boat, these guys were ready to rob the boat. Naturally, Zoro taught them how to behave. Chapter 10 Battle against Buggy. Although Su King chased them desperately, one was in the sea and the other was flying in the sky. Naturally, no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. However, when he saw the 2 drowned people who had been taught by Zoro to be human, Su King naturally saw the symbol of the clown Buggy on their bodies, so he couldn't help but ask. Your boss should be Buggy the Clown? Yes or no? Yes, yes, the 2 clown Buggy's men said very nervously. If my guess is correct, the treasure on your ship should have been stolen by an orange-haired woman, right? Su King asked, looking into their eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other, and then immediately said, that's right. How did you know? It was the thief who stole our treasure in our boat. As a result, we accidentally encountered a storm. Then the ship sank. We soaked in the sea for a long time. Buggy's men said it was very miserable, but it didn't make Su King feel their pity. Okay, you just need to tell me where Buggy the Clown is, and I will spare your lives. Su King said very generously. Ah? Aren't you going to find Luffy? Zoro was also a little confused about the situation. The place where Buggy is the only island nearby, and Luffy is most likely there. Su King explained, and Zoro understood instantly. That's right. You two. Come and show the way. Zoro was very rude to the two of them, and they were so frightened that they hurriedly showed the way. After a while, under the guidance of two Buggy's men, the two finally arrived at this town. Su King glanced around and said, "Let's go, let these two guys lead the way to find Buggy." Under the leadership of two Buggy's men, Su King and Zoro naturally arrived at Buggy's base camp effortlessly. Zoro and Su King saw the crisis of the situation at a glance. At this moment, a cannon was aimed at Luffy. A woman with orange hair was extinguishing the fuse with her hands, and three pirates jumped directly into the air, and then all slashed at the woman. Zoro took action instantly, knocking three pirates to the ground just by using the scabbard. At this time, Su King had also arrived at Luffy's side. Luffy shouted in surprise, "Zoro! Su King!" And the orange-haired girl is naturally called the little thieving cat, Nami. "Hey, you're not hurt, are you? What's wrong with you? I thought you were picked up by a bird, but you were put in a cage again." Zoro didn't understand the situation for a while. In short, our enemy now should be Buggy the Clown, right? Su King asked. But at this time, not many people in the Buggy Pirates noticed Su King, but stared at Zoro in shock. After all, Zoro is already well known in the East Daxia Sea, and is known as the monster among bounty hunters. Su King, on the other hand, was just a kid who had just gone to sea. Is this Zoro the companion he was talking about? And this black-haired boy? Nami said in surprise. At this time, Buggy spoke, "What are you doing here? Could it be that you want to take my head?" "No, I'm not interested. I don't want to be a pirate hunter anymore," Zoro said calmly. "But I am very interested in you. As long as I kill you, I will be famous all over the world," Buggy the Clown said arrogantly. "Farewell, you will die," Zoro said very powerfully. "Really?" Buggy the Clown responded, the flying knife in his hand already starting to rotate. "Don't you understand even if I say it?" Zoro sighed, feeling very anxious. At this time, Buggy was also ready to fight Zoro. But seeing Zoro's impatience, Su King naturally stood up. "Zoro, you go rescue Luffy first. This guy is a devil fruit user, let me deal with it." Su King took a step forward very low-key, staring at Buggy the Clown. "Who are you? Are you worthy of fighting against me, Lord Buggy?" Buggy seemed to look down on Su King very much. Su King responded, "You can't even defeat a nobody like me, let alone Zoro. Big red nose." Su King's last sentence was a surefire move. After hearing it, Buggy the Clown exploded completely and couldn't stand it anymore. Buggy the Clown immediately burst out, "A hole! You guy actually said that I want to kill you." Buggy rushed over very simply. Su King also drew out his Zanpakuto for the first time. As soon as such a sharp weapon was drawn out, Buggy's body was instantly cut into pieces. However, at this time, the shouts of all the pirates did not stop. "No way! Isn't this guy too vulnerable?" Zoro also felt a little incredible. So weak. Luffy also couldn't figure out the situation. The captain was killed, but they are still laughing. What does this mean? Nami can't understand it either. However, Su King naturally knew Buggy's true ability, but he kept a low profile and didn't say anything about it. At this moment, Buggy's hand suddenly came from behind. Now, a pair of huge demon wings stretched out from Su King's back. "What?" Buggy the Clown was shocked. "What is this?" Nami, who had never seen Su King's ability before, was completely shocked. This pair of huge demon wings directly covered Su King's back completely, making it impossible for Buggy the Clown's flying knife to penetrate. The laughter of the pirates watching the show stopped suddenly at this time. They simply could not accept the scene in front of them. This guy ate the fruit of splitting people. However, I am also a devil who ate a devil fruit. Let's see who has the better fruit ability between us, right? After Su King finished speaking, a pair of wings bounced outwards heavily. Even though Buggy wanted to control his split body, he was still knocked away by Su Kang's wings due to his too much power. The pirates were all dumbfounded. Their powerful Lord Buggy was knocked away by another mysterious boy with fruit power as soon as they came face to face with him. Captain Buggy. Are you okay? Lord Buggy. All the pirates expressed concern. It's amazing. I didn't expect this black-haired boy to be so powerful. Nami said in surprise. How disgusting. Buggy the clown was not seriously injured. He got up and cursed, no one of you can escape today. That's not what you have the final say. Su King appeared in front of Buggy in the next moment. Before Buggy could react, Su King had already kicked Buggy. And when Buggy planned to use Split to fight Su King directly used his naturalization ability. Paramecia vs Logia. In the early stages of the pirate world, the result is almost unchanged. In other words, Buggy can only be beaten passively, but Su King can remain unscathed. While Su King was fighting Buggy, Zoro looked at Nami and asked, Luffy, who is that guy? He's our navigator. Luffy said with a smile, looking at Nami as if he were looking at his companion. Chapter 11 Su Kang's Knife. Luffy, get ready. Zoro reminded, and then pushed the cage containing Luffy from the roof of the building. At this time, the clown Buggy finally recovered and cursed, these four guys dare to underestimate me. They must have come to declare war on me. Immediately afterwards, reinforcements appeared on Buggy's side, and a human figure and a beast figure appeared at the same time. Are you here? Machi. Buggy said while looking at the human and beast figures. This person is naturally Buggy's cotter, the animal trainer. The animal trainer Machi was naturally very interested in the famous bounty hunter Zoro, so he said, let me get the head of Roronoa Zoro. Okay. Leave this guy to me. Buggy, the clown, naturally regarded Su King in front of him as his opponent. I really can't believe that you are also a devil fruit user, but I have never heard of any devil fruit in this world. Buggy the clown also shook his head. Boy. No matter what, you have to explain it to me today. Buggy the clown was very taboo about others talking about his big red nose, but Su King decided to anger Buggy. Split into pieces. The clown Buggy once again used his devil fruit ability, and his body was divided into hands, feet, and head, which looked very weird. He held a flying knife in his hand and rushed towards Su King quickly. When Su King saw this, he still felt calm in his heart. Although they are both devil fruit power users, there are too many differences between the fruits. Buggy's Paramecia has a split fruit and can only be considered average, with both weaknesses and strengths. However, Su Kang's fruit is the legendary Super Devil Fruit. A fruit of this level can be said to be a fruit that combines the advantages of Logia, Paramecia, and animal types. Therefore, when Su King faced Buggy, he just naturalized and easily avoided Buggy's attack. Afterwards, Su King directly used his demonic hands to hold several parts of Buggy's body firmly in his hands. Although Buggy can be broken into pieces, he cannot let his already divided body break apart again. In other words, the main reason why Buggy fell apart was because of his flexibility, but Su King directly pinched Buggy's body tightly, which was equivalent to completely imprisoning Buggy's body. Then Buggy is left with a head, which has almost no use. Fruit in pieces? Maybe it's a fruit with great potential, but you can't defeat me just now. After Su King finished speaking, he found a rope and quickly separated all parts of Buggy's body. Tie separately. Immediately afterwards, Su King stretched out his slender arm again. No. Buggy seemed to know Su Kang's plan. Su King slowly walked up to the cannon, and then used brute force to force Buggy's body into the cannon. Finally, Su King lit the fuse. Stab, boom. Just like this, Buggy's body completely disappeared into the orange town. Ah! The others looked at Su King again, and they no longer had the same contempt as before. They were terrified. As a devil fruit user, Captain Buggy of the Buggy Pirates was easily defeated by the people in front of them. Su Kang's men, let alone them. Therefore, they immediately dispersed like a tree, and soon dispersed. Su King shook his head and said, "With such a powerful devil fruit, I am really invincible in the East Daxia Sea. I just don't know what potential my fruit will have in the future. Can it deal with those masters with domineering power?" Just when Su King was about to jump off the tower and look for Luffy, Zoro, and others, a voice once again pulled Su King to the other side. Ding ding ding! Congratulations, host! You have arrived in Orange Town. Congratulations on your successful sign-in. The system gives you the bloodline of the Hokage ninja world, the Indra bloodline. The first one you awaken is the Sharingan. Of course, the Sharingan given to you by the system currently only has one Megatama. If you accumulate more check-in locations, you can automatically upgrade the Sharingan's ability. What about Shan Megatama's Sharingan? Su King thought about it for a moment. In the Hokage world, Sharingan can be said to be a very famous blood successor. If it continues to evolve, it will not only have the power of Manjiki, but also the ability of the Samsara Eye. After knowing the power of Sharingan, Su King was naturally very satisfied. The first half of the East Daxia Sea and the Great Channel was enough to upgrade Sharingan. After all, there were no strong opponents here. Should I be able to open my eyes now? Sharingan. Open. Su King then felt his eyes were itchy. After looking for a mirror, he saw his own scarlet eyes in the mirror, with a single Megatama in them. However, Su King was not that comfortable. He could feel a magical power flowing from his body. And this power seems to be different from the power that uses fruit abilities in the pirate world. I see. It seems that there is no such thing as a pie in the sky. Everything has its pros and cons. Although the single Megatama Sharingan will benefit my battle, it will consume my chakra. But the chakra doesn't seem to be much. It seems that I have to try to condense and refine chakra in the future, otherwise I won't be able to use any special ninjutsu that the system will reward in the future. After closing Sharingan, Su King jumped directly from the tower. When he reached the ground, he already knew what had just happened. Due to Su King's intervention, Zoro was not attacked by the clown Buggy and was therefore not injured. At this time, Zoro is fighting with the animal trainer Machi and his big lion. Oh? Did you kill the guy named Buggy? Zoro was fighting, and the person speaking was Luffy, who looked harmless. Killed? Speaking of Luffy, why haven't you come out yet? Su King said in confusion. No, right after we came down, these guys showed up, and Zoro naturally fought with them. Luffy pointed at Zoro. At this time, Zoro happened to be beaten next to Luffy's cage. After noticing Su King, he said, "Leave these two guys to me, Su King, you can find a way to release Luffy." Su King patted his head speechlessly and said, Okay, don't take too long, otherwise I will despise you." Luffy then looked at Su King and said, "This cage is very hard, can it be broken? Try it. After all, my attacks have always been punches and kicks. This time, let's try my knife." Su King's eyes narrowed, and he gently opened the knife on his waist, and then used it very quickly. He pulled it out at a fast speed. King Lang. That was the sound of drawing a sword out of its sheath. Just by hearing the sound, I knew that this knife was definitely not ordinary. Su King finally swung the knife out, and the extremely sharp blade cut through the outermost railing of the cage like cutting tofu. "Lower your head." Su King's reminder seemed to be a little too late, after all. The sword had already been swung out. At this critical moment, Luffy grabbed the railing above with both hands and immediately jumped up using his own elasticity. Chapter 12 Arriving at Sarub. It's really exciting, haha. Luffy said with a harmless smile. It scared me to death. I thought it was going to end. Su King was also very frightened. The knife he just struck almost killed Luffy. Who would have thought that his Zanpakuto would be so sharp? Okay. Now that I'm out, leave this guy to me. Luffy was full of fighting spirit at this time, and naturally planned to join forces with Zoro to fight against the trainer Machi and his lion Leaky. As soon as Luffy rushed out, the orange-haired girl suddenly appeared behind Su King. Let me tell you, your name is Su King. The person who spoke was naturally the orange-haired Nami, and she felt a little embarrassed at this time. After all, it was all Nami's fault. Yes, I'm Su King, is there something wrong? Nami. Su King turned around and asked. Ah. Nami was a little surprised and immediately asked, how do you know my name? I don't seem to have introduced myself, right? Well. Buggy said it. Su King replied. I see, by the way, how is Buggy? Nami asked. Buggy has already been knocked away by me. For a pirate of this level, killing him is no problem. Su King said lightly, then took 2 steps towards Nami, stared at her and asked, I see you really care. Is this the one you want? Su King took out a blueprint, which was a chart of the Great Waterway. Originally, the sea map should have been in Buggy's hands, but Nami seemed to have taken it away, but in the end it seemed to have been taken away by Buggy again. After killing Buggy, the map naturally returned to Su King's hands. Well. Nami nodded, pretending to be very cute and said, Brother, can you give me the chart of the Great Channel? I really need this thing. Seeing this, Su King naturally pretended to be surprised and asked, You? Why do you need this chart? Didn't the one named Luffy say that? I am our navigator. In this case, I naturally need this chart the most. Nami said half-truthfully. Su King didn't expose it, but nodded and said, I see, if it's one of our own, then it doesn't matter. Su King handed the sea chart to Nami easily, but the words he said made Nami tremble all over. I said Nami, next time you go to see Aaron, tell me and I can help you take care of him, right? The weather conditions in the Great Channel are so bad that this chart is actually useless. Nami was naturally very vigilant. She immediately picked up a stick she carried with her and took a defensive stance. You, what do you know? Nami asked again, but she stepped back unconsciously and changed her angle, trying to make Su King ignore the Dragon Pirate's logo on her shoulder. Me? Just pretend that I don't know anything. The captain is Luffy. He has the final say where to go, but I think he will help you. Su King then walked towards the road on his own. Fly away, leaving Nami stunned. At this time, Luffy and Zoro had already arrived at the door of a pet store. The little white dog in front of the pet shop belonged to the owner of the pet shop. However, one day the owner died, but the little white dog still watched the shop loyally. The big lion Li Ji's intrusion was blocked by the puppy, but the puppy blocked the car with its mantis arms and was easily beaten away. In the end, Luffy helped the puppy block the trainer and the lion. But at this time, there was an acrobat among the enemies. It was obvious that this person was a remnant of the Buggy Pirates. These 2 people are considered the leaders of the Buggy Pirates. Luffy and Zoro participated in the battle at the same time, and their strength gradually increased. The 2 quickly became familiar with the opponent's attack mode, and finally used their own advantages to defeat the opponent without the ability to fight back. The final result is obvious: Luffy defeated the trainer and the lion, and Zoro defeated the acrobat. As for Buggy, the big boss clown who was supposed to appear, he had already been beaten away by Su King. It can be said that Luffy, Zoro, and Su King not only protected the pet shop and the little white dog, but also protected the entire Orange Town. Finally, the 3 returned to the port, lifted anchor, and set sail, and left this Orange Town. Of course, this time they have one more person to accompany them on their journey, and that is Nami. Then we are partners. Luffy was very happy that Nami joined. Zoro was also very happy to see Luffy being bullied by Nami. However, only Su King could feel it, and Nami and he were wary of each other. However, Su King concealed this caution very well. At this moment, the three of them still believed in Nami's navigation skills and let her lead them to the next island. Somehow, I hardly encountered any bad weather while sailing with Nami. What's going on? Su King couldn't help asking, is it luck? Nami shook his head and explained, the weather in a certain area is very bad. I generally won't go to that area. On the sea, as long as you know your direction, you can avoid it. Of course, some skills only apply to the East Daxia Sea. Sure enough, having a good navigator is different. It's better than following two headless flies. Zoro said while looking at Luffy and Su King. You said we are headless flies? Su King secretly despised Zoro. Among all One Piece, the most famous road idiot, at this moment, has the nerve to say that others. It is said that when fighting Zoro, as long as you step back a few meters, Zoro will not be able to find you. Although it is a bit nonsense, it also shows the attributes of Suotaluchi. During the voyage, Luffy loved to eat and play, Nami was naturally responsible for sailing, Zoro slept and exercised when he had nothing to do, and Su King locked himself in a house alone without talking. I feel it. That's it. At this time, in the cabin, a young man's body burst out with blue energy. This kind of energy is difficult to describe, and people in this world can hardly sense it. It is a kind of energy that is completely different from this world. A kind of energy, chakra. That's right, Su King is in the cabin and has been studying the condensed chakra. Although this was more difficult for Su King gradually found the feeling. He could now condense and refine chakra. This was a big progress. Just as Su King was preparing for the next step of exploration and training, the voices of Nami and others came up. Su King walked out of the cabin and found that the ship had arrived at a new island. The boat docked on the beach and the four people got off the boat. It's been a long time since I got off the ship. Luffy stretched his limbs. Will there be a small village here? Nami looked at the map and said, it seems there is. Luffy then drooled and said, wow. Then, meat. There should be delicious food in that village, right? The food on the ship was naturally supplied before. And Luffy had long been tired of it. Chapter 13 Kaya's Manor. Nami rolled her eyes at Luffy and said, can you eat less meat? Ah. Zoro felt the comfort and yawned. The surrounding beaches were quiet and pleasant, but Zoro immediately felt something was wrong. He gently flicked the knife in his hand and said, be careful, there is someone's breath. Where? Luffy was completely unprepared. Su King looked around and roughly knew where these people were. Danger! Zoro shouted, and then, countless stones bounced from high places to Luffy's feet, and Luffy hurriedly started to avoid them. At this time, countless pirate flags were erected in the dense grass on the hill. Wow! That's awesome! Luffy said with great admiration. Is now the time to admire others. Nami couldn't help complaining. At this moment, a man was already standing on the top of the hill, saying majestically, I am Usopp, who leads the great pirate group that rules over this village. People praise me very much and call me ours. Captain Usopp. If you want to attack this village, I advise you to give up. Because my 80 million subordinates will not let you go. The person speaking was naturally Usopp, the most bragging among One Piece. Among the four, only Luffy was so surprised that he shouted like crazy, it's amazing. However, Nami immediately questioned, is this a lie? When Usopp saw someone questioning, he said directly, I was found out. Immediately afterwards, the three brats were also spotted by Nami and ran away. Seeing this, Su King didn't want to waste any more time, so he took a step forward and said, "Usopp, right? Don't be afraid, we are not your enemies. Do you think I will believe it?" Usopp was still a little defensive. "Your father's name is Jesus Bulletin, right? Is he a subordinate of the red-haired Shanks?" After Su King said it, Usopp's defensiveness was much lessened. "I see, I said he looks very similar, so that's it." Luffy said, "I saw Jesus cloth when I was a kid." After resolving the misunderstanding, Usopp naturally invited Luffy, Su King, and others to enter the village and have a feast. They both chatted for a while, and before they knew it, they talked about the villa on the mountain. "Well, I suddenly forgot something. I'm going to do something first." Usopp then left in a hurry. Luffy, Su King, and others were left behind. What did this guy do? He was in a panic. Nami also thought he was very strange. Su King then said directly, "Luffy, what do you think of Usopp?" "Very good. I like it very much." Luffy nodded. "You mean, invite him to be our partner?" Luffy asked. "Yes, but before that, we have to do something," Su King said mysteriously. "What happened?" Everyone was confused. "Just follow me." Su King then left here and walked straight towards the mountain. Soon, everyone arrived at the door of the huge villa on the mountain. There are many guards in black at the entrance of the villa. It is really difficult for ordinary people to enter without anyone noticing. However, Su King, as a devil fruit user, stretched out his wings and carried everyone into the garden. Is this your ability?" Although Nami knew how powerful Su King was, she had never felt Su King's power so close. "Even though we got in so smoothly, what are we going to do?" Luffy asked. "Yes, Su King, just say what you want to do." Zoro was also a little anxious. Su King then told what he knew. "It's like this. There once was a pirate group called the Black Cat Pirates. Captain Crow was an extremely smart and ruthless pirate. In order to obtain greater wealth, he quietly sneaked into a wealthy family, eventually became a housekeeper, and secretly killed the master of the family. Now he is planning to murder the young lady of the family. Captain Crow, I seem to have an impression, but it is said that he has been killed." Zoro is somewhat knowledgeable. Back then, Crow killed all the pirates who were chasing him, and only one marine was left. He stepped on that guy's jaw, and then used the power of his hypnosis division to hypnosis him, making him mistake him for a fighter. The person Captain Low resembles is Crow himself. At the same time, he also turned into a marine with a violent temper. This marine was eventually upgraded to a colonel marine. Luffy and Zoro should all know about it. Su King naturally told the truth. "Is it?" Zoro said in disbelief, "Is it Menka?" "Yes." Su King nodded. "Then where is this Crow you are talking about now?" Luffy asked quickly. "Could it be?" Nami looked at the villa and seemed to have guessed it. "Yes, Nami's guess is good. Captain Crow's alias is Crow Bartle. He is currently the housekeeper of this family, and Usopp should like the young lady of this family," Su King said. "So, this lady is in danger? Shouldn't we save her immediately?" Luffy asked. Su King shook his head and said, "We are pirates, no one will believe what we say unless..." Su King then told everyone his strategy. But Luffy asked, "Is this really good? If this person is not the pirate you said, wouldn't we have gone too far?" Su King smiled, and then he suddenly attacked Luffy and Zoro. Although the two were unprepared, they naturally dodge and defend when they encountered attacks. Su King then said, "You see, normal people will not have such good skills and reactions. We will soon know whether what I said is true or false, so just do as I say." Everyone suddenly understood and nodded, agreeing with Su King's approach. At this time, in the back garden, Usopp was telling Kaya a story, but Crow had discovered it. Crow was trying every means to provoke Usopp, and after Usopp was finally humiliated, he impulsively planned to attack Crow. And this just plays into Crow's hands. In the end, Crow drove Usopp away. At this time, Su King suddenly appeared in front of Usopp and Crow. "Hello? Su King? Why are you here?" Usopp was also very confused and surprised. He didn't know how Su King found this place, nor what Su King planned to do. Su King Ian walked slowly to Crow with a sullen face. "Who are you? What are you doing for breaking into a private residence without permission?" Crow said pretentiously. "The captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Beiji Crow, am I right?" Su King's words made Crow's eyes tremble. "I didn't understand what you said." Crow hid his emotion very well, still showing the look of a butler. Chapter 14, Plan to eliminate Crow. "Pirate? You said the butler is a pirate." Usopp was also shocked. Although he hated the butler, he didn't know it. "It's impossible. Clobetel is a good man, how could he be a pirate?" Miss Kaya naturally didn't believe it. "How can a noble person like me be a humble pirate? Pirates like you actually want to use lies to smear me? No one will believe it." Crow still pretended and took advantage of the situation. He adjusted his glasses with his palms. "I said, although he went a little too far, he shouldn't be a pirate, right?" Usopp also couldn't believe it. Su King snorted coldly and said, "CLO, if others don't know you, how can I not know you? The reason why you hold your glasses up like this is because of your long nails, right?" Su King then said, "Many years ago, you killed my parents. I saw the way you killed the killer in pain, but because I hid well and no one found me." Su King was naturally talking nonsense. He just wanted to understand Claude through himself and force him to reveal his flaws in advance. "Immediately afterwards, I heard that you were captured by a man named Menka. However, that man was not you at all. It was obvious that one of your hypnosis masters had hypnosis him." There was already a trace of panic in Crow's heart in front of him. After all, this was a plan that had been planned for many years. Except for his closest subordinates, no one else knew about it at all. But Crow never expected that someone would discover his guy. Seeing that his plan and conspiracy were about to be exposed, and Crow couldn't expose the fact that he was a pirate, the only thing he could do was to interrupt Su Kang's speech. "A hole. Stop being so messy. It's just a habit of mine to adjust my glasses. What you are talking about is nonsense. I have never heard of it at all. If you don't leave, I will call the guards." Crow once again suppressed his inner desire to kill Su Kang. And this time Kaya spoke. "Usopp, take your friends and leave. I won't allow you to smear Claude Ebel like this again. Su King, let's go." Naturally, Usopp can't provide any evidence. Su Kang's words for so long are only one-sided and untenable. In the end, everyone had to leave the villa. However, just as he was about to leave, Su King looked at Crow and shouted loudly, "Clo! Tomorrow night, at the beach. Let's settle it, otherwise I will announce your identity to everyone in the village and say come up with your plan." Crow snorted coldly and said, "I will not make any agreement with a pirate, and the people in the village will not believe the lies of a pirate like you." Su King then left with everyone. After leaving, only Usopp didn't figure out what happened, so he kept asking. "If my guess is correct, your Miss Kaya will most likely be killed by Claude Ebel tonight." Su King said confidently. "Ah? Impossible? Why would he do this?" Usopp couldn't figure it out, and neither could anyone else. "If I am Crow, and my identity is revealed by a stranger, I must do something. Two options. The first one is to secretly kill this stranger and try to maintain the relationship with Miss Kaya, and then choose the right time to kill Kaya and embezzle all the property. The second option is to think that the time is ripe and there is no need to lurk anymore. Just kill Kaya and then kill this stranger to seal the secret. Then it is justifiable to inherit the property. Of course. In order to give Crow time, I specifically told him that we will get married tomorrow. Therefore, I estimate that Miss Kaya will be killed by Crow tonight. Su King said very firmly. After hearing Su Kang's words, Usopp naturally didn't believe it at first. Tonight, we will lurk in Kaya's dormitory in advance. Then we will know what the result will be. Su King said seriously. It was getting dark soon, and Su King used his devil fruit ability to sneak into the villa very easily. With Usopp's help, Su King found Miss Kaya's dormitory. Miss Kaya was naturally not in a good mood, and she was crying. But it was a good opportunity for everyone to sneak in. Everyone quietly got under Kaya's bed and into Kaya's closet. Although due to carelessness, Kaya almost discovered everyone, but in the end, she managed to hide in the seats agreed upon in advance. As time went by, Kaya fell asleep in bed. At this time, a person entered Kaya's room. The man's eyes were shining with light, and the long blade in his hand was extremely sharp. Usopp was also shocked when he saw this. Su King immediately made a shushing gesture, signaling Usopp not to make any noise or be anxious. Crow placed his blade on top of Kaya. He didn't know what he was waiting for, and seemed to be hesitating. The blood on the blade had already proven who Crow had killed. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from under the bed and attacked Crow. As one of the top 5 pirates in the East Daxia Sea with bounty, Crow's reaction was naturally extremely fast. He immediately pulled away and started to resist. But the person who slashed him was naturally no ordinary person, but the swordsman Zoro. Everyone crawled out at this moment, and Usopp also woke up Kaya. When Kaya saw the blood on Crobat's hand and saw the vigorous fight between him and Zoro, she naturally didn't dare believing. The cunning Crow knocked Zoro away with a claw, and then pretended to say, "Miss, these people are here to kill you." They also killed Mary. Mary is naturally another butler who serves Kaya, and is also the designer of the famous Golden Mary. Kaya didn't know who to trust at this time. After all, the person she trusted the most was the housekeeper. However, the situation made her very confused. What is unexpected is that Meili actually climbed up here from the position where he was originally attacked, and said desperately, "Miss, it's not like this. Clobatal. I was injured by that guy of. He is a pirate." After Mary finished speaking, Crow no longer wanted to hide it. "Really? We were almost successful, but suddenly the situation was disrupted by you little characters. Are you really lucky? You happened to see this scene? But it doesn't matter, everyone here will die tonight." Claude finally stopped covering up. "Yes, I am the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Beiji Chiao. I am definitely not something that a small role like you can shake. Tomorrow morning, my pirate group will attack, and you will have no hope at all. How could this happen? It's impossible." Miss Kaya's heart almost collapsed. At this time, Su King couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." Everyone's attention was attracted by Su King. "Why are you laughing? I didn't expect you to still be in the mood to laugh before you died." Crow also smiled coldly, very viciously. "I'm laughing at you for not overestimating your capabilities," Su King said. "I have known your plan for a long time. All this was arranged just to let Miss Kaya recognize you. So what? Even if you recognize me, as long as you are killed by me, you will know nothing," Crow said. Chapter 15 Kill the Crow Pirates. "You stupid people, if you really discovered my identity early, you should have announced my plan and identity from the beginning. And now, stupidity will kill you all." Crow laughed coldly. Crow was very confident and never worried that he would lose. Su King said without fear, "Stupid? I don't think so. On the contrary, you might die here tonight. Ha! How funny. Kroll looked like he could start a fight at any time. The results will be announced soon. Su King said calmly. Wow! An angry shout broke the deadlock between the two. What was unexpected was that it was not Su King who took action, but Luffy. At this time, after Luffy learned of Crow's conspiracy, his hatred for Crow reached the maximum. He punched Crow and knocked Crow out of the window with a bang. Crow could feel the momentum of Zoro and Su King, but he was unprepared for Luffy. This was the first time Luffy showed his skills, and he stretched out his arms in an instant, catching Crow off guard. Quick, please, save Mary. At this time, Kaya's attention is on Mary in her arms. Usopp and Nami were temporarily responsible for treating Mary and comforting Kaya. As for Zoro, Su King, and Luffy, they came to the courtyard, and the three of them surrounded Crow. Crow looked at Luffy and said, I see, is this the ability you rely on? The ability of the devil fruit. As long as I can kill you. Zoro naturally showed his ability as a swordsman, three-sword style. Su King, on the other hand, had no posture, which made Crow feel more dangerous. In that case, I won't be polite. Crow didn't hide it, he closed his eyes directly, and the steps of his feet began to be like a phantom. Silent step. This is Crow's special move, be careful. Su King reminded. At the same time, Su King shouted, Sharingan, open. Then Shan Magatama's Sharingan opens. Although Shan Magatama is not as powerful as Sharingan in other forms, it has also improved his observation ability. Su King can probably figure out Crow's attack trajectory. Coupled with Su King's fruit ability, this allows him to completely deal with Crow. Attack. Although Crow's move is very strong, he cannot control the target of the attack, so it is easy to hurt his own people. However, the current Luffy and Zoro were temporarily suppressed. You have no idea what a real pirate is. I will let you know how terrifying pirates who have been in and out of hell several times are. Luffy and Zoro were getting more and more injured, and Luffy finally couldn't bear it anymore. UBD. You don't know anything about pirates. You don't even know how to cherish your companions. How can you make irresponsible remarks on me? Luffy shouted. Miss Kaya, she is just a tool. She is a stepping stone for me to successfully seize her family property. It is just a part of the plan. I never regarded her as one of my own. Kaya's heart was completely disappointed by Crow's words. Luffy finally took advantage of the moment he was injured to grab Crow and threw him heavily to the ground. Humph! Do you think this will hurt me? Captain Crow saw this and used the spoon again. At this moment, Luffy suddenly rose up and used the properties of his rubber fruit to tightly wrap around Crow's body. Damn it! Let me go! UBD. Luffy locked his upper body tightly with Crow, so naturally he could no longer use the spoon. Now your 3-year plan has completely failed. Luffy had already begun to prepare for the final blow. My plan. It will never fail. Crow said enthusiastically at the last moment. However, Luffy said at this time, rubber bell. He stretched his head back very far, and finally hit Crow's head firmly. Such a heavy blow killed Crow instantly. Crow fell to the ground and there was no more sound. I am Monkey D. Luffy. I will never lose to a pirate who gives up his name. Luffy said very domineeringly. Su King originally wanted to take action, but seeing Luffy so excited, he naturally stepped aside with Zoro. Although Crow was killed, the matter was not over. Su King then returned to Kaya's room with everyone and informed everyone about the matter. I will do my best to explain the matter to the villagers, and we can unite to fight against foreign enemies. Kaya said. However, Su King, Zoro and others shook their heads and said, forget it, just leave the rest to us. What about me? Luffy asked. You have defeated Crow, just leave the rest to us. Zoro also said as if his plot had succeeded. This time, I also want to protect everyone. Usopp and his 3 subordinates eventually planned to participate in this battle. The next day, when it was still dark, everyone poured oil on the 2 slopes for landing on the island, with Su King on one side and Zoro on the other. The Black Cat pirates first landed on Zoro. However, they were unable to attack the island at all. However, they saw the ship of Su King and others. A group of pirates directly used cannons to destroy the ship of Su King and others, and then circled around. When they reached the other side of the island, they bumped into Su King again. Su King flew directly down the slope and beat the pirates until they were unable to fight back. The ones that Crow's men can fight are naturally the Catman brothers and Hypnosis Master Zhang Jiao. The Catman brothers united, seemingly powerful, but in front of Su King, they were still a bit unsatisfied. Together with the single Megatama Sharingan, Su King regarded the Catman brothers as a touchstone, improving his swordsmanship with one sword after another. Later, Su King couldn't bear it anymore and directly activated the power of the Devil Fruit, severely injuring all the pirates and destroying their pirate ship. The Black Cat pirates were now scattered. As for the Hypnosis Master, Su King directly knocked him away with a palm. At this point, the pirate invasion plan of Crow's Psylop village was completely shattered. And when Zoro came to the other side panting, the battle was already over. Without you, the village would definitely not be able to defend itself. Usopp said with great gratitude. No, if you didn't make up your mind, we wouldn't have done anything. But those guys destroyed our ship. Zoro responded. It doesn't matter, I have got everything back in advance, including the pirates' treasures. Nami took advantage of the enemy's battle to sneak into the enemy's ship and move all the treasures out. She was very proud at this time. Haha. Usopp has never been in such a good mood. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, Usopp said, I take this opportunity to decide one thing. As a man, you should run towards the ocean. There is only one reason why I want to leave this village. The pirate flag is calling me. I want to become a real pirate. Everyone looked at each other and finally laughed. Unexpectedly, Su King guessed the beginning and ending of the story. Usopp then said goodbye to his 3 subordinates, entrusted his will to them, and finally invited everyone to the restaurant for a big meal. At this time, Kaya found everyone and walked into the restaurant. Please allow me to thank you. I have prepared a gift for you. It is a little bit of my heart. Please accept it. Kaya said kindly. Chapter 16 Golden Melly. Immediately afterwards, Miss Kaya led everyone over. Not surprisingly, what appeared in front of everyone was a light sailing ship. Golden Mary. Su King was inevitably a little excited. After all, the ship in front of him was the ship of the Straw Hats. Fortunately, the previous ship was destroyed by the Black Cat pirates, otherwise, it is very likely that we would have missed the Golden Mary. Su King thought to himself. When Luffy saw the ship in front of him, he was also very excited. Although he had been on a big ship before, somehow, this ship seemed to have an indescribable relationship with everyone, as if somehow, it's like there is a connection. Is this really okay? Give it to us. Luffy asked excitedly. Melly, the housekeeper of Kaya's family, said, although the style is a bit old, this is the boat I designed. Thank you for your help. Not only did you save me, but you also saved the eldest lady. The name of this ship is the Golden Melly. It is a light sailing ship that uses a triangular sail and a stern center rudder. Let me explain the operation method. First of all, in terms of power start adjustment. Melly explained the operation method of the entire ship in detail. Su King seemed to understand, but Luffy couldn't listen at all. However, the one who listened most attentively was naturally Nami. After all, Nami was the only navigator among the Straw Hats. Immediately afterwards, Usopp had already packed his huge luggage and rolled down the high hillside. This guy is really annoying, Su King then easily used the demon arm to completely stop Usopp. Miss Kaya looked at Usopp and waved goodbye after all. Usopp originally planned to set off on his own and become an independent pirate, but everyone naturally invited Usopp. In everyone's hearts, Usopp has long been regarded as their partner. Su King still has a good impression of the talkative person in front of him. As a funny character, Usopp must not be missing from future adventures, otherwise it will be very boring. Finally, everyone set sail and sailed toward the boundless sea together. When Su King left Zuluabia village, he once again received a prompt from his system. Ding ding ding! Congratulations, host! You have arrived at Zuluabia village and left successfully. Your sign-in was successful. The reward has been issued to you. 100 times swordsmanship comprehension card. You can use it at any time. It is valid for 24 hours. After Su King heard what the system said, he immediately asked his own questions. System, before I arrived at my destination, you considered me signing in successfully. Why do you think I signed in successfully when I leave now? The system immediately replied, let me explain. At the beginning, the sign-in system has just been activated, so naturally it has lowered its requirements for you. As you grow step by step, the requirements and difficulty of the sign-in system will gradually upgrade, and you will gradually face greater pressure and challenges, so that you can obtain more generous rewards. Su King nodded, and then continued to ask, so, what is this Kendo comprehension card? Can you explain it in detail? The system immediately replied, this card is a consumable item. When you use it, it will increase your understanding of the sword 100 times. Of course, the duration is 24 hours, which means that within 24 hours, you will have an explosive improvement in Kendo. The system recommends that you take a good rest in advance, and then devote yourself wholeheartedly to the practice of swordsmanship for 24 hours. This is the most beneficial way for you. Su King nodded slightly and almost understood what the system meant. Well, it seems that if anyone disturbs me, I will lose more than I gain. In this case, I need to prepare in advance. Adventures at sea are actually boring sea voyages most of the time. There is nothing on the whole sea, it is endless. It would take some time to reach the next island, so Su King told his companions on the ship that he needed to practice in seclusion. In this way, Su King gained 24 hours of practice time. Su King locked himself in his own lounge in the cabin and said, System, I want to use the Kendo perception card now. Are you sure to use it? The system confirmed. Confirmed to use. Su King nodded, and then, a spiritual light appeared in front of Su King inexplicably, and this light immediately enveloped Su King's body. At this time, Su King only felt that his whole brain was very clear, and the sword in his hand seemed to be a little different. I see. Is this the power of the Kendo Enlightenment card? What is a sword? How to attack? How to defend? Countless questions began to evolve on their own in Su Kang's mind, and countless battle scenarios began to emerge in Su Kang's mind. In addition to the most basic sword moves and sword skills, Su King also has a deeper understanding of the Tao above the sword. Su King closed his eyes, as if he was resting his mind, and time passed quickly like a fleeting moment. Dong dong dong. Su King woke up when a knock on the door came from outside. I looked at the sky outside and saw no change at all. However, after playing the gate of opening, Su King realized that it had been 3 days since he started using the Kendo awareness card. At this moment, someone Su King didn't recognize was already on the boat. Brother? Why are you here? The man looked at Zoro in front of him and said in surprise. Hey? Isn't Joseph with you? Zoro also recognized the identity of the person in front of him at a glance. And Su King quickly guessed his identity, Zoro's younger brother, Johnny. The Joseph mentioned by Zoro is also Zoro's former younger brother like the man in front of him. However, Luffy and Usopp soon knew that they were in big trouble, because they had just practiced firing cannons and almost accidentally injured Joseph. Su King looked at Joseph's livid face and looked at Nami. Naturally, Nami understood the situation. "Isn't there some lime on the ship? Bring it quickly," Nami commanded. Usopp and Luffy quickly found some limes and squeezed them into orange juice for Joseph to drink. "It's scurvy. It will be cured in a few days," Nami said. "Wow. Really? Sister?" Zoro's little brother Johnny had just finished speaking. Unexpectedly, Joseph was already able to dance with him, but soon he fainted on the boat again. After all, scurvy is not a problem. Maybe it will heal that quickly. Immediately afterwards, everyone fell into anxiety. When sailing on the sea, in addition to facing unknown navigation and powerful enemies, they even had to pay special attention to their diet. If no one prepares nutritious and balanced food for them, there will be many cases of scurvy. Su King naturally guessed everyone's next plan. "It seems like there should be an extra cook on the ship." Chapter 17 Sea Restaurant Verity. After Su King finished speaking, Luffy and others naturally nodded in approval. "That's right. This way, you can eat delicious food in the sea," Usopp said excitedly. "That's right. We need to find a sea chef as a partner," Luffy also said to everyone. At this time Zoro's younger brother Johnny said, "If you want to find this kind of chef, I know a place." "That's it. That's it. Where is it?" Luffy also asked with great anticipation. "However, it is very close to the Grand Waterway, and there are also rumors circulating there about the eagle-eyed man that Big Brother has been looking for. The heading is north-northeast," Johnny said seriously. "Hey!" Su King grinned. He had already seen everyone's enthusiasm. The Golden Melly then moved forward at full speed according to the direction Johnny pointed. It didn't take long before you could see a magical-looking building on the sea. The full English name of Verity is written on the front. The bow is in the shape of a fish mouth and the stern is in the shape of a fish tail. The entire restaurant is actually a ketch, but the boat is still very big. "How's it going, everyone?" Johnny had already seen everyone's surprised expressions. "Wow! What a big fish!" Luffy said excitedly. However, at this time, there was an additional ship next to the Melly. This ship had the logo and name of Marine painted on the sail. It was a marine ship. "Ah! Why is there a marine ship here?" Joseph just came out of the cabin and saw the marine ship next to him. He was startled. He did not forget that the ship he was on was a pirate ship. "Hey! Is he going to attack us?" Usopp also asked nervously. "I met a nasty guy." Zoro also felt something bad. He had already put his hand on his knife, looking like he was ready to fight at any time. Su King said extremely calmly, "Don't worry, this guy doesn't seem to have any intention of taking action. If he dares to take action, then I will let their ship sink in this sea forever." The people in the marine ship came out, looked at the Golden Melly, and then said, "I am Marine Lieutenant Iron Fist Habodi. Who is the captain? Please tell me your name." "I'm Luffy." Luffy stood up. "I'm Usopp." Usopp also stood up. "What the hell are these guys doing?" Marine Lieutenant also found it very interesting. "Hey? Those two guys over there? They seem to be bounty hunters who specialize in killing some weak pirates. What, were they finally caught by the pirates?" Marine Lieutenant didn't have any intention of taking action, but just made sarcastic remarks. "Road. Let's go quickly." A good-looking woman pulled Marine Lieutenant, and Marine Lieutenant turned around and ignored the straw hats. Johnny and Joseph were so angry that they directly threw out the pirate bounty they had compiled and said, "Do you dare to say that this is the work of a bounty hunter who targets small people?" The bounty lists were scattered on the deck. The one named Aaron with a bounty of 20 million belly was placed on the outside. The other people basically had X's on them, proving that these people were all killed by the duo. Nami naturally noticed the reward. Nami squatted on the ground and looked at Aaron's reward card. He was trembling and didn't know what he was thinking. Su King naturally noticed this, and put his hand down on Nami's shoulder. Su King didn't believe in the words of empathy. After all, he had never experienced the same pain as Nami. It was difficult for him to understand. He wanted to comfort Nami, and the best way was to follow the original plot and defeat the evil dragon. But at this time, everyone's attention was already on the marine ship beside them. The despising marine lieutenant has issued an order to sink the pirate ship. The opponent's cannonballs were already flying towards the Golden Melee very quickly. At this moment, Su King couldn't care about so much. In a blink of an eye, the demon wings directly possessed him behind him. His speed was extremely fast, as if everything around him had slowed down. Su King made a sound and pulled out his Zanpakut, inexplicably feeling the slightest connection between the Zanpakut and himself. Su King did not stop, but directly swung the knife out. Immediately afterwards, a sword energy was cut out by Su King. The green sword energy instantly split the entire cannon shell into two. Not only that, it also cut the cannon on the marine ship into two pieces. If it weren't for the slight deviation in the angle, the entire marine ship would have been sunk by Su King's slash. Oh my god! Usopp opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. Luffy's eyes were shining with stars, and he said excitedly, "It's amazing." Zoro's eyes showed a hint of shock. Such a powerful slash! This guy's swordsmanship seems to have grown to a penultimate level. How is it possible? Is he so strong after being in seclusion for a day and a night? Then what does my training mean? Su King put away the sword in his hand and looked coldly at the marine soldiers on the other side's ship. At this moment, they were all stunned and did not dare to make any unnecessary moves. Marine Lieutenant naturally knew nothing about these things. At this time, he and the beautiful woman had already arrived in Barity in a small boat. At Su Kang's suggestion, Luffy and others directly attacked the marine ship next to them, destroying all the cannons on the marine ship, and easily dealt with all the marine people, ensuring that they would never attack. After the Mary, Johnny, and Joseph were left to watch the ship. Everyone then took the boat and officially entered the sea restaurant, Barity. As soon as he entered Barity, he saw a man with blonde hair and black clothes and curly eyebrows smoking a cigarette. He was pinching the marine lieutenant he had just won. He looked very relieved. "Don't waste food on me. Going against the chef at sea is tantamount to asking for death. Remember this clearly." The blonde man is naturally the future chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji. Marine Lieutenant was not angry at all and threatened to destroy the ship. Naturally, he was once again met with Sanji's anger. However, other cooks from Barati rushed out and caught Sanji. Soon the head chef Zepp showed up and not only beat Sanji, but also Marine Lieutenant. Marine Lieutenant simply couldn't understand how there could be such a domineering restaurant in the world that would attack its guests. But the matter did not end there. A sailor ran to Barity and said, "Lieutenant, our ship was attacked by a pirate ship from the opposite side." Immediately afterwards, all the prisoners on the ship were let go. "What?" Marine Lieutenant was not angry, but asked in horror, "Then, where are Crick's men?" "Escaped. In order to track down the whereabouts of Krieg and his gang, we sent out 7 people. And we finally caught them." "Impossible. We starved him for so many days and didn't give him anything to eat after that. Even if he was released, he wouldn't be able to escape alone." Chapter 18 Admiral Krieg. What? Krieg? Isn't that the most powerful pirate group in the East Daxia Sea? The surrounding guests were horrified when they heard Krieg's name, and at this moment, a gunshot completely attracted their attention. Bang! One person at the door killed the marine just now with one shot. Obviously, this person is Krieg's man. A man walked in, sat on the seat, and then said feebly, "Anything is fine, Hurry up, serve the food, is this a restaurant? Excuse me, are you rich? We only welcome rich guests, not paupers, asked Paddy, the chef of Bharati. The man wanted to threaten, but was punched to the ground by Paddy. No one expected that a chef could be so powerful, and everyone clapped their hands. At this time, Paddy saw Su King and others, and then asked, "Excuse me, sir, do you have money?" Su King didn't want to get entangled, so he took out his baili and said, "Of course, the 5 of us." Upon seeing this, Paddy immediately said with a flattering look, "Welcome 5 of you. Please take a seat." Su King and others naturally began to taste the delicacies of the pirate world, but Krieg's subordinate was naturally thrown out of the restaurant by Paddy. Then, when it came to recruiting Sanji, Luffy actually volunteered himself. This was the first time that Su King saw that Luffy's enthusiasm for recruiting friends was greater than his enthusiasm for eating. Therefore, Su King, Zoro, Usopp and Nami were immersed in enjoying the food here. Bharati has a good environment and is rich, so the service he receives is naturally top-notch. But after Sanji and Luffy came back, they naturally had a big fight. Sanji took out a rose and confessed his love to Nami directly. At this time, GP said, "This is a great opportunity. Sanji, why don't you join them and become a pirate? This store doesn't need you anymore." "What do you mean?" Sanji asked immediately. "You are a burden to this store, that's what I mean." GP looked at Sanji and said seriously. "The chefs don't like you anyway, so why not become a pirate or something and get out of this store?" "Humph! Stinky old man. No matter what you say, I will be the chef here, and you are not allowed to have any objections." Sanji and GP actually got into a quarrel. Su King patted his forehead and felt a severe headache. In order to convince Sanji, everyone tried to persuade Sanji, but Sanji always felt that Bharati was more suitable for him. Su King and Luffy decided to stay in Bharati for a few more days to see if Sanji could change his mind. However, after many attempts, everyone finally became discouraged. Everyone was about to pack up their bags and leave the restaurant on the sea. In the thick fog, they saw a huge ship heading towards Bharati. As the ship got closer and closer, the pattern on the pirate ship's flag and the logo on the ship's bow were also clearly seen by many guests. Hourglasses hung on both sides of the skull to demonstrate to the enemy. That flag is. There is absolutely no mistake, it is the overlord of the East Daxia Sea. Chief Krieg. Bharati's entire ship was in complete chaos, not only the restaurant, but also the kitchen. After all, the most powerful pirate group in the East Daxia Sea was the Krieg pirates. As the pirate ship sailed closer, everyone saw that the pirate ship was in dilapidated condition. What's going on? It doesn't look like it was attacked by a cannon. But it doesn't look like it was sabotaged either. Sanji looked at the ship and was confused. "Hey, Su King, what should we do?" Usopp looked at Su King and asked. After all, in Usopp's eyes, Su King's strength is higher than Luffy's. "It's okay, let's wait and see what happens. Zoro, you should be somewhat aware of the cracks on this ship, right?" Su King asked with a smile. "You mean?" Zoro naturally understood instantly. "Is this a slash?" Sure enough, it looks like he was struck by sword energy. No matter who slashed it, he must be a very strong swordsman. Zoro also narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Krieg quickly entered the lobby. He was supported by his subordinate Ajin and begged for food and water very sincerely. However, everyone knows that Krieg has a bad reputation, so naturally no one will give him a drink or a meal. At this time, Sanji once again took out the rice. After Krieg gulped down his food, he took the initiative to attack Sanji. "Hey! This guy is really a despicable person," Usopp said as he looked at Krieg. At this time, he also took a step back in fear. However, Zoro, Luffy, and Su King did not retreat. Krieg did not attack the three of them, but looked around and said, "This restaurant is good. This ship belongs to me. Our ship has become dilapidated and we need a new one. When you're done with your work, get off the boat," Krieg said. "There are about 100 men alive on my ship now. They are all hungry and seriously injured. First prepare me water and food for 100 people. Some people have already died of starvation. Send them up immediately," Krieg ordered. "Impossible. You know you will attack us, do you still want us to help them?" The chefs refused. "Refuse? Make no mistake, I'm not ordering food, I'm ordering you. No one is allowed to resist me," Krieg roared very domineeringly. At this time, Sanji slowly got up and said, "I'm going to prepare food and water for 100 people." What Sanji did is really beyond the scope of normal people's understanding. However, all the chefs blocked Sanji, thinking that Sanji was a traitor and a traitor. In the end, Sanji said his golden words, "I don't care if the other person is a bad guy or not. I am a chef. If someone is hungry, feed him. It's that simple. Isn't that what a chef is?" Seeing this, Su King took a few steps forward and said, "Let Sanji go. This is Chef Sanji's belief. There is no reason to stop him." The chefs had no choice but to let Sanji go. Krieg smiled very proudly and said, "Haha. That's right. That's it." The impulsive Patty also tried to fight against Krieg, but he was stopped by Zoro, Luffy and others. "That's right. Do what you are supposed to do honestly, and I will be merciful and spare your lives." Haha. Krieg was very proud, thinking that his evil reputation had shocked everyone. The self-righteous Krieg still looked that unscrupulous. However, at this time, Su King had already moved. The power of the devil instantly blessed his body, and then he kicked out with one foot, and his body rushed out at an extremely fast speed. With the sound of boom, the vicious leader Krieg was kicked out of Barity. Sanji did what a chef should do, and I did what I should do. This shouldn't be considered bullying, right? After all, he is a vicious pirate with a full stomach. Su King said handsomely, attracting the attention and praise of everyone present. Chapter 19 Eagle-Eyed Man. The leader of the strongest pirate group in the East Daxia Sea, was killed with just one blow. Who is this terrifyingly strong person, who even suspects himself of bullying the weak? The guests on the Barity were shocked and delighted at the same time. Luffy grinned. He naturally knew Su Kang's strength and understood Su Kang's purpose. Usopp didn't know what to say. He knew Su Kangqiang, but he never had a standard to measure it. Now with others comparing him, Usopp was at least sure that Su Kangqiang was the strongest person on the ship. "Su Kang, it's pointless for you to take action. Can you leave the next step to me?" Luffy said. "Of course, this guy is just right for you. As for his cotters, I leave them to you." Su King has lost interest in Krieg. Su King did not kill him, but knocked Krieg away. Now that Krieg managed to return to Barity, he naturally rushed towards Su King angrily. But at this time, Chef Jep slowly walked out, handed the food and water for 100 people to Krieg, and said, "Don't cause trouble to them, just leave." Krieg smiled coldly, but still took the food and water to his boat first. Enajin also took this opportunity to tell everything that happened on the Great Channel. "I see, Eagle-Eye Man." Zoro thought about what Su King said before, and naturally understood everything. At this time, the roars of the Krieg pirates' men could already be heard in the cabin, and all the chefs were preparing to defend Barity. But at this moment, a figure appeared on the sea. The man just waved the knife in his hand gently, and Krieg's main ship was cut off on the sea. How is it possible? How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Krieg was completely shocked. Even if he was punched away by the little pirate from the East Daxia Sea, now his huge main ship was cut off with a knife. At this time, everyone rushed out immediately, and Joseph and Johnny swam over from the sea. Where's the ship? Usopp was shocked, thinking the ship had been affected. Where are the Nami? Zoro asked. I'm sorry, brother, she's no longer here. Johnny and Joseph were naturally no match for the cunning Nami. Nami robbed the melee and all the treasures and escaped. Joseph said bitterly. What did you say? Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro were both shocked. Why are you still so calm and composed? Usopp was also very puzzled. Su King said, Don't worry, I know where Nami has gone, but why don't you pay more attention over there? One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the strongest swordsman in the world, my hawk. Su King directly announced the identity of the other party. And Zoro's pupils were also extremely constricted. In front of him was a man riding a small boat with a cross-shaped knife on his back, wearing a black western hat, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Could it be that this is the Hawkeye man? Zoro couldn't tell whether he should be happy or excited. He went to sea just to find Hawkeye. By the way, Su King, do you know where Nami went? What happened? Luffy asked. Hey, please tell me a little bit about the situation. Usopp still asked about the process of the matter. Then, Usopp and Zoro were extremely angry. Damn it! She actually took advantage of this extraordinary period. Zoro naturally hates the feeling of being cheated. That ship was left to us by Kaya. Usopp cherished the ship even more. However, Luffy finally said. I must have her be our navigator, what do you think? Su King? By the way, you said you know where Nami is going? What's going on? Everyone then focused on Su King. I said, whose reward was Nami looking at? Su King asked Johnny and Joseph. The fishman Aaron. This guy has a bounty of 20 million belly. Among the pirates in the East Daxia Sea, no one can be his opponent in single combat. After all, he is a fishman. The answer is that Nami had her reasons for doing this. She had to go back to her village, and their village was occupied by the big bully fishman Aaron. Aaron told her that if she could collect 100 million baileys, we will let their village go, Su King said. So that's it. Luffy and others suddenly realized. But, Su King, how did you know? Everyone asked in confusion. You all call me a prophet. Is it normal for you to know these things? Su King directly excused him, and he did not choose to explain. Since he is a big bully, then naturally he can't keep his words, right? Usopp guessed. Of course, Su King said he was a big bully, so he shouldn't be wrong. Zoro also agreed. Among the Straw Hats, although Luffy is apparently the captain, Luffy will still listen to Su King's opinions on many decision-making matters. As for the others, they highly approve of Su King. Everyone discussed what to do together, and as for how to do it, it was Su King who planned it. Su King was like the brain of the entire ship, while Luffy was the soul of the Straw Hats. Zoro, Usopp, and I will go after Nami together. As for Luffy, stay here and do what you should do. Su King probably made a plan so that Luffy could recruit Sanji. And Zoro has a chance against Hawkeye. Then Johnny, Joseph, and others brought their boat over, and the 3 of them immediately boarded the boat and chased in the direction of the Mary. But soon, Zoro was attracted by Eagle Eye. He took the initiative to draw his knife, jumped off the boat, and challenged Eagle Eye. Competition? What a miserable weakling. The current Hawkeye looked down on Zoro at all. Then Hawkeye teleported directly to the deck of the ship where Zoro was and said, even if there is no confrontation, I must be able to see clearly the difference in strength between you and me. If you dare to point swords at me, should you be said to have courage, or is it due to ignorance? It's because of my ambition. And also because of the promise I made with my best friend. Zoro was ready for a fight, but my hawk pulled out the pendant around his neck and pulled it open, revealing what was inside. Knife. Although you are a well-known swordsman, this is the weakest ocean among the 4 sea areas, the East Daxia Sea. Unfortunately, I don't have a smaller knife than this. My hawk said. There must be a limit to looking down on people. Zoro rushed over immediately upon seeing this. Eagle Eye said, Frog at the bottom of the well, let me show you the vast blue sky. Zoro yelled Ghost Slayer. Unexpectedly, Zoro's attack was easily blocked by Hawkeye's knife. How is this possible? Zoro was shocked. He didn't expect that his strongest attack would be blocked so easily by Hawkeye. Then no matter how Zoro swung his sword, he couldn't reach Hawkeye at all, and it was blocked by Hawkeye. It can't be so different. Zoro was beaten down time and time again. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Chapter 20 Demon Suit. Exactly like the plot, the current Zoro is by no means a match for Hawkeye. Therefore, Zoro was eventually defeated by Hawkeye, but he would rather die than admit his failure. This stubborn and persistent spirit infected Hawkeye. Send your name, boy. Hawkeye said. Roronoa Zoro. Zoro said. I will remember it, the long-lost strong man. As he spoke, my hawk pulled out his sword. To show the etiquette of a swordsman, I will use this strongest black sword to send you to death in the sea. My hawk seemed to be telling a fact. I'm so grateful. Zoro turned the knife in his hands, and my hawk rushed directly towards Zoro. 3-sword style 3000 worlds. Zoro and Hawkeye both passed by. In just 1 second, the knife in Zoro's hand shattered. Lost, is this the strongest power in the world? Zoro turned around and suddenly opened his arms to my hawk. What? My hawk didn't understand what Zoro meant. The scars on the back are the shame of a swordsman. Zoro smiled evilly, seeming to have taken life and death lightly. Amazing. My hawk slashed down with his sword, Zoro's blood immediately splashed out, and then Zoro lost control of his body and finally fell into the water. Zoro! Luffy shouted in concern. Zoro! Usopp was also horrified. Brother! Joseph and Johnny were naturally in sorrow and pain. Stop Luffy and leave it to me. After Suking left these 4 words, he teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had placed Zoro on the deck of the ship. Immediately afterwards, Suking appeared in front of Yinjian again, and even Yinjian was very surprised when he looked at Suking. You are Zoro's companion, right? You rescued Zoro from the sea, and you managed to survive without getting wet. I see that you are also a swordsman, right? You seem to be very strong, thank you for not taking action. My hawk expressed his gratitude first, and then said to Zoro, it's too early for you to die, it's Kolokol my hawk. See yourself clearly, understand the world, and become stronger. No matter how many years pass, I will wait for you in this strongest position. Beyond this sword. Beyond me. Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye shouted. Hawkeye then turned to look at Suking and said, Boy, let's change places and let's fight. That's what you meant, just wait for me. Suking saw that Hawkeye could see his own strength at a glance, and immediately shouted, Luffy. Usopp. According to our original plan, I will try my best to cooperate with you. You'll meet up. Go ahead. We got it. Everyone was very relieved about Suking and naturally allowed Suking to leave. Let's go, there is an uninhabited island not far away, we can go there. After Hawkeye said that, he took his own boat and directly used slashes to create huge power, pushing the boat in one direction. Rush away quickly. Suking, on the other hand, directly activated his demonic power, grew demonic wings, and rushed in that direction at a faster speed, quickly surpassing Hawkeye. A swordsman with devil fruit abilities? It's interesting. I didn't expect that my trip to the East Daxia Sea would be in vain, and I would meet such an interesting opponent. Suking was flying in the air at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long for him to see his nearest island. This island is very desolate, there seems to be no plants, let alone animals. But such an island happened to be what Su King needed. At this time, the sound of the system came belatedly. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully arrived at the famous sea restaurant Barity and left successfully. Congratulations. You have obtained a demon suit, the system said. Immediately afterwards, Su King felt that the clothes on his body were a little different. Su King's clothes were now shrouded in a golden light, and his whole person was glowing inexplicably, which seemed extremely unusual. Su King didn't quite understand the definition of the devil's suit, so he took the initiative to ask, "System, before Hawkeye arrives, can you explain what the devil's suit is?" The system naturally responded, "The devil suit is a costume that matches your devil fruit abilities. Your fruit ability is that of a demon, so this demon suit will automatically be put on your body. At the same time, you can control the demon suit with your thoughts, and it can transform into various forms at will. This suit has extremely terrifying ductility and defensive properties. Therefore, wearing the devil suit can effectively defend against most attacks, and it can automatically clean the body. When you sleep, it will automatically change into pajamas for you, but it will still remain the same. It can protect you from being attacked by anyone." The system explained it again before Su King understood. Control with thoughts? Is that so? Su King just had a thought, but he didn't expect that his clothes would change directly. At this moment, Su King had a long black cloak on his back. Although the gloves on his hands were dark, they had extremely exquisite prints. As for the shoes under his feet, they were also comfortable and good-looking, and of course they had comfortable pants. And finally, with the handsome hat on his head, it can be said that Su King transformed himself into a stylish look with just one thought. Coupled with the zanpakut of his own on Su King's waist, it can be said that Su King's appearance at this time is simply stunning. Handsome. This devil suit is really convenient. Only when I wear this outfit can I be interested. Su King smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, Eagle Eye had arrived. Seeing that Su King had arrived, he was not surprised. With a snap of Eagle Eye, he teleported in front of Su King. "You actually changed a set of clothes out of thin air? Is this also your fruit power?" Eagle Eye asked. "It can be said that it is one of the few abilities I currently have." Su King did not pull out his sword, but slowly raised it. Upon seeing this, Yinjian pulled out his supreme sharp knife, black knife yet, without thinking at all, and locked onto Su King with his sharp eyes like an eagle. "With your current strength, there is no opponent who knows you in the East Daxia Sea. I am very curious, what do you want to get?" My hawk asked Su King's motives. Su King smiled faintly and said, "What I want to do is follow everyone and arrive at Lovedru together." "Is it your goal to become One Piece?" Hawkeye asked. "No, in the final analysis, I just want to become One Piece. The structure here is not that grand. I have my bigger ambitions." Su King's words shocked Eagle Eye. "It seems that you will be a good opponent. I really want to see you, let's take action. Let me see if your strength is in line with my ambitions. Whether you are a bird that soars into the sky, or a liar who only talks big words while sitting in a well, we will know soon." At this time, my hawk's whole body exuded a faint chill. Chapter 21 Su King fights Eagle Eye. It's clear that my hawk is ready to take action. Boo! Hearing a sound that broke through the air, my hawk used his teleportation to arrive in front of Su King. And Su King didn't show any weakness and directly pulled out his zanpakut. Dang! The knives of both sides collided together. Not bad. Come again. My hawk's eyes were blazing, and he could tell at a glance that Su King was definitely not an ordinary person. He immediately put away his knife and slashed at Su King again. At the beginning, Hawkeye's sword was not that fast. However, after fighting for a while, Hawkeye's sword reached its extreme speed, and even Su King felt it was difficult. Is this the strongest swordsman in the world? So strong. The only martial arts in the world is fast. Hawkeye's slash was fast and heavy, and he didn't seem to use his full strength. Su Kang's 24-hour enlightenment played a big role at this time. Su Kang also grew up quickly. He was obviously weaker than my hawk at the beginning, but he was soon able to keep up with my hawk's fighting rhythm. Open your eyes. Su Kang directly opened his other cheat, Sharingan, this time. Although Sharingan was still a single Megatama at this time, his observation ability had improved a lot. Su Kang could now basically figure out my hawk's attack trajectory. Crack! Su Kang and Hawkeye quickly collided with their knives, and my hawk's livid face also had a faint smile. I thought you could use the fruit ability, but I didn't expect that you could fight me for so long purely with this swordsmanship. It's really amazing. Compared to your swordsmanship, I think your ability to improve is even more terrifying. My hawk got excited, and then the more he fought, the more energetic he became, and finally, he actually waved his arms. Hawkeye launched the strongest slash in the world, and the green sword light rushed towards Su Kang at extremely fast speed. As the strongest swordsman in the world, Su Kang couldn't ignore Hawkeye's slashing attack. Block! Su Kang looked at the Zanpakuto in his hand. We can't fall here, we still have a long way to go. Su Kang chose to believe in the Zanpakuto in his hand at this moment, and also believed in his own swordsmanship, but in the end he still did not use the power of the devil. After all, this is a very fair duel between swordsmen. If the power of devil fruit is used, it will not be pure. However, no matter how strong Su Kang is, he is currently unable to fight against the serious Hawkeye. His whole body was knocked away, and the Zanpakuto in his hand was also knocked away. Your strength should be more than this. I can feel it. When will you use your true strength to fight me? Hawkeye walked up to Su Kang and asked. Su Kang shook his head and said, I have used all my strength, but if I really want to surpass you now, only one friend can help me. Hey! Eagle Eye didn't understand what Su Kang meant. At this time, Su Kang looked at the fallen Zanpakuto. Just looking at the Zanpakuto, at this moment, Su Kang's Zanpakuto had returned to Su Kang's hand. At this time, Su Kang's inner world also experienced a slight change. A man who looked similar to him appeared on the endless sea. The two of them were standing on a stone. Who are you? Su Kang asked. I am your Zanpakuto. You are really amazing. You can actually enter the depths of your heart during a battle. Su Kang said in surprise. Now that you are able to come here, I won't leave you alone. The eagle-eyed man in front of you is very strong, right? But this can be your touchstone. When the time comes, call my name. My name is Shura. The person in front of him suddenly disappeared. And Su Kang also returned to the island where he fought with Eagle Eye. Once he came back, Eagle Eye felt something was different about Su Kang. This guy's momentum is different. Hawkeye said to himself, what happened? At this time, Su Kang raised the Zanpakuto in his hand high, looked at it and said, I don't know the name of my sword. I have really wronged you for so long. You have never shown your full potential. The power. So, now, let's kill without restraint. Shura. After Su Kang's words fell, his whole person became different. Su Kang's eyes have now turned into scarlet Sharingan. The difference is that this time it is no longer the single Megatama before, but double Megatama. Double Megatama Sharingan has not only enhanced his observation ability again, but has also been able to copy some of the opponent's actions. In addition to the transformation of his eyes, the most important thing is that Su Kang's skin has turned blood red, looking like a Kai who has opened the 8 gates gate of death. Bloody, killing, and arrogant momentum. This is the first time I have encountered such an interesting opponent, Shura. Very good, I have never killed Shura before. Hawkeye did not retreat, but took a step forward even more excitedly. My hawk, be careful, I will be serious next time. Su Kang's speed increased again. My hawk also waved the black knife knight in his hand faster, and the two began to collide again. However, this time Su Kang had the upper hand. Awesome! Awesome! My hawk discovered that Su Kang at this time not only surpassed him in strength, but also in speed and endurance, and his swordsmanship was also improving rapidly. This guy seems to be learning my swordsmanship. My hawk was shocked. He had never heard of someone being able to completely learn it after watching him use it once. It was like copying. Seeing this, my hawk stopped hiding this time. He didn't know what he was using, but his strength improved again, and it seemed that he had truly reached the level of his Shishibukai. Su Kang soon discovered that my hawk's black sword had become stronger. His Shura could feel the pressure even before it touched the opponent's sword. I see, did you use armed color haki? Su Kang asked. Yes, with your current strength, I have to do my best. Hawkeye said, how about this, I will use my strongest slash on you. If you can block it, then, even if I attack you there is nothing we can do? How about it? Su Kang was naturally not afraid, and then said, just defending doesn't mean anything. How about we send a slash at each other, and then let's see the final result. That's a really good suggestion, let's do it. My hawk was ready to go, and Su Kang was also ready to go. The blood all over his body was completely integrated into the Shura in his hand, and his entire Sharingan was firmly locked on Hawkeye's chi, and then Su Kang swung out with all his strength. Coming! My hawk also swung out with all his strength, and the extremely terrifying green sword light also came towards Su Kang. A red light and a green light suddenly collided together, and an extremely terrifying momentum immediately burst out. The entire island instantly became the center of the whirlpool. Chapter 22 Murloc Aaron. Immediately afterwards, a huge gust of wind swept across the entire island. With the two as the center, an extremely terrifying shock wave erupted to the surroundings. Not only did the island itself suffer, but even the surrounding sea was directly stirred up by countless waves. The sea was filled with monstrous waves that spread around, seemingly capable of swallowing everything. However, this scene did not last long. After a while, the surrounding area calmed down, except that a huge crater was left where the two swords collided. Both Hawkeye and Su Kang were panting. It was the first time for Su Kang to be in such a mess in the world of pirates. However, this was also the most enjoyable fight Su Kang had ever had since traveling through the pirate world. Su Kang's clothes were somewhat destroyed, but the demon suit had amazing recovery capabilities and immediately began to repair itself. Hawkeye also put away his black sword, looked at Su Kang and said, not only did you block my slash, but you are still able to stand until now. You are already amazing, you are still young, you will leave me far behind. Hawkeye then asked, I am very interested in the slash you just made. Tell me, what is the name of this move? Su Kang thought for a while and then said, there is no name, but since you ask, I will call him Shura Slash. This is the strongest slash since I transformed into Shura. Very powerful, very bloodthirsty, you already have your own style. At this time, Hawkeye had no idea of continuing the fight. Su Kang was able to tie with him before he mastered domineering, so it would only be a matter of time before he surpassed him. There was no need to continue looking for trouble now. Okay, let's go find your companion. Thank you for letting me see the vastness of the sword. We should meet again, and I will become stronger by then. Let's fight again then. After Hawkeye finished speaking, he turned around and left with a smile. Su Kang had no strength at this time. In the battle with Hawkeye, Sharingan overused and consumed all the current chakra. In addition, Su Kang was freed for the first time and fought with all his strength, which completely caused Su Kang to lose the power to continue fighting. After Hawkeye left, Su Kang fell on the deserted island, while the devil suit silently protected Su Kang. I don't know how long it took, but Su King opened his eyes slightly. He could smell a strong smell of sea salt. He moved his body and felt a lot of pain all over his body, but he was still able to stand up. I don't know how long it has been. I didn't expect this guy Hawkeye to be really powerful. Although I didn't use the power of Devil Fruit, I used Sharingan and Shikai, and I was only able to tie with him. He is indeed the world's best swordsman. Su King discovered that his Zanpakuto Shura had changed. The originally black scabbard had now turned a trace of blood red. And if Su King feels more comfortable, the blood color of the scabbard will be more vivid and complete. So that's it. My sword should be the same as Kurosaki Ichigo's Zangetsu. It can maintain the Shikai state for a long time. If I master Bankai, I wonder if I can defeat Hawkeye. Between Su King and Hawkeye the battle made him feel a lot. When he recovered and was almost ready, Su King used his devil fruit power to fly away. Su King first followed the original direction and returned to the sea restaurant Barity, and then found that Sanji and Luffy had left. They left in that direction. Chef Redfoot GP clearly pointed out the direction of Luffy and others for Su King. Su King then flapped his huge devil wings and headed in the direction they said. Fly away. The weather was perfect along the way, and Su King kept moving at a constant speed without consuming much demonic power. He didn't know how long he had been flying, but Su King finally saw an island on the vast sea, so he landed directly on that place. At this time, murlocs can be seen everywhere on the shore. These murlocs have human bodies but have the characteristics of fish. When they saw Su King, they immediately came over and asked, "Who are you? You look good. Are you alive?" "I come from another place." Su King said truthfully. "What should we do?" The two fishmen looked at each other and then discussed. "Anyway, let's take him to Brother Aaron first." The two weak-looking fishmen led Su King to Aaron's location, and Su King did not refuse. He knew that the fishman was still there, which meant that Aaron had not been defeated. Since Aaron was still alive, then time must not have passed long, and Nami and others would definitely be there. On the way to the fish paradise where Aaron was led by the fishmen, Su King saw that many towns had been destroyed. This shows how cruel and evil the fishman Aaron is. But soon, Su King was taken to the Murloc Paradise. The Murloc Paradise in front of him looked very similar to Marine Headquarters Marine Vondo. At this time, Su King was finally brought into a swimming pool-like auditorium. The leader has a jagged nose and the iconic blue skin of a fishman. He also wears yellow short sleeves and has a pattern of the former Sun Pirates on his left chest. And he is naturally the fishman Aaron, the leader of the Dragon Pirates, a pirate more powerful than the Krieg Pirates in the East Daxia Sea. He looked at Su King and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Su King then said, "I'm looking for people like Nami, Luffy, and Usopp. I wonder if you, a half-fish, have ever seen them." At this time, Aaron smiled very arrogantly and said, "You are just a low-class human being, how can you be so arrogant? But I will forgive you this time, and don't let me hear the word half-fish again next time. We fishmen are the evolved form of humans who have the ability to breathe in the sea. With our ability as fish, we are far superior to you." Fishman Aaron said very proudly. Having various abilities beyond human beings, please remember that the primate of all things is the fishman. Human beings who violate the fishmen are equivalent to violating the laws of nature. Aaron said naturally. At this time, a girl had slowly walked forward. "I'm tired of hearing your stupid theories, Aaron." The person who spoke was Nami, who was wearing a pair of sandals and a camisole. At this time, Nami could reveal his shoulders, and the logo of the Aaron Pirates on his shoulders was very dazzling. "Don't put on that scary expression. You are also special among humans. You are an excellent surveyor that Aaron and our team are proud of. You can always draw the correct chart for us." Aaron saw Nami said immediately after appearing. "Of course, I have a different head than you." Nami responded. Nami, have Luffy and the others come to see you? Or did I arrive first? Su King asked. Upon seeing this, Aaron immediately replied, what? So you guys know each other? Chapter 23 Crying Nami. Nami immediately retorted, stop talking nonsense, he is just my prey. This time I got a lot of treasure from him. I didn't even know that I was deceived. I even pursued him shamelessly. It's really stupid. Yes. Su King smiled instead, and then said, Nami, others may not have guessed it, but I already knew the things you hid from me. On the ship, didn't everyone say that I know everything? Su King said, I should have warned you before, right? With just one Aaron, he will not be my opponent. Nami didn't know how to respond to Su King's words. Nami wanted to protect Su King, but Su King said everything, and Nami was stunned for a moment. Ha 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 ha. Next, the entire Aaron paradise was filled with laughter. It's not that this fishman has never heard of arrogant words, but no one has ever dared to say such arrogant words. Ha ha ha. Human being, are you so anxious to die? Aaron looked at Su King and laughed. Ha. Nami, what are you going to do with this guy? Aaron wanted to take advantage of Nami, so he naturally gave Nami some face. Nami waved his hand and said, let him go, he is no longer useful to us, and even killing him has no meaning. Yes, we still need to arrest the invading pirates. Aaron then stood up and didn't take Su King seriously at all. However, at this time, something surprising happened. Aaron's body suddenly made a bang and was covered by a burst of smoke. Run away! In the smoke, Su King seemed to feel someone pulling him. There was no other way, so Su King had to follow him. When the smoke dispersed, Aaron discovered that Su King had disappeared in front of him. A hole. Who is it? Aaron was very angry. It was obvious that the person who attacked him was a human being. And Su King soon discovered that the person who was so heroic just now turned out to be Usopp. Why are you? Where are you taking me, Usopp? Su King asked. Follow me. I'll explain to you when we get there. Usopp pulled Su King and ran away quickly. Soon, Su King was pulled into a village, and Usopp then pulled Su King into a house. What I didn't expect was that all the familiar people were in this house. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Johnny, Joseph, and the blue-haired girl. My name is Nakajayo, and I am Nami's adopted sister. Naturally, the blue-haired girl, like Nami, is the child of Marine, a retired female soldier from Belmere. As for the others who were already here, Su King didn't expect this. Su King. Nyokijayo has already told us. This is exactly what you said. If we want Nami to continue to be our navigator, then we must completely defeat Arlong. Luffy said. However, before that, we have to watch Aaron break his promise. Nyokijayo said. You should have said before that Nami saved the money to save the village, right? As long as Aaron breaks his promise, Nami will never have any hope for Aaron again. Usopp explained. I see, it seems we have to wait a while longer. Su King nodded. However, at this moment, a large wave of fishmen have arrived in Coco West Village, and they are naturally preparing to capture Su King and the so-called invading Straw Hats. No matter how much we wait for the opportunity, we still have to do the work we need to do. Zoro said. Sanji also lit a cigarette, and everyone rushed out of the room. Regarding the group of fishmen in front of them, the Straw Hats naturally did not stop at all and defeated them all. All the fishmen were defeated here. And the news naturally spread like wildfire. Aaron was completely furious, and naturally led all the cotters and fishmen to Kokoyasi village. Despicable human pirates! If you don't come out, I will completely destroy this Coco West village. You don't want all the humans to be buried with you, right? The fishman Aaron threatened. I only count to 5. 5. 4, 3, 2, 1. Aaron was about to destroy the houses in Kokoyashi village, but at this time, Nami took the initiative to stand up. Stop! You are not allowed to attack Koko Nishimura. Nami stretched out his hands to stop him. Is it Nami? Do you also want to stop me? Said the fishman Aaron. Don't forget our agreement. The money has been collected and you will never break your promise. Nami reminded. Aaron smiled and said, of course I won't forget it. If you give me the money, I will naturally stop. However, at this time, all the money Nami saved was taken away by the fishman Aaron. How can this be done? This is my treasure. Nami also said very excitedly. Is it yours? I didn't write your name on it, so whoever finds it will belong to you. I said, where is your 100 million belly? Since you don't have it, then you should stop stopping me from destroying Koko West Village. Or, in other words, are you still willing to make an agreement with me? At this time, the fishman Aaron was very excited. It's so disgusting that Nami couldn't stop laughing. Everyone knows that Aaron sent people to steal Nami's treasure map, and just asked his men to snatch away her 100 million belly in advance. Damn it! It's so abominable. Nami tried to fight back, but Aaron knocked him to the ground easily. You are just as ridiculous as your dead mother. An inferior race like you is only worthy of being ruled by us fishmen. Sorry. I'm serious. Haha. You shouldn't care, right? Or do you want to be my enemy? Aaron and his gang were so angry that Nami had no choice. At this time, the villagers couldn't stand it anymore, and all the villagers took out their farm tools. Although their weapons were confiscated by Aaron, they still planned to fight to the death. The villagers have long known that Nami became a cadre of Aaron's group in order to save the village. Now that Nami's hopes have been disappointed, the villagers naturally unite again and plan to fight back. However, fishmen have a natural advantage, and their wrist strength is 10 times that of humans. Even the minions among the fishmen are stronger than ordinary humans, so the villagers are at an absolute disadvantage as soon as they take action. No. Although Nami tried to stop him, he was knocked to the ground. Don't hurt her. She is our treasure. Although Aaron blamed the fishmen under him, he said with a smile. Seeing that everyone was about to be slaughtered by Aaron, even the strong Nami finally couldn't help crying at this moment. Aaron! Stop it! I'm sorry to everyone. Nami didn't know what was going on with her. What she needed most at this time was the people who made her feel true friendship, the Straw Hats. At this moment, Nami's cry finally came true. If everyone is here, come and help me. Nami shouted this. Immediately afterwards, a long arm stretched out, and an angry fist was punched out instantly. It was also accompanied by a voice, I don't care who you are. But don't make my navigator cry. Chapter 24, Leaving Koko West Village. Bang! This sudden attack hit the fishman Aaron's body impartially, and Aaron was blown away like a cannonball. Brother Aaron! He was punched away. This is impossible. Who is it? Is it a human? All the fishmen were shocked. For them, Aaron was their eldest brother and their backer, but now the backer has collapsed. The person who took action was not Su King, but Luffy. Su King felt that it was more appropriate to let the very charismatic Luffy take action at this moment. BD. BD. Human pirate. I'm going to kill you. Naturally, the fishman Aaron would not be killed by Luffy at this time, so he returned to the battlefield again. As for Aaron's group of cadres, they have also found their corresponding opponents. Hachi vs Zoro. Chu vs Usopp. New partner Sanji fights against the Murloc karate player Kruby. As for Su King, he set his sights on other fish detainers. Zio Hachi's potential in kendo is naturally not as advanced as Zoro's, and the final result is obvious. As for Usopp, although it was a bit difficult, he finally defeated the ink-vomiting chirp by relying on his clever brain. Sanji's leg skills were deep and red-footed Zepp's true pass was enough, so he finally won the battle against Kruby. When an angry Luffy fought with Eren, he naturally didn't get as much benefit from Eren, but Eren was extremely cunning and had to take advantage of the water to fight Luffy from time to time. And Luffy is a user with fruit abilities, so he couldn't take down Arlong for a while. But after the others won, they rescued Luffy. In the end, Luffy used a rubber tomahawk to beat the fishman Eren to the point where he could no longer move, which was considered a complete victory. As for Su Kang, with his weird steps and terrifying swordsmanship, he cut down all the men of the dragon pirates to the ground in one breath. After completely defeating Eren and his group, Kokoyashi village was rescued from the Sea of Misery. Nami looked at everyone, and everyone looked at each other and smiled. However, at this moment, an annoying guy appeared again. Although this man was wearing a marine uniform, he didn't look like a good person at first glance. He smiled very cunningly and said, "Wow! I'm so lucky today. Good job. I watched a wonderful battle. Although it was a coincidence, I never expected that the Murlocs would lose to nameless pirates like you. But thanks to you, the money that was supposed to be given to the dragon pirates and the property hidden in the dragon pirates are all mine. Everyone, put down your weapons. I, Marine, will take all the credit for your achievements." Colonel Mouse of the 16th branch accepted it. Ah! At this time, Zoro grabbed the mouse colonel by the collar and said, "When people are happy, don't come and pour cold water on them." Then he beat the Marines very easily. "If you dare to hit me, I will never let you go." Although Colonel Mouse was beaten and disfigured, he still threatened him verbally. Nami was furious and beat the mouse colonel again. As for Su Kang, he slowly walked to the side of Colonel Mouse and put his knife on Colonel Mouse's neck. The greedy mouse immediately said, "What are you going to do?" "I am Marine." "Yes, I am a pirate, so I can kill you at any time." Su Kang said coldly. "What do you want?" Colonel Mouse asked. "If you want me to spare your life, you must agree to 3 conditions. Otherwise, I will kill you very easily." Su Kang threatened. "You say it, you say it." Colonel Mouse truly felt threatened by Su Kang. First, clean up the remaining fishmen, and second, help rebuild the cities destroyed by the fishman Eren. As for the money, don't touch even a penny, it is the money of this island. Su Kang said after finishing. Nami looked at Su Kang and nodded heavily. After all, what Su Kang wanted to say was what Nami wanted to say. As for the third one, you should know that we defeated Eren, right? Pirates like us who are extremely evil, powerful, and dare to threaten Marine should deserve the highest bounty in the East Daxia Sea? Am I not exaggerating? Su Kang Jong was stunned by the mouse colonel in front of him. "You mean?" Colonel Mouse is a little hesitant to confirm. "That's right, it's what you think. I want our pirate group's bounty to be as high as possible. Upgrade it to the highest level with your authority. Do you understand this time? I have no patience." Su Kang was very fierce. Said. I understand. Colonel Mouse is about to cry. He didn't expect that these days there are all kinds of people, and there would even be pirates threatening him to take the initiative to increase his bounty. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang, Luffy and the others took the initiative to ask Marine to take some handsome and good-looking photos of them, which looked like personal portraits. Su Kang then told Colonel Mouse their information. Colonel Mouse and the Marines then left Coco West Village. Marine number 00733, request to the headquarters. Listen carefully, consider a pirate named Luffy wearing a straw hat, a swordsman named Su Kang, and his associates as enemies of our government. They are a great threat. Eren and his gang, who are already known as the Invincible Fishman Paradise, were defeated by them. Considering their terrifying potential, please set the highest bounty in the East Daxia Sea for this group of people. Submit photos now past. I have extremely detailed information about them. They told me personally. In short, raise the reward amount as high as you can. Colonel Mouse tried his best, not only for Su King, but also for revenge. These pirates. I will make you regret it. Colonel Mouse said harshly. In the following days, not only Kokoyasi village celebrated, but the entire 20 places under Aaron's rule began to hold celebrations. The Straw Hats ate meat and drank wine, and had fun. Johnny and Joseph expressed their intention to go back to being bounty hunters of their own. Su King came to the edge of the cliff, where Nami Naki and others were worshipping their mother Belmel. Have you decided? Are you going to set off with us? Su King asked. When are you leaving? Su King asked. Now. Nami suddenly took Su King's hand and quickly boarded the melee. Hey! Let's go, let's go! Su King shouted. Is it so sudden? Although Zoro and others were puzzled, they boarded the ship as quickly as possible. By the time others reacted, the Straw Hats had already boarded the Mary. 100 million Baileys, left for everyone. Wait a minute. We haven't had time to thank you properly yet. The villagers of Kokoyasi village wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. Nami was very straightforward and jumped directly onto the golden melee. The villagers looked at Nami walking away. But they were helpless. Chapter 25 Heading to Rog Town. At the same time, Nami shook out all the wallets stolen from them. A hole. He actually stole our wallets. Little thief cat. Really, this guy hasn't changed at all. Usopp also said speechlessly. You won't betray us again, will you? Zoro also patted his head and said. Please take care of yourself. Nami waved goodbye to everyone. But Su King naturally understood that the money Nami left behind was naturally far more than the money she had just stolen. It was just a different way to face separation, which was less artificial and more enjoyable. At this moment, at the Marine headquarters, Malin Fanduo was holding a meeting. So this group of people is at least beyond the reach of the branch, right? Asked a senior officer sitting in the audience. Marine, who was responsible for the analysis on the stage, introduced, from before they formed the pirate group, to when they reached the Marine branch Colonel, Axeman Monka, their momentum has been rising and it is simply unstoppable. Buggy the Clown is worth 15 million Baileys. Pirate Admiral Creek is worth 17 million Baileys. The Murloc Pirate's Sawtooth Dragon is worth 20 million Baileys. There are also rumors that Su King, the most powerful among them, had a duel with Hawkeye of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, but the outcome is unknown, but the result is that he is still alive. The analyzing officer added, everyone knows the meaning of what he said. In the East Daxia Sea, where the average is only 3 million Baileys, these people were considered big pirates just now, but they were defeated by them. Therefore, the first reward for this man named Luffy was as high as 30 million Baileys. As for the one named Su King, because there is no clear evidence that he defeated Shishibukai, his reward amount is set at 50 million Baileys. This is considered a special case in the world. However, at present, it seems that the amount of these bounties is not high. This new trend should be eradicated as soon as possible to prevent it from getting stronger in the future. As soon as he left Kokoyasi village, Su King once again heard a very familiar voice. Ding ding ding! Congratulations! Host! You have successfully signed in at Koko West Village. Congratulations! You got the magical bag. Suddenly, a very delicate little bag appeared on Su King's waist. As before, Su King was very curious about what the system gave him, so he played with it and asked about it. System, what is this magical bag? In addition to the demon suit that can be transformed freely, this is the first time Su King has obtained such a strange prop. The system then began to explain, the magic bag, as the name suggests, is very magical. If you need anything, you can take it directly from the bag, but there is a limit of 3 times a day. That is to say, you can take out any item you want from the bag. As long as you really want it, you can get whatever you want. After the system explained, Su King nodded excitedly. So, where's the devil fruit? Su King asked excitedly. Unfortunately, the system poured cold water on Su King. Except some special items. Although I said you can get anything, I am referring to some common items, such as drinks, Baileys, food, and the like. The system did not expect Su King to want devil fruit. Besides, you can no longer eat the devil fruits in this world because you already have a super devil fruit. Su King confirmed again and again, and then he understood the function of this magical bag. The biggest function of the magic bag is actually supply. When everyone is short of food and water, they can take it out from this bag at any time. Even Bailey can take it out. It can be said to be an artifact. At this time, it was another sunny noon, cloudless, and the sea was very calm. There are many seagulls in the sky. At this time, a bird with a newspaper bag hanging on it fell from the sky. This bird was naturally a messenger on the sea, a news bird. Nami bought a newspaper, and the newspaper also included the latest bounty pirates in the East Daxia Sea. Nami didn't know it until she looked at it. Only after looking at it did she realize that 2 big bosses had appeared on her pirate ship. Luffy. Su King. You 2 have been put a bounty on Marine's head. Nami said in horror. Being put on a bounty means that they have embarked on a road of no return. At this time, Luffy looked at his 30 million belly bounty very proudly and showed off to others. And Su King saw that his reward was already 50 million. I didn't expect the initial reward to reach such a high amount. It seems that Colonel Rat is really afraid of me. Su King couldn't help but snickered. You haven't understood the situation of pretending. This means that people are eyeing your lives. Nami has a headache, which means that future adventures will be more difficult. Bounties at the level of Su King and Luffy are enough to attract the attention of marines and powerful bounty hunters. At this moment, Newsbird has distributed Su King and Luffy's bounty all over the world. And Nami and others are planning how to enter the Grand Channel. It seems that the Great Channel can only be entered from the Upside Down Mountain, but how to enter, we don't know exactly. Nami had a headache. As a navigator, it was impossible to be trivial. At this time Su King came out and said, there are 4 sea areas in the world, and we are located in the East Daxia Sea. If you want to enter the Great Channel, you must enter Upside Down Mountain. First, follow the sea current to the top of the mountain. Finally, follow the sea current from the mountain and you will reach the entrance of the Great Channel. As for the next stop, I think it will be in Rog Town. Su King, who knew the plot, naturally made a plan for the next step. Rog Town? That's what I mean too. Nami nodded, finally meeting someone with whom he could communicate. What? Is that a famous place for meat? Luffy asked. Alias, the town of beginning and end, I remember hearing it like this. Zoro said very leisurely. This is One Piece, the town where Gold Roger died. The town where One Piece died. Luffy seemed to have remembered something. Going? Nami asked. I want to see the town where the man who got One Piece, the man who got everything in the world, was born and died. Luffy said firmly. In the following time, Su King carefully digested the previous battle with Hawkeye, and worked hard to refine and condense chakra. Naturally, his strength improved. Although he has the magical bag, Su King still has to go to Rog Town to sign in. After all, for him, he can become stronger by going to the important places where Luffy should go. With Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Zoro, Luffy, and Su King himself on board, there are already 6 people on board. This kind of adventure is becoming less and less lonely. Everyone blended in easily and became real partners. Time passed quickly, and finally, the Straw Hat team arrived at Rog Town, the last town in the East Daxia Sea before the entrance to the Great Channel. Chapter 26 Smoker. Everyone stepped off the boat, and when they looked up, they saw the huge words Rog Town. People were coming and going around, and it was very lively. This was once a town where pirates who aimed at the Great Channel gathered. You can buy everything you need, Nami reminded. Okay. I'm going to collect some equipment for the big adventure that's about to begin, Usopp said enthusiastically. It seems that I can buy good ingredients. There are also beautiful women. Sanji, the sexy chef, naturally noticed a lot of young ladies, which exposed his coquettish personality. I also have something I want to buy, Zoro said. Oh. What did you buy? Nami's words confused Zoro, and then Nami showed a sinister smile. Okay. I want to see the execution platform. I want to see the place where One Piece is executed, Luffy said very excitedly, and then disappeared into the crowd. Hey! We haven't decided on the meeting place yet, Usopp shouted, but Luffy had disappeared without a trace, and then he said speechlessly, there's really nothing we can do about him. Then just listen to me. Let's go shopping around, buy what you need to buy, and then go back to the boat and wait. Su Kang's arrangement was very reasonable. By the way, take this thing. If you need rescue, just pull it. Su Kang then took out a few cloud-piercing arrows directly from his magic bag. As the saying goes, an arrow pierces the clouds and thousands of troops come to meet you. After everyone saw it, they went to support. Su Kang and Luffy have completely opposite personalities, one is carefree, and the other is extremely meticulous. Su Kang is still thoughtful. After everyone finished speaking, they planned to separate. Don't you have anything you want to buy? Nami asked looking at Su Kang. I don't know yet, let's go shopping first. I have money myself, I don't need you to borrow it, haha. Su Kang saw through Nami's plan early in the morning. Nami obviously wanted to lend Su Kang a loan shark and kill Su Kang. Kang. Well, it's such a pity. Nami felt a little disappointed. She didn't expect that Su Kang was really hard to deceive. Immediately afterwards, Luffy was very excited to look for the execution platform of One Piece. Sanji looked for ingredients and feasted his eyes on them. Nami went to try on various clothes but didn't buy anything, and Usopp went to the grocery store with weird products. Su Kang was walking on the street very comfortably. After traveling to this world, Su Kang felt peaceful and comfortable for the first time. It would be great if he could stay in this city safely for a while. However, Su Kang is very clear that since he has traveled to this world and possesses such a heaven-defying cheat, he will naturally become a legend on the sea. If he lives a mediocre life, then coming to the pirate world is really in vain. Just when Su Kang was distracted, a pirate jumped out of nowhere. This pirate looked very arrogant, and at this moment he actually allowed his men to rob nearby. Grab them all. This is the precious food that I, Mikazuki Karaki-sama, used to become One Piece. The pirate said proudly, just hand it over with gratitude. However, at this time, the white-haired man with two large cigars in his mouth had already walked in front of the pirate. Who is your leader? The man asked very domineeringly. Who is your kid? Is it Monkey D. Luffy? Or Su Kang? What nonsense are you talking about? Marine. The pirate saw Marine and felt something was wrong. Let me test whether you are worthy of breaking into the town under Lao Zi's jurisdiction. The man was very domineering and ready to go head-to-head with the pirates. Smoker. Su Kang recognized the identity of the white-haired man at a glance, but he didn't say anything more and just watched quietly from the side. Kill him. The pirate who calls himself Mikazuki Kali ordered his younger brother to rush out. However, the smoker in front of him is the user of Logia's smoke fruit. In the East Daxia Sea, with Logia's ability, he can be said to be almost invincible. This group of pirates was instantly defeated by Smoker, who caught the group very easily. Marine next to him said, "It's amazing." As expected of Colonel Smoker, he defeated the Straw Hats so easily. "Are your eyes just for decoration? How could this guy be the Straw Hats? If such a small character was worth 30 million belly, the world would be over," Smoker said. "So, where are Luffy and Su King?" Marine asked awkwardly. "Luffy doesn't know, but Su King is right here. Have you seen enough? Pirate Su King." Su King did not expect that Smoker, such a big person, could be both rough and thin, and he had already discovered himself while fighting. Therefore, Su King no longer concealed his identity and walked out directly. As expected of Colonel Smoker of Marine, he is so sharp. Su King stepped forward and slowly lowered his hood, revealing himself. Smoker smiled slightly and said, "Now that you have arrived in Rog Town, there is no need to move forward. As the pirate with the highest reward in the East Daxia Sea, as long as you are caught, your accomplices will naturally fall apart, right?" Su King shook his head and said, "That's wrong. Catching me doesn't mean you can capture them. What's more, you can't capture me at all." "Oh? Are you so confident?" Smoker asked. Now he was ready to fight. "Yes, that's how confident you are." After Su King finished speaking, the two of them stopped talking. Immediately afterwards, Smoker had already taken the initiative to rush towards Su King. Smoker was very cautious. Although he was a little arrogant, he did not underestimate Su King. As soon as he made a move, he used his smoke fruit ability. Smoker shouted, "White smoke launcher!" Then he rushed towards Su King at an extremely fast speed, trying to catch Su King as quickly as possible. Su King, on the other hand, did a continuous backflip and avoided Smoker's impact with his flexible body. Smoker was also very frightened when he saw this. This guy is so fast, even with the use of the white smoke launcher, he can't catch up with him. Smoker obviously wouldn't stop because of this, he simply punched him. White fist. Smoker's white fist actually turns his wrist into smoke to increase his speed and attack distance. Su King knew that the opponent was Logia, so this time he did not dodge and chose to go natural. Don't forget that Su King's devil fruit has the advantages of animal, paramecia, and Logia. Smoker was shocked when Smoker's white fist hit Su King's body but was directly passed through. Devil fruit. Logia. This guy is actually one of the rare Logia fruit users. Seeing this, Smoker no longer dared to look down upon Su King. He drew his weapon 10 hands directly from his back, and then used his white smoke to flexibility and speed. Ready to use the weapons in hand to defeat Su King. Su King is not even afraid of sea water, so naturally he will not be afraid of Smoker's sea stone weapon. However, Su King planned to conceal this for the time being, so he directly pulled out the Shura from his waist. At this time, Shura was filled with blood red and could fuse his power to Su King at any time. However, Su King did not intend to do this, because the opponent in front of him was not a Shishibukai like Hawkeye, but a Logia fruit user, Marine Colonel Smoker. If you have to use Shura to deal with just a Smoker, it will really insult the name of Shura. Chapter 27 Marine Siege. To deal with an enemy of Smoker's level, just using swordsmanship is absolutely enough. Therefore, Su King pulled out Shura and Dang King. The two weapons collided with each other. It can be said that an expert will know if there is anything as soon as he takes action. Smoker felt that his strength was easily removed by the opponent. It was obvious that the opponent's knife was not a decoration. What a surprise! I didn't expect that this guy is not only a devil fruit user, but also a swordsman. It's really troublesome. Although Smoker had a headache, he still waved the weapon in his hand again and again. I am still very confident in my abilities. In the past, Su King thought that he might not be Smoker's opponent with his swordsmanship. However, after Su King's battle with Hawkeye and his previous understanding of the way of swordsmanship, Su King's swordsmanship level at this time had already reached a very high level. Realm. The smoker in front of me is naturally not enough. After a few rounds, Smoker was beaten until he was out of breath. Su Kangda could kill Smoker instantly, but that would be more than worth the gain. After all, killing Smoker would greatly affect the original plot. A whole pirate. I didn't expect you to be quite strong. It seems that the highest reward in the East Daxia Sea is not a waste. Smoker gave Su King high praise. Su King also said, "You are indeed Smoker. Compared with the average marine general, he is indeed much more powerful. However, in front of me, he is still a bit unsatisfied. Humph. Don't be proud. I will catch you right away. Throw you into prison." Smoker then shouted, "White man." This move uses the smoke fruit to transform his whole body into smoke, and then entangles the opponent. It is also considered one of Smoker's more powerful moves. But Su King naturally said sarcastically, "Don't forget, I am also Logia's, so your attacks can't do anything to me." Sure enough, as soon as Smoker came over, he found that Su King had naturalized, and his whole body turned into black elements, and he didn't know what they were. Smoker had no choice but to continue fighting Su King in close combat. "What kind of fruit are you? I have never seen this kind of Logia fruit," Smoker asked while fighting. "Hey! I won't tell you." Su King almost pd Smoker to death. "If you have the ability, don't use the fruit's power," Smoker shouted. He felt that Su King's Logia ability was very annoying. Su King retorted, "You are no match for me in close combat. Your fruit abilities are all Logias. You can't do anything to me. Why don't you let me go? Don't dwell on me any longer. It's not good for everyone." Humph. "I won't give up." Smoker, as a marine, would definitely not be able to compromise with the pirates. Su King saw that Smoker didn't know how to praise, so he said, "You are the one who is shameless, so don't blame me for getting angry. Come on." Although Smoker didn't understand what Su King meant, he was still ready to end it. Smoker shouted again, this time, "White blast!" His limbs turned into smoke, blowing around with an extremely powerful storm. "That's it." Su King laughed, and then his whole person became a little different. There seemed to be a layer of devil's coat attached to his whole body, and the power of darkness around him became thicker and thicker. "Since you are called White Gale, how about I call you Black Gale?" After Su King finished speaking, he controlled the power of darkness and rushed towards Smoker with all his strength. Smoker was shocked. "How is it possible? How do you have such a powerful imitation ability?" In fact, Su King used the Sharingan to copy Smoker's move, and then used the power of the devil to release it again. Smoker and Marine were blown away in an instant, and then fell to the side of the road, seemingly unconscious. Oh, what a surprise! Su King saw that the people around him were already looking at him, so he immediately left the place. Su King came to the door of a cafe inadvertently. He was about to go in and hide for a while, but found two men at the door of the cafe, who seemed to be scaring a woman. "Don't be wordy. Our leader was arrested and imprisoned by her." "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" the woman with blue-black hair asked. "Yeah, if this continues, we can't swallow this breath. We will throw your body in front of him," the two pirates threatened. "I know, I'm happy to accompany you." The blue-haired woman then easily chopped her opponent to the ground. The woman accidentally fell to the ground and dropped her glasses in front of Zoro. Oh, what a pair of enemies! The identity of the woman in front of him was Marine, but she looked exactly like Zoro's old friend Kuina. Su King couldn't even imagine the subsequent development. Therefore, Su King quickly left this place where he was spreading dog food. "Oh, it's so boring. It's a rare trip out, but I met a smoker on the front foot and Dashki on the back foot." Su King was really bored, so he found a barber shop and planned to trim his waist-length hair. "How to cut it?" This customer, the boss asked very politely. My hair is too long, just cut it short, let's do a haircut, dye it white. Su King had plenty of money and time, so he naturally spent some time in the barber shop. Are you satisfied? At this time, Su King couldn't recognize himself when he saw himself in the mirror. With white back and white eyebrows, the whole person looks like something out of an anime. Su King gave the boss a tip, and the moment he walked out of the door, he used the devil suit to change into Virgil's clothes from Devil May Cry. The whole person has completely changed his style. However, at this moment, the atmosphere on the street has undergone extreme changes. The originally peaceful street is full of panic. The entire town of Rog has become overcast, and many people on the streets are running away. Su King quickly asked, "Excuse me, what happened?" The young lady said in horror, "Pirates have invaded Rog Town." "Where?" Su King asked. "On the execution platform," the young lady replied and immediately ran away. Could it be Luffy? After Su King heard this, he was naturally worried for his companions. At this time, beautiful fireworks appeared with a bang above somewhere in Rog Town. The fireworks finally revealed the Straw Hat Pirates logo. Oh no, there is a signal. This means that our companions are in crisis. Su King immediately rushed to the place where the signal was sent. Unexpectedly, the place where the signal was emitted was the execution platform square. At this time, on the execution platform, the clown buggy has locked Luffy, obviously wanting to kill Luffy. "You're going to die, Luffy." The clown buggy was about to kill him. Sanji and Zoro had already rushed out. But Arita and others who had eaten the slippery fruit temporarily stopped Sanji and Zoro. And Su King can already see the ambush of Marine around him. As soon as the gun fires, all the pirates will be surrounded by Marine. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the execution platform impartially. Because Luffy was made of rubber, he was unscathed. Instead, Buggy the Clown was struck by lightning. At this time, all the Marines from Rog Town appeared and soon surrounded all the pirates. Chapter 28, Entering Upside Down Mountain. The pirates and Marines started fighting, and when Su King saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Monkey D. Long. It really scared me to death just now, Su King muttered to himself. Run away, Luffy. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to get to the Grand Line. Sanji and others said. Let's go. I'll cut off the queen for you. Su King said. Sorry to trouble you. Luffy knew Su King's ability, so he naturally chose to trust him. He followed Sanji, Zoro and others and ran towards the port quickly. Smoker also ordered at this time, I will never let them go. However, Marine was soon chopped down to the ground by Su King, and Marine could only watch Su King and the Straw Hats walk away like this. In the name of Marine Colonel Smoker, I will never let them escape this island. Smoker then took action again. At this time, Su King keenly captured a powerful person. Su King followed him in an instant, and the man asked, What do you do for me, sir? Monkey D. Dragon? I am Luffy's companion. Su King revealed Dragon's identity in one breath. Oh? You know me? You can still keep up with me. It seems that you have good strength and super judgment. Long did not admit his identity, but he did not deny it either. Thank you for your compliment. I have nothing to do. Since you came to see Luffy, I will represent Luffy and meet you to show my respect. Su King's words revealed a hint of respect, but more of a kind of confidence. Ha! Having you as Luffy's partner will save me a lot of trouble. Let the wind blow. The storm of fate is coming. After the dragon finished speaking, he disappeared. What a strange father, so neurotic. Su King then ignored Long and quickly chased after Luffy and others. Su King knew that Monkey D. Long should buy some time for everyone. Due to rain, Buggy's men failed to burn the Mary. Soon Usopp, Nami and others returned and jumped onto the ship as quickly as possible. Due to Marine's continued attack, Nami and others had to sail ahead of time. I originally thought that Smoker would buy a lot of time for Straw Hat and others to deal with Buggy the Clown, Arita, and others. However, because of Smoker's ability, he easily caught Buggy, Arita, and others. Riding a motorcycle, Smoker had already caught up with Luffy and others. Tashigi starts fighting Zoro. Luffy then started fighting Smoker. As for Su King, he jumped onto the boat with Sanji. Zoro Luffy hasn't boarded the boat yet, but we have to leave. Nami had no choice. The current was too strong and there was no way to reach the shore at this time. Zoro defeated Dusky and finally chose to show mercy. Luffy is not Smoker's opponent at all. After all, it can be said that today's Logia ability users are difficult to defeat. But in the end, Monkey D. Dragon appeared and directly used his ability to blow a strong wind. Finally, Luffy and Zoro got rid of Smoker and others' pursuit. In the end, Luffy used his rubber power to launch Zoro and him onto the Mary. Finally, all members of the Straw Hat team arrived. Although this trip to Rog Town was very embarrassing, it could be said that there was no danger, and everyone finally completed what they wanted to do. The storm was still there, but the wind was blowing in the right direction. The Melly quickly disappeared into the sea. Even if Marine wanted to look for them, he couldn't find them at all. The Straw Hats and the others have completely escaped from Rogue Town and are completely safe. Not long after the Melee sailed, everyone saw the lighthouse standing in the distance. "Look at that light," Nami prompted. "Is it the lighthouse on the island?" Usopp asked. "The guiding light. The entrance to the Great Channel is at the end of the light," Nami said. "Is the Great Channel just in front of that?" Luffy couldn't hold back his excitement. Everyone was very excited, and Sanji suggested, "To celebrate that our ship is about to enter the Great Channel, let's have a launching ceremony." Sanji then put his feet on the barrel and said, "I'm here to find all blue." Luffy also put his foot down and said confidently, "I want to become One Piece. I want to become a great swordsman." Zoro also put his foot down and answered very ambitiously, "I'm here to draw a map of the world." Nami said, I want to become a brave sea warrior." Usopp also summoned up the courage to say. Only Su King remained silent, and everyone looked at him in confusion. "Do I want it too?" Su King asked. "Nonsense!" Everyone yelled, "Come on! Tell us about your dreams." Su King thought for a while, and finally put his feet up, and then said, I am here to make all your wishes come true." "It's great, but, is this true? How could anyone have such a wish?" Usopp was skeptical. "I believe him," Luffy said with a smile. "We all believe it." The companions finally said in unison, and Su King felt very warm in his heart. Being able to become partners with the protagonists of the original work and go on adventures with them is really something I have always dreamed of. "Let's go to the Grand Channel," Luffy announced. Everyone lifted their feet up and put them back down. The next thing that was left was to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the next adventure. At this time, the voice that Su King had been thinking about day and night appeared again. "Ding ding ding! Congratulations, host! Congratulations on successfully entering and leaving Rog Town. Sign in successfully. The system rewards you with the blood of the Uzumaki clan in the Hokage ninja world." "What? The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan?" Su King was happy now. "I had worked hard to condense chakra before, but I didn't expect that chakra would now come to my door. Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is powerful, on the one hand because he is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and on the other hand because he was born with the blood of the Uzumaki clan. The chakra is far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Now that the system has rewarded Su King with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, Su King's total amount of chakra has naturally improved greatly. Although Su King cannot maintain the double Megatama Sharingan state now, the usage time has been greatly increased than before. In this way, it is possible to use ninjutsu in future battles. Su King is still looking forward to future rewards. Some people may ask, since Su King possesses chakra, why doesn't he study a genin technique? In fact, Su King also studied some ninjutsu, such as Raise Nan, in his free time. However, Su King didn't know how to use magic at all. Except for Sharingan, Su King didn't know any other magic. Time passed in a series of research and improvements. Hey! I saw it! I saw incredible mountains! Luffy suddenly called everyone out from the deck. There was a huge mountain in front of him. The clouds blocked his view and he couldn't see the top of the mountain. Is this the Red Earth continent? Luffy asked excitedly. Chapter 29 Kuritas. Zoro held the telescope and saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but said, "This is amazing. The sea water is really climbing up the mountain." Soon, the melee followed the sea water and rushed towards the top of Upside Down Mountain. After a while, the melee flew directly to the top of the mountain. It didn't stay on the top of the mountain for long, and the melee rushed directly down the mountain. But soon, everyone heard a strange cry. "Did you hear anything just now?" Zoro asked. "What did you say?" Nami asked. After all, the downward moving melee made too much noise. "Didn't you hear any strange noises?" Zoro asked again. "Is that the sound of wind? It must be because the terrain here is so strange," Nami said with certainty. However, Usopp saw an unknown object in front of him. "Hey! Miss Nami, I see a mountain in front of me," Usopp said. "Impossible." In Nami's memory, after entering the Grand Channel, there were no mountains in the middle. "But it does exist," Usopp said truthfully. "Whatever. Go ahead." Luffy still looked very excited. "Don't worry. It's okay." Su King comforted him, and Usopp felt relieved. What Su King said was always reassuring, because so far, everything Su King said was 100% correct. Except for the twin capes in front, it should all be the sea. Nami also agreed. However, when everyone finally came down, they discovered that the thing in front of them was not a mountain at all, but a huge whale with scars all over its head. Everyone fell into panic instantly. Everyone wanted to turn the rudder to the left to avoid the huge whale in front of them, but the rudder was broken at this time. At this time, Su King once again made a handsome appearance. He stopped Luffy from firing the cannon and fully attached the Devil Fruit ability to himself. Then the shadow behind Su King immediately became extremely huge. "Stop!" Su King pushed the whale's body with his palm, and the melee stopped in place unscathed. Although the melee had stopped in place without incident, Nami, Usopp, and others still closed their eyes tightly, not daring to look at what was happening. "Why, there's no sound. What happened?" Usopp and the others then opened their eyes. When they saw that Su King actually stopped the melee from hitting the whale, everyone felt relieved. "If it hadn't been for Su King, we might have died." Nami still shuddered a little when she thought about the scene just now. It would be a joke if everyone just crossed the Great Channel and the ship crashed and everyone was killed. Zoro, Luffy, and others also swallowed their saliva. Seeing that the ship had completely stopped, Su King naturally put away his demonic power. "Quick! Run away! Now!" Zoro said immediately. Then everyone paddled quickly, and the melee quickly passed through the gap next to the whale. The whale roared, but everyone covered their ears. "My ears hurt so much! Get away from him quickly!" Usopp shouted. However, the whale opened its mouth unexpectedly, and then the Golden Mary and the Straw Hats were swallowed into the whale's belly so easily. "Hey! Su King! Do something quickly!" Nami urged immediately. "Yes. We are already like this, why are you still taking your time?" Usopp almost burst into tears. "Hey, why are you so nervous? Didn't you just get swallowed by a whale? Su King still didn't care. Everyone almost fainted. In this way, the whale swallowed everyone and the melee into its mouth, and closed its mouth. However, Luffy was unfortunately separated from his friends. However, when everyone thought that they were bound to die, they discovered that there was a different world around them. Hey, what do you think? Sanji asked. What do you think? What do you think I should think? At this time, Zoro didn't know how to answer Sanji. I thought we must have been swallowed by a whale. Are we dreaming? Sanji looked at the small island next to the melee. There was a small house on the small island. Looking at the surrounding clouds and the colored sea, Su King said, maybe you won't believe it, but we are in the belly of the whale now. No way. Nami also couldn't believe it. But if it's really inside the whale's belly, what do the island and the house mean? Nami asked. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from not far in front of the melee, and a huge squid rushed out. The Straw Hats and others were preparing to fight. However, weapons shot out from the house, and finally knocked down the giant squid easily. At this moment, a figure walked out of the room. This man was wearing a red shirt and round glasses, but his hair was weird and seemed to have a lot of flowers in it. Who is this, Grandpa? You defeated this giant squid very easily. Was it to save us? Finally the old man walked out and finally sat on the bench and read the newspaper. What are you talking about? Sanji couldn't help complaining. The old man looked at the melee belatedly and said, oh? So there is someone there. Grandpa, where is this place and who are you? Can you tell me something? Sanji asked very directly. When you ask someone a question, it's polite to state your name first, isn't it? The grandfather asked. Upon seeing this, Zoro immediately said, that's right, I'm so sorry, my name is. As a result, the old man actually took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Culottes, I am the lighthouse keeper of Gemini Cape, I am 71 years old, Gemini, type EPUB. Zoro said angrily, can I kill him? You asked me where this is? You broke into my private resort and you sounded so arrogant. Do you think this is a rat's belly? After Kuritas finished speaking, everyone became more sure that it has indeed been eaten by a whale. Wait a minute, what will happen to us? I don't want to be digested. Nami said very worriedly. The exit is right there. Kuritas pointed, but he didn't expect that there was a gate in the belly of the whale. Wait a minute, why is there an exit in the whale's belly? Nami said very puzzled. As a result, everyone discovered that the sky, sea, and seagulls in the belly of the whale were actually paintings. But when everyone was about to leave, the whale started to ripple. Everyone on the melee and the small island in Kuritas began to shake violently. Has it started yet? Kuritas said mysteriously. What started? Please explain. Usopp also asked anxiously. Chapter 30 Whale Laboon. This whale started to hit the red continent with its head. Kuritas said. I see. Did this person want to kill him inside the whale? Let's leave quickly. There is no obligation to rescue this whale. Sanji, Zoro and others said. At this time, everyone was rowing desperately, trying to get out of the whale's belly. However, at this moment, Kuritas jumped into the whale's stomach acid, and after a while, Kuritas began to crawl toward a small door above the exit. Suddenly, a loud "ah" was heard, and 3 figures suddenly flew in from the small door. Those people are, Kuritas is a little unsure. However, Su King, who was among the Straw Hats, recognized the origin of the person at a glance. One of them is Luffy, the other is an agent of Baroque Walker wearing green clothes, and the other is Vivi, the princess of Alabasta with blue hair. The 3 of them just fell into the sea of stomach acid. Help me! Luffy said before sinking into stomach acid. The whale slowly stabilized, and everyone rescued the 3 people who fell into the water. Who are these people? Mr. 9. Blue-haired Vivi asked. These guys are pirates, probably, Miss Wednesday. Mr. 9, with orange hair and a crown, responded. At this time, Kuritas came back and said very sternly, "You villains are still there. As long as I am still here, you will never be allowed to touch a hair of Laboon. Even if you say so, we still can't go back. Killing this whale is our mission. You can't stop us from hunting today." Vivi and her partner sang in harmony. "Watch me make a big hole in his stomach." The Baroque duo picked up the cannon and tried to bombard the inside of the whale's body. However, at this time Kuritas rushed up and used his body to block the 2 shells. Immediately after 2 bang sounds, the shell exploded. That old man actually used his body to block the cannonball. Usopp looked very shocked. He had never seen anyone do this for a whale. "Is he protecting the whale?" Sanji said. "Ha ha ha. Stop doing meaningless things," Vivi said. "If you want to protect it so much, then give it a try. This whale will become food in our town," Mr. 9 said very proudly, as if he was determined to win the whale Laboon. However, at this time, Luffy took the initiative and repaired the 2 of them. "I beat them for some reason," Luffy said. Soon, Kuritas invited everyone to return to his island. "Thank you for helping me, although I don't know why." Kulotas thanked him. "I'm not trying to help you, I just don't understand them for some reason," Luffy said. "I said what are you doing here?" Luffy asked. "What are you doing in the belly of this whale?" everyone asked. "The target of these bad guys is Laboon. If they catch Laboon, they will starve the town of food for 2 or 3 years. Laboon is the name of this whale. He is an island whale that only lives in West Blue, the world. The largest whale in the world." Kuritas briefly introduced Laboon. "There is a reason why this guy keeps crashing into the Red Earth continent and keeps roaring towards the upside-down mountain." Then, Kuritas told everyone the story of what happened between the whale Laboon and the Lumba pirates. "Listen. Okay, let me take you out of here." Kuritas then boarded the melee with the Straw Hats and led everyone from the exit. What an amazing water channel! It's a good thing he's still alive with so many holes in his stomach. Everyone was very surprised. "I'm a doctor, don't look at me like this," Kuritas said proudly. "And he must be the ship's doctor on Gold Roger's ship." Su Kang, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, shocking everyone. "No way! This old man actually..." Everyone looked at Su Kang and Kuritas in disbelief. "Really?" Luffy asked, staring at Kuritas. "Well, guess." Kuritas looked at Su Kang awkwardly and said, "Sir, who are you?" Su Kang first bowed his head slightly with respect, and then said, "Of course we are all pirates, pursuing the distance and the sea. My name is Su Kang, and the initial bounty is 50 million belly. Yes, it's so scary. It seems that the sea is going to be lively again." Kuritas cleverly avoided the entanglement between himself and One Piece Roger. But Luffy immediately invited, "Grandpa is so powerful, why don't you come on our ship and be our ship's doctor?" "That's not necessary. I no longer have the strength to act like you do. I'm getting old after all." "Is that why you treated Laboon in the belly of the whale?" Only then did everyone understand the whole story. "That's right, his injury is very serious and can no longer be treated externally." "Okay, I'm going to open it." Kuritas then opened the door, and then everyone finally took the melee and left the whale Laboon. Somewhere in the body came out. At this time, Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 woke up one after another, and while everyone was chatting, the topic of why Laboon's friends had not appeared so far came up. "I have received news that the Lombard pirates have escaped and fled the Grand Line," Kuritas said. "No? Then why didn't you tell Laboon? That way she wouldn't hurt herself again." Nami and others said. It would be nice if it were that simple. Kurata said. Did they ignore their previous agreement? Sanji also felt that these people were a little unreasonable. The Great Channel is such a scary place. Maybe they have given up taking risks. Kurata said, not too sure. No, the Lombard pirates did not escape the Great Channel. Su King said. Why do you say that? Everyone was very interested in Su King's words. So far, everything Su King said was correct. Among his companions, everyone gave Su King a nickname, Prophet, or said, it is more appropriate to call him a prophet. I can feel that all the Lumba pirates have died in the Great Channel, but one person is still alive. Su King was trying to confuse things, while Kurata's looked unbelieving. Oh? Who is it? Kurata's asked deliberately. He almost remembered everyone's names. It's a man named Brook, a musician. He should be in the first half of the Great Channel, and I feel that we will meet sooner or later. After Su King finished talking about Brook, Kurata's was stunned. Su King seems to really be able to know everything. Chapter 31 The Agreement between Luffy and Laboon. But at this time, the tranquilizer on the whale Laboon's body seemed to have lost its effect, and Laboon went crazy again and began to attack the melee. At this moment, Luffy launched an attack on the whale Laboon in one go. Although Luffy was very powerful, the fight seemed very fierce. Everyone believed that Luffy would never hurt Laboon the whale, but everyone just didn't understand what Luffy wanted to do for a while. This guy? What do you mean? Sanji and others looked at it for a long time but didn't understand. If this continues, both Laboon and Luffy will be injured. Nami said very worriedly. No way, we must stop them. Usopp was ready to take action. Don't be impatient, Luffy will naturally have his own ways. Su King stopped everyone who wanted to get involved. At this time, Luffy was knocked away by Laboon, but he stood up and said, it's a draw. I'm very strong. Do you want to beat me? We haven't decided the winner yet, so we have to continue fighting. Although your companions are dead, I will always be your opponent. Let's fight again and see who is stronger. After we circle the Grand Line, we will come back to you, and then let's fight again. Luffy said with a smile. And the whale Laboon suddenly felt that his existence had meaning again, and endless tears burst out of his eyes. Then Luffy drew an extremely ugly straw hat painting on the head of Laboon the whale, and said, before you come back, don't hit him. Everyone looked at it and smiled lightly. This seemed to be a perfect ending. Afterwards, everyone worked hard to repair the melee, and then prepared to leave the Twin Capes and officially enter the Great Channel. As for Princess Vivi and his partner, Su King had already seen their departure, but he did not take action. He just sent there the record pointer was secretly retrieved. At this time, everyone was busy working before departure, but Nami shouted that the compass was broken. At this time, Su King took the initiative to come out and gave the record pointer to Nami and said, the islands of the Grand Route contain a large amount of magnetic minerals, so the magnetic field along the entire route is very abnormal, and the sea currents and wind directions are unpredictable. Therefore, if you want to sail on the Great Channel, you must have a recording pointer, which is what I gave you. This is a special compass that can record magnetic force. Without this kind of thing, it is impossible to travel on the waterway. After Su King's highlight moment, there was Kurata's applause. It seems that some of you have done your homework in advance. He is right. What is known now is that the islands scattered throughout the Great Channel are connected together by magnetic force according to certain laws, that is to say, you need to use the recording pointer to record the magnetic force connecting the islands, so that you can find the route to the next island. In this sea area where it is impossible to even grasp the exact position, the only thing we can rely on is the magnetic force recorded by the recording pointer. First of all, you have to choose one of the 7 magnetic lines extending from this upside-down mountain. However, no matter which island you start from, the route will eventually be fixed on a line, and then you will eventually reach that island. Rav drew the end of the Great Line. Only one piece has ever reached that island in history. It can be said to be a legendary island. After Kuritas and Su King finished speaking, the Straw Hat's understanding of the Great Channel deepened a lot. Then, it should be there. One Piece. Usopp said. Who knows? Although this theory is the most convincing, no one has been there. Kuritas said. Aren't you the ship's doctor of One Piece? Usopp asked. Look. What's flying in the sky? Kuritas said. Everyone then turned their heads, and when they looked back, Kuritas was already preparing to leave. Knowing that Kuritas didn't want to talk about things related to Roger, everyone naturally stopped pressing him. Then, because Luffy ate all the food cooked by Sanji, Sanji attacked Luffy, and Nami's record pointer was eventually damaged. You guys! Do you know the importance of this thing? Nami was about to get angry, but Kuritas still waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll give you mine as a thank you for saving Laboon. Kuritas finally handed his pointer to Nami, who kept it properly. However, at this time Vivi and his partner suddenly appeared, lowered their attitude and said, "We have something to ask for." Later, they told Luffy and others about their idea of going to Whiskey Peak. Whiskey Peak? What is that? Luffy asked. The first stop of one of the great routes. Su King reminded, and everyone finally understood. Yes, it's still the town where we live. Our boat is broken. Mr. Nine said. Why do you think we will help you? You just wanted to kill Laboon, right? Nami asked, Who are you? Mr. Nine replied, I am the king. Who would believe it? Nami couldn't help complaining. Vivi said, I can't say. However, we want to go back to town, and we don't want to be so sneaky. But no matter what, our company is always mysterious, so we can't say anything. Mr. Nine and Vivi said. Then everyone turned their attention to Su King. What do you want me to do? Su King asked. Prophet, tell me, should we take them there? Will they stab us in the back? The crowd asked. When Su King saw this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Unexpectedly, these friends really regarded him as a prophet. Wait a moment. Su King had no choice but to make a fuss, and then said, I already know your identities. I see, you are agents of Baroque Works. After Su King finished speaking, the two of them instantly became a lot nervous. Their identities are top secret, and it is naturally impossible for ordinary people to know. However, they did not expect that Su King could only add, one is a fake king and the other is a princess. Su King's words made Vivi look nervous. Not only was her identity as an agent known, she didn't expect that her hidden identity was also guessed. How long has it been? You are still joking. Nami urged, should we take them with us? Su King. Please. We are here to ask for help because of your character. We will definitely repay this kindness. The two asked again, hoping that everyone could give them a ride. But Kuritas said, no matter what they say, these guys are not good people. Chapter 32 Weather on the Great Channel. Take them with you, that's my suggestion. Su King thought about it for a moment, then nodded and said. Really? Su King? Are you sure you want to bring these two people with you? The companions on the boat confirmed again and again. But having said that, this should be the last record pointer. If it breaks, there will be no more. If they don't follow us, they may never be able to go back. Nami said. Okay, then come up. Seeing that no one had any objections, and Su King also agreed, Luffy naturally let them come up. You said you were going to Whiskey Peak, right? Then go there. Luffy confirmed. Because Su King also agreed, the others were embarrassed to say anything. Of course, they were still wary of the two. After all, these two were so-called bad guys. Okay, it's almost time to set off. Luffy said. Who are you? Princess Vivi asked. I want to become One Piece. Luffy said firmly. Haha, stupid pirate. Vivi and his partner snickered. And then, under the setting sun, Luffy and others announced their departure. We bid farewell to Kulotas and Laboon the whale, and galloped like the wind on the sea. But this time it was strange. Although he had already left Gemini Cape, the system did not appear for a long time. Su King had no choice but to call the system directly. System, what's going on? Why is there no reward prompt this time? The system immediately responded, Hello host, Twin Capes are not within the scope of the check-in. Our check-in locations are limited to the main islands we have visited with Luffy, such as the islands on the Grand Route. After hearing this, Su King nodded in disappointment and said, I see, I understand. Host, don't be so disappointed. You will definitely look forward to the rewards on the Great Channel. Because compared to the islands in the East Daxia Sea, those rewards are really powerful, the system reminded. Okay, I understand. Now that you've said so, I can't say anything else. While sailing on the sea, Su King was naturally refining chakra in his room. However, Su King hadn't been refining for long when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Who is it? Su King asked. Hello, Mr. Su King, I am Miss Wednesday. It turns out it's you. If something happens, come in and say, the door is unlocked. After Su King finished speaking, Princess Vivi entered Su Kang's room. After Princess Vivi entered Su Kang's room, she was a little shocked. He was obviously an unruly young man at his most arrogant age, but he didn't expect that the room was spotless. All the clothes were folded neatly, and there was a faint fragrance. The house is tidy and has no peculiar smell. She is either a transvestite or a gay. Although many of Su Kang's friends said this about Su King in the original world, most of the people who said this to him were old men who did not understand exquisite life. As for those exquisite people are naturally more willing to get along with Su King. What's the matter? Miss Wednesday? Or should I call you Princess? Su King said. After Princess Vivi entered Su Kang's room, she was a little shocked. He was obviously an unruly young man at his most arrogant age, but he didn't expect that the room was spotless. All the clothes were folded neatly, and there was a faint fragrance. The house is tidy and has no peculiar smell. She is either a transvestite or a gay. Although many of Su Kang's friends said this about Su King in the original world, most of them were old men who didn't understand exquisite life. As for those exquisite people are naturally more willing to get along with Su King. What's the matter? Miss Wednesday? Or should I call you Princess? Su King said. Can you really know everything? Everyone says you are a seer or a prophet. Do you think you can really predict the future? Princess Vivi was a little anxious, but she still forced herself not to be so anxious. I'm not a prophet, it's just that I know some things. Su King pretended silently, you are the Princess of Alabasta. You secretly sneaked into the Baroque works and became their agent, codenamed Miss. On Wednesday, I said that's right, right. Princess Vivi was silent, she didn't dare to admit it. Since you don't speak, you are acquiescing. The reason why you sneaked into Baroque works is to find out one thing, which is the real cause of drought and war in your country. Am I right? Su King said again. The revealed information completely convinced Princess Vivi. Prophet Su King. What should I do? Princess Vivi asked very cryptically. We can't tell you. At this moment, Nami came in quietly from the door, and then closed the door firmly. Su King had long known that Nami was eavesdropping outside, but he was not sure what Nami wanted to do. However, there were actually two girls in the room at this time, which felt very good. I never thought you were really a princess? If we help you, at least give us some reward. Nami said. You heard it. Vivi didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Su King immediately smoothed things over and said, Nami, since you have heard it, I will tell you straight away. Princess Vivi's country is in a state of emergency. The reason why she lurked in as an agent is to find out some truth. Although we can't give us many Baileys now, when we get there, we can ask the king directly. What do you think? Su King said very reasonably, and even Nami nodded in agreement. How about this, you two pretend that you have never been to my place before and proceed according to your original plan. Su King said. But Whiskey Peak. Just as Vivi was about to continue, Su King said, Okay, stop talking, I'm a prophet. If you say it, we won't be able to help you. Let's go. In this way, Nami and Vivi left Su King's room. The episode passed like this, and not long after, the melee had reached a new sea area. The sun was shining brightly one moment, but it suddenly started to snow heavily at this moment. However, after a while, the melee was covered with thick snow, which made everyone very confused, but the most confused one was naturally the navigator Nami. Even though she couldn't help but start complaining. What's going on with this heavy snow? It was so warm just now. At this time, Luffy Usopp had already started piling snowmen on the deck and started a snowball fight. Why are those guys so energetic even though they are wearing so little and it's so cold? Nami doesn't understand at all what Luffy and the others are thinking. Sanji was so obedient that he shoveled the snow on the deck with a shovel. However, soon, the sky began to thunder, and then the clouds gathered and strong winds began to blow. Chapter 33: A Town That Welcomes Pirates. What the hell kind of weather is this? Nami really can't figure out what's going on with this weather. It was sunny until just now, and then it suddenly snowed, and then it thundered, and the seasons and weather were all messed up. Princess Vivi and Mr. Nine heard Nami's complaint, and then said, just like Su King and Kuro Stas said, this is the Great Channel, but you guys don't seem to know anything. You haven't been at the helm since just now, is it okay? Vivi asked. I've confirmed the direction and it should be fine. At this time, Nami walked to the direction of the helm, only to find that someone was already there to take the helm. Su King? Why are you at the helm? Nami asked in confusion. How big is your heart? On the Great Waterway, you actually adjusted the direction and then ignored it. The ship has long been blown off course, and I have tried my best to stabilize the direction. After Su King finished speaking, only then did Nami see that the direction on the record pointer had actually shifted. This was Su King's state of being as stable as possible. Without Su King, the entire ship would probably never be able to leave this sea area. Immediately afterwards, the weather changed again, and heavy fog suddenly began to form around it. It was difficult to see what was above the sea, but soon, Usopp said in shock, Wow! There are icebergs ahead. Because the ship was too fast and there was no time to avoid it, Su King directly pulled out his Shuradeo, Iai. Immediately afterwards, Shura took out his sheath, and the entire iceberg disappeared in place. The Mary was able to pass safely. At this time, Zoro was still sleeping. There really is no one left. Why are these people so big-hearted? It doesn't matter if the sky falls. This was followed by a series of questions. Why is the bottom of the boat leaking? Hurry up and fix it. The clouds are moving so fast. A storm is coming. Quickly furl the sail, otherwise the boat will capsize. Nami is doing the work of command, and Su King is also working very hard to repair the melee. I don't know how long it took, but everyone fell to the ground tiredly. Zoro stretched his body and said, I woke up. Then he walked onto the deck and saw the people lying on the deck one after another. He said, Hey, even if the weather is nice, you are too lazy, right? You should still be there. On the flight path, right? Immediately afterwards, Everyone gave Zoro a hard hammer, and even Zoro himself didn't know what he had done wrong. The weather in the Grand Waterway is really bad. Even I don't know how to deal with it, but even so, there will always be a way. The proof is, look. The first leg of the voyage is over. Nami pointed to the distance. Sure enough, everyone saw a new island. Everyone's faces were full of excitement. But Su-King is also very happy. After all, this is the first island in the Great Channel, and he is about to receive better rewards. What a wonderful island! What a big cactus! It seems we are almost there. This is the Whiskey Mountain Peak. Su-King said. Now that we're here, thank you all for giving us a ride. Let's say goodbye. As he spoke, Vivi and his partner turned around and jumped into the water, trying to complete the show. In order to follow Su-Kang's plan, Vivi could only pretend that she had never seen Su-Kang. There is a river in front of you. If you walk along this river, you can see the mountains on the left and right. It seems you can go inland by boat. Nami said. There won't be any monsters, right? Usopp said very worriedly. The possibilities are as high as possible. Don't forget, this is the Grand Waterway. Sanji said seriously. If you encounter a monster, just run away from the island, right? Luffy looked fearless. Wait a minute, don't forget, we have to stay on this island for a while. If the entire recording pointer does not record the magnetism of this island, we will not be able to go to the next island. Because the speeds recorded on different islands are different, some islands can be cured in a few hours, but some islands require several days. Nami explained. What's the meaning? That is to say, even if this is a monster island that must be escaped immediately, it must stay here until the magnetic recording is completed. Usopp realized that something was wrong. That's it. Nami nodded. What are you afraid of? I'm here. You can get whatever you want on the Grand Line, but it still can't hinder us. Su-King encouraged everyone, and Usopp and others regained their confidence. Su-King is right. If you really encounter a monster, you can just think about what to do when the time comes. Luffy said with a smile. Let's go, it's useless just thinking about it, let's go. Zoro said the same. No matter what happens, I will protect Miss Nami. Sanji was still attentive to Nami. Then. We are about to go in. Listen, don't forget to be prepared to escape and fight. Nami said, looking at the people on the left and right. Gradually, the Golden Merly sailed into the inland, and there was a burst of smoke around it, making it difficult to see what was there. In the heavy fog, Su-King could clearly feel that some people were watching them somewhere. The deeper you go, the more people you see around you. Everyone, be careful. Nami, Luffy, and other friends have also noticed that something is wrong. However, when the smoke dissipated, it was discovered that countless townspeople were standing on the left and right banks, and these townspeople were shouting loudly. Welcome! Welcome to the first stop of the Great Waterway. Welcome to our town. Welcome to the hospitable town of Whiskey Mountain. The excitement and joy of these townspeople did not seem to be fake, they seemed to sincerely hope that pirates would come to their town. Not only are there no monsters, we are also welcomed. Usopp also felt very puzzled. I say, don't take it lightly, these people are not good people. Su-Kang's words made everyone wary again. However, Luffy was immersed in happiness. Pirates! Welcome! Heroes of the sea! Long live! With the enthusiasm of these people, everyone quickly put Su-Kang's words behind them and gradually let down their guard. Su-King had nothing to do about this. Who told him to go to sea with Luffy? The ship finally stopped at a port, and a man with curly hair who looked very much like a musician said, Huan, Mama, welcome everyone, my name is Akarim, and I am currently the manager of Whiskey Mountain Mayor. My name is Luffy, Uncle, is your hair too curly? Luffy pointed at Akaram and said. This is a town famous for its brewing and music. Whiskey Mountain. Hospitality is what we are most proud of. There are as many fine wines as the sea that we are proud of. Let me use your adventure stories so far as a guide. Come and enjoy the banquet with me. Chapter 34 Zoro takes action. Ahem. Well. How about enjoying the banquet together? Akaram asked. Very happy. Sanji, Luffy and Usopp have been completely brainwashed. 3 idiots. Nami cursed, and then asked, I said, how long will it take to record the magnetism on this island? Record? Let's put aside such boring things for now and relieve the fatigue of the journey. Come on. Let's prepare for the banquet. Let's entertain the adventurers. Akaram hugged Nami's shoulders enthusiastically. Zoro didn't say much. He liked wine the most. When he heard that there was wine, he naturally let down his guard. Seeing this, Su King had no choice but to temporarily follow everyone to attend the banquet hosted by Akaram. For a whole afternoon, everyone was immersed in the crazy banquet. Music, beer, food. Usopp boasted unscrupulously, while Akaram hosted the cheers competition. Even Nami participated in the competition with money at stake. Not to mention Zoro, who drank himself unconscious. As for Luffy, he perfectly displayed his overeating characteristics. He regarded meat as his staple food and ate one plate after another, leaving everyone speechless. Sanji, on the other hand, hangs out with girls, talks sweetly, and looks very sweet. Su King, on the other hand, was so bored that he played marbles with a group of people, which no one expected. However, since Su King already knew the identity of this group of people, he was naturally on guard. Seeing the situation in front of him, Akaram said, Oh. Well, it's a very pleasant night. It's great to see everyone so happy. Time passed little by little. In the drinking competition, Nami won, but she also fainted on the spot. Luffy, on the other hand, fell to the ground when he was full and fell asleep. As for Usopp and Sanji, they both lay down happily and fell asleep. When Su King saw this, he fell to the ground and pretended to be asleep. Everyone in the Straw Hat team was already asleep at this time. Before Akaram left, he said, You are tired from playing, have you fallen asleep? I wish you a sweet dream. Adventurers. Tonight, the cactus rocks dancing under the moonlight are also very beautiful. Next, Akaram met Princess Vivi and her partner. Finally, Akaram revealed their bounty list. What? 30 million Baileys? I didn't expect that the edible Straw Hat Boy would have so many rewards. Could it be a mistake? The 3 Baroques looked like they couldn't believe it. There is absolutely no mistake, it is them, and there is someone with a higher reward than him. Take a closer look. Akaram finally showed Su Kang's reward list. What? 50 million. Bailey. Everyone was shocked. No way. Just them? There will be 50 million belly. Akaram then educated, it's stupid to judge the abilities of pirates based on their appearance, miss. Well, Miss Monday. But forget it, it seems that I can report the good news to the boss. Hurry up and get the treasure on their ship. Akaram said. So, what about them? If you kill them, the reward will be reduced by 30%, because the government wants to publicly execute them, so go ahead. Capture them alive. Akaram ordered. However, at this time, a voice came under the moonlight, I'm sorry, can you let them sleep well? Everyone is very tired from the day's sailing. The person who spoke was none other than Zoro. He raised a knife high and sat on the roof. A group of people rushed out of the room nervously and said, Mr. 8MISS. On Monday, at some point, the man wearing a loincloth escaped from the house. He's right there, Princess Vivi said. Akaram asked very puzzledly, You guys, shouldn't you be completely asleep? As a swordsman, I cannot be killed by careless fools like you at any time. Zoro said. That's what it is. This is the lair of bounty hunters. The pirates who came to the Grand Line triumphantly will be robbed as soon as they come up. There are about 100 bounty hunters here, right? I will be your opponent, Baroque Works. Zoro directly read out all these people's companies. Why do you know the name of our company? Akaram was shocked. When I was doing your job before, your company once wanted to recruit me, but of course I refused. The employees in the company don't know each other's origins at all, and they only refer to each other by code names. Of course, the boss's location and even his true identity are a mystery to the members. It's a criminal group that just faithfully follows orders. Baroque, this is a secret, right? Zoro's feeling made all the bounty hunters on Cactus Island shudder. Really, I thought I was the only smart one. Su King slowly walked out of the room. What? How is it possible? Why are you still awake? Akaram and others were shocked again. Zoro was awake because he was wary. Why was the white-haired boy in front of him also awake? I already knew your identities, so I wasn't so enthusiastic at first. Then I pretended to be asleep because I wanted to see what you were going to do next, Su King said. Forget it, now that you know our secret, I can only kill you. Cactus Rock, there are 2 more tombstones. Akaram said very bloodthirsty. Come on. After Akaram finally announced the order to attack, Zoro and Su King disappeared at the same time. Where did they go? Akaram and others were looking around, but they could not find the 2 of them at all. Finally, Zoro and Su King appeared in the center of the crowd without anyone noticing. Okay, let's start the fight. Zoro said. Compare it. Which one of us can cut down more people? How about the loser owes a good drink? Su King suggested. Ha! Interesting. Come on. Zoro agreed. The bounty hunters in front of them directly raised their guns and started shooting at the 2 of them dong dong dong. However, the 2 disappeared at the same time again, causing the bounty hunter's bullets to hit his companions one after another. These idiots! They actually beat their own people. Akaram was also very angry. Quickly kill them. They're just 2 swordsmen. As soon as Akaram finished speaking, Zoro's knife was already inserted into Akaram's big curly hair. Let me ask you something. Just add 1 more tombstone, right? Zoro asked. At this time, the bounty hunters pointed their guns at Akaram, and then planned to pull the trigger. Chapter 35 Baroque Visitor. You are planning to kill me too. Saxophone shotgun. Immediately afterwards, Akaram knocked all the bounty hunters in front of him to the ground. At this time, Zoro actually took the opportunity to hide behind the wall. You are carrying such a dangerous thing. Is that a shotgun? Look, even we have to take them very seriously, these 2 guys are very strong, the Baroque agents said to each other. Humph! Do you really want to use 2 people to deal with all of us? Akaram said. This doesn't look like something you would say after understanding our Baroque Works society. Miscellaneous. Zoro, don't be a coward, come together. Su King saw Zoro hiding, so naturally he took the initiative to show up. Although countless bullets flew towards Su King could easily change the direction of the bullets just by relying on the scabbard. Su King's sword is no longer so hard, but is both hard and soft, capable of cutting off water and metal. Quick! Everyone! Besiege this guy! Even if it means consuming him, he will be consumed to death. Akaram ordered. But what level of person is Su King? During his growth period, someone who could equal the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye, would have no problem dealing with a group of bounty hunters. Su King was just trying to rejuvenate his muscles. If he really wanted to kill someone, he would have pulled out his shura long ago. But now, just using the scabbard to knock down dozens of people. Is this the 50 million belly pirate, just using the scabbard? Is it because we are not worthy enough for him to pull out the sword? Akaram and others were also stunned. The strength is not in the same dimension at all. At this time, Zoro was also discovered by this group of bounty hunters, and then both were surrounded by bounty hunters. Finally, Miss Monday took action, suppressing Zoro at first, but soon, Zoro pinched Miss Monday's head tightly and finally pushed her to the ground. How scary! These guys! Akaram also took a step back in fear. Mr. 9, Miss Wednesday, let's take action together. Akaram said to the others, and then immediately used his proud skills. Saxophone. Su King didn't move at all, he just waved the scabbard in his hand at an extremely fast speed, and actually hit the fired shotguns to other locations. Miss Wednesday. Come together. Mr. 9 said. Hot-blooded number 9 backflip. Mr. 9 just rolled down from a high altitude, and then said, the stick of perseverance. Su King blocked these attacks very easily. Haha. This is a metal rod. Don't bend your knife. Mr. 9 said proudly. Are you an idiot? Why don't you go to the hospital and get a brain exam first? Su King kicked Mr. 9 to Zoro's place. Even Zoro completely suppressed Mr. 9. It has to be said that the Baroque agent without fruit abilities is the weakest character on the scene, although he is probably stronger than the Million Elder. In the end, Zoro defeated Mr. 9 with little effort. Be prepared, Mr. Bushido. Come on. Taste my beauty. Princess Vivi stood on the fast runner and exposed the perfume on her hand. Look at my charming perfume dance. Then Princess Vivi started dancing. After Zoro smelled the smell, he lost all strength and squatted on the spot. Princess Vivi then turned the peacock saw in her hand and rushed towards Zoro. As a result, she ran too fast and ended up falling from the room. I'm really ashamed of myself for fighting these guys. Zoro felt helpless at this time. But at this time, Su King cut down more than half of the bounty hunters one after another. All the bounty hunters still standing were at a loss. Su King's strength was so strong that they had no power to fight back. It's really nerve-wracking. Akaram wanted to rescue him at this time, but he had to fight Zoro in front of him. At this time, Mr. 9 locked one of Zoro's arms, and Princess Vivi captured Luffy and took him hostage. Akaram shouted, Curly Cannon! There were many cannonballs hidden under his big curly hair, and then he fired them at Zoro. Is he a big toy? At the most critical moment, Zoro pulled hard, and Mr. 9, who had locked Zoro's arm with a chain, was thrown away, becoming Zoro's shield. Zoro then swung the chain and easily knocked Princess Vivi away. Curly Cannon! Akaram launched another attack on Zoro. At this critical moment, Zoro stepped on Luffy's stomach, then bounced into the air, and drew his sword to slash at Akaram. Vase! Akaram's blood spattered instantly, and he finally fell to the ground. But when he looked back, he found that all the bounty hunters had been knocked to the ground by Su King. Su King's entire body was spotless, as if he hadn't done anything at all. It's finally a quiet night again. Zoro said. You lost? You owe me a good drink. Su King said. TCH, I just happened to play against a more difficult character, and you dealt with an easier character. Forget it, it was just a good drink, and I lost. Zoro then smiled. At this time, another explosion occurred somewhere. Is this? Zoro was also shocked and said, is there any remaining party? That's about it. I think Baroque's more senior agents should have come out too, right? Su King also roughly guessed something. Akaram crawled on the ground desperately, saying, I can't die, I still have a special mission. At this time a voice rang. It's so pitiful that you would lose to a mere swordsman. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the speaker. The person on the left is a woman holding an umbrella, while the person on the right is a man wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses. Miss Valentine's Day. Mr. 5. Are you kidding me? Mr. 5 asked. Haha. After all, it's just the difference in our levels, right? Miss Valentine said. Are you here to laugh at us? Akaram asked. It does have this purpose. Of course I'm here to perform a mission. At this time, Mr. 9 said very gratefully, if you come to help, those guys are no match at all. Yes, please defeat that swordsman quickly. Princess Vivi said. Stop making such silly jokes, let's help you. Do you think we came to a remote corner of the Grand Line just to help you? Haha. Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 said together. What's that for? Mr. 9 asked curiously. The criminal that the boss can send us here to deal with is right here. That's what the boss said. My secret has been known. Although of course I don't know what the secret is, the company's motto is mystery. No one in the company can trace the origins of anyone. This is the rule. Chapter 36 Vivi's Crisis. If someone knows the boss's secret, of course there is only death. Mr. 5 said. So we went to find out who knew the boss's secret, ha ha ha. The result was really incredible. We found that an important figure from a certain kingdom had actually sneaked into our Baroque works. Miss Valentine's Day said. Wait a minute. Although I wear a crown, I am not a king. This is my interest. Mr.9 quickly explained. It's not you. The sinner is the one whose whereabouts are currently unknown in the kingdom of Alabasta. Before Mr. 5 finished speaking, Akaram took the initiative to attack them. Curly Cannon. I won't let you touch a hair on the princess. Bet on me the title of Captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guards. Akaram was very determined, but he didn't hurt Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine at all. Akaram, the Captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guards, and the Princess, Nefertali Vivi, have been ordered by the boss of Baroque Works to kill you, Mr. 5 announced. At this time, Zoro said, I see, Su King, have you already known the identities of these guys? Including the princess named Vivi. Of course. Su King smiled faintly, making people feel very mysterious. What about Luffy? He's still down there. Zoro said. Don't worry, let's see how things develop first. Su King is not in a hurry to take action at this time. If everything goes as he thinks, then Vivi and others will definitely save the day. Hurry! Princess Vivi! Run away quickly! At this time, Akaram continued to attack Mr. 5. However, at this time, Mr. 5 seemed to have bounced something over, and it hit Akaram's body instantly, followed by an explosion. Akaram eventually fell to the ground. Akaram! Princess Vivi shouted with great concern. It's useless. Haha. Miss Valentine fell from the sky and easily broke the iron ring used to tie Vivi's hair. Vivi's hair fell down instantly. Monster! Vivi cursed. So you are a princess? Miss Wednesday. Mr. 9 knelt down on the spot with great respect. Stop doing stupid things, Mr. 9. Vivi scolded. Good opportunity. Let's go. Zoro took this opportunity to grab Luffy and ran towards the other side. It's such a noisy night, you can fight whatever you want. Princess Vivi. Leave me alone. Leave quickly. Akaram said in great pain. Do you think you can escape from our grasp? Mr. 5 said while picking his nose. Don't underestimate people. Princess Vivi turned her earrings. She was not just surrendering. But Mr. 9 said very loyally this time, although I don't understand the situation, but considering that we have been partners for so long, I am here to buy some time for you. Let's go quickly, Miss Wednesday. Immediately afterwards, Mr. 9 attacked Mr. 5. All we need is the will to complete the mission. Boring companionship will only lead to death. You should understand this. Nose. Mr. 5 popped the booger out, and then a big explosion occurred. In the end, Mr. 9 was blown away after just one encounter. At this time, a Karam grabbed the leg of Su King, who was approaching, and said, "Master Swordsman, seeing that you are so strong, I have a merciless request. Because of that duo, both of them have devil fruit abilities, so we can't stop them. Can you protect the princess on my behalf?" A Karam asked. Well. Su King didn't think about it for a long time, and then immediately said, "I'm afraid I have to apply to our captain for this matter, but before that, please rest assured that this princess named Vivi is absolutely will not be killed." Su King said very calmly. Seeing that there was at least a glimmer of hope, a Karam finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If you can escort Princess Vivi to the great country in the Far East, the Kingdom of Alabasta, you will definitely get a great reward." Seeing that Su King was inclined to agree, a Karam immediately persuaded him. At this time, Princess Vivi had already ridden fast and left here. At this time, Nami suddenly appeared. After chatting with a Karam for a few words, she set the price to save the princess. I said, "We don't need to wait for Luffy to make a decision. Alabasta seems to be the only place we must pass, and don't you already know the identity of Princess Vivi?" Nami looked at Su King and said, "In that case, let's agree to him for the time being." Su King agreed to a Karam, and the next step was to protect Princess Vivi. At this time, Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 were already chasing after them, and naturally Su King and others also chased after them. At this time, Princess Vivi was sitting and running, leaving Whiskey Mountain as fast as possible. "Run! There is a boat parked behind the cactus rock. Let's take that boat to leave here and return to Alabasta." However, when Princess Vivi was riding the speedster, she suddenly felt the impact of an explosion. "Stop!" After Princess Vivi stopped, she carefully observed the source of the explosion, but saw a figure in the thick smoke. This person turned out to be Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. "Run!" Princess Vivi immediately turned around and left. "It's useless, this is a pointless struggle," Mr. 5 said. Princess Vivi didn't slow down at all and continued to gallop. She suddenly saw the King Kong Barbie like Miss Monday. "You can find the boat from here. I'll stop them here," Miss said very loyally on Monday. But Princess Vivi was interrupted by Miss Monday just as she was about to say something. "No matter what, we will be punished for failing the mission. Since we are all going to die anyway, then I would rather die to protect my friends. Go ahead." Miss Monday stood on the spot with a huge branch, blocking Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's day. "I will never let you pass here, I swear on my dignity." "Haha! Miss Monday, how ridiculous! You are a disgrace to Baroque works." Mr. 5 rushed in front of Miss Monday at an extremely fast speed, and again, with just one move, he killed Miss Monday. One was defeated. Mr. 5 then couldn't help but start introducing himself. "I am an explosive person who can detonate all over my body. With the power of this explosive fruit, there is no task that I cannot complete," Mr. 5 said. "Ha ha ha ha! Just use the power of my light fruit to bury the traitor, Miss Monday, under the ground." Miss Valentine soared into the air and hung in the air very easily. "I can change my weight freely. Now I am light enough to fly on the wind. Look, now I have to gradually increase my own weight." Chapter 37 Luffy is slow to react. Miss Valentine's fall was getting faster and faster. In a short time, her weight increased to 10,000 kilograms, and then she hit an open space heavily. The entire ground was completely smashed, and the power was extremely shocking. After showing off his power, Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 said, "How was it? Even so, do you think you can escape alive? You will never escape our grasp." The words of the two put a lot of pressure on Princess Vivi. Although Princess Vivi didn't have much confidence, she still cheered firmly, I will go back alive. I will go back to Alabasta alive. Ha! At this time, Mr. 5 was ready to break Princess Vivi's fantasy with reality. He started picking his nose again, then flicked it out and shouted, "Nose is empty." At this moment, a figure flashed in front of Princess Vivi. Wearing a handsome devil windbreaker, a handsome white back, and a long zanpakuto, shura on his waist, this person's identity is already very obvious. Su King. At this time, Su King didn't make any unnecessary movements, he just waved the scabbard in his hand gently. Immediately afterwards, there was a bang around Su King, an explosion occurred, and black smoke suddenly billowed around him. However, when the black smoke dissipated, it could be seen that these explosions had no effect on Su King and Vivi. Su King. Princess Vivi was surprised at first, and then looked at the road in surprise. At this time, the road surface had been completely blown to pieces, but they were unscathed. At this time, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine focused their attention on Su King, and then asked, "How can he withstand our explosion? It seems that there are two brushes. Is that you? The guy who knocked down all the bounty hunters in this whole town? Why do you want to protect the Princess of Alabasta?" Su King then said, "There is no reason. If you have to tell me the reason, maybe it was just a matter of chance. It's a good reason, but it doesn't matter. No matter what, you are our enemy, right? It's such a hindrance." Mr. 5 said. "Yeah. It's really annoying." Miss Valentine said the same. However, at this moment a very angry voice came out. "Found it. Su King." Su King patted his head. He didn't expect Luffy to wake up. Looking at Luffy's posture at this time, he was afraid that he might have misunderstood him. "I will never forgive you. Let's fight!" Luffy roared. "Let me fight you off for being an ungrateful person like you." Luffy then added, "You actually welcomed us on this island so well, and even let you eat and drink well. Not a single one of you was left behind. If you chop it down, I will never spare you." Princess Vivi complained at the side, "What a slow guy." Even the fast runner nodded at this time. "Is there internal strife?" Mr. 5 seemed to understand what happened. "Can't we just kill all the people who hinder us from carrying out our mission?" Miss Valentine said nonchalantly. At this time, Luffy had already rushed towards Su King with all his strength. Zoro was standing by to help Su King explain, but it was no longer useful. Luffy had completely fallen into anger. Luffy stretched out his fist and hit him, but Su King slowly turned sideways and easily dodged Luffy's rubber pistol. Immediately afterwards, Luffy kicked him again and hit his head. However, Su King managed to escape by relying on his weird body skills. Seeing Luffy being so serious, even Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine said, "It seems they don't want to hinder us." "Yes, in that case, let's complete the task quickly." Mr. 5 then prepared to kill Vivi. However, at this time, Zoro was already standing in front of Princess Vivi. "Although I don't know what these two guys are doing, but before that, you are absolutely not allowed to kill this princess." Zoro also received the latest instructions from Su King and Nami just now, which is to protect the princess. "Luffy, out of courtesy, I have given you 3 moves. Next, I will fight back. You don't want to die." Su King felt that this was a good time to beat Luffy. "Come on. Who's afraid of you?" Luffy was blinded by anger, and he waved his rubber trick at Su King desperately. At this time, Su King had also used his demonic power. Not only did he block all of Luffy's attacks, he was even better. The demonic fist finally came out, knocking the rounded Luffy away with one punch. Coincidentally, when Luffy was knocked away, Mr. 5 and his partner Miss Valentine were also affected. The 3 of them hit a wall almost at the same time before stopping. "Really? What the hell are you doing? Since you like killing each other so much, let's kill you too. How about that? Then MR5 used his ability to bomb the fruit, and then Miss Valentine used the bomb blast to create the airflow flew in the air. Go to hell. Let me kill you with the light and fluffy fruit. Get ready. I flew into the sky along with the explosive airflow, and now I only weigh 1 kilogram. Miss Valentine looked at Su King and said, Mr. Su King, get away from that woman. Princess Vivi has seen the power of the light fruit. I don't have time to pay attention to her now. No matter what, my opponent is still Luffy. After Su King finished speaking, Princess Vivi opened her eyes wide. Luffy in front of her was actually walking toward them with Mr. 5 in one hand. At the same time, the bloated body from eating had disappeared and returned to Luffy's original body size. I finally digested everything I ate, Luffy said. It's a lie. Baroque's senior agent, Mr. 5. Actually. Princess Vivi couldn't believe the scene in front of her. I'm talking about Luffy, these guys are bounty hunters. They deliberately gave us food and then took the opportunity to catch us. Nami, Zoro, and I all know this. Su King took advantage of this gap to explain. Impossible. It's impossible for the enemy to give us delicious food. Luffy said firmly. It seems that no matter what I say, it's of no use. Su King shook his head. Now Luffy couldn't persuade him anymore, and he himself was not good at persuading others. In that case, let's decide the outcome. Su King's eyes had turned into double Megatama Sharingan, and they were firmly locked on Luffy. Miss Valentine fell from the sky at this time, and increased her body weight to 10,000 kilograms. However, Su King just turned sideways slightly, and Valentine's Day hit the ground hard. To deal with Luffy, Su King did not plan to use his sword skills, but planned to use the power of the devil fruit to beat Luffy severely. These guys, really, have to kill each other at this time. Zoro didn't know what to say at this time. The person who was misunderstood was originally Zoro, but unexpectedly, it was Su King who was misunderstood by Luffy. Chapter 38 Akaram's Plan. Aren't you all in the same group? What the hell is going on? Princess Vivi also felt that the matter was really inexplicable. Naturally, Luffy was the most incomprehensible, and he still didn't understand the whole story. Rubber bazooka. Luffy threw his hands behind him hard, then ran towards Su King quickly, and finally threw his hands out. Devil Impact. Su King's devil fruit has completely attached itself to his body, and he used Sharingan to find the weak point of Luffy's attack. Su King's impact was so terrifying that even Luffy was hit from the front. Crash. We haven't decided yet. Luffy's determination was obviously amazing. After being hit by a move, he rushed over again, followed by punch after punch. I know you are difficult to deal with, but it's not that easy to hit me. Su King simply blocked the devil's wings in front of him, and Luffy's rubber machine gun quickly hit Su King's wings. Superior. The defensive power of these wings was also terrifying to the extreme, and Su King didn't even feel like he was being attacked at all. So hard. Luffy was obviously shocked. Get down to the ground. Su King shouted, Devil's Fist. This huge force hit Luffy hard. Luffy crossed his hands and tried to resist with all his strength. However, he didn't expect that Su King's move was also extremely powerful and actually stretched Luffy's hand like rubber. Go in. Boom. Su King's punch broke through Luffy's defense and finally hit Luffy's chest. Luffy's whole body felt bad. He fell to his knees and couldn't breathe. At this time, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine came out and said, I didn't expect to be humiliated by such a guy. It really damages the reputation of the senior agents of Baroque Works. Mr. 5, let them see how terrible we really are. Come on. Miss Valentine's Day. Okay. Mr. 5. Two agents from Baroque Works rushed towards Su King and Luffy. Don't underestimate our senior agents of Baroque Works. The two shouted loudly, but accidentally touched the back scales of Su King and Luffy. It's so long-winded. It's so annoying. Don't come and hinder our duel. Su King and Luffy just waved their hands, and the two agents of Baroque were beaten to the ground again. Just when Luffy was about to use his strongest trick against Su King, a sudden punch knocked Luffy away. However, Su King was very fast and he dodged this man's attack. When Su King looked up and saw that it was Nami, he immediately complained, "Luffy thought I killed the bounty hunter on this island and insisted on fighting me." Zoro explained it together, but he still didn't listen. The clever Su King diverted Nami's anger, and Nami then said angrily, "Luffy, what on earth are you doing?" Nami then beat Luffy with bruises all over his body, and finally said, "Fortunately, this girl is safe, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get 1 billion Baileys." Nami. Princess Vivi didn't say anything when she saw it was Nami. After all, Nami and Su King were people who had known her identity for a long time. Then Nami, Zoro, Princess Vivi, and others, told Luffy the whole story. In this way, Luffy finally understood the whole story. Ha 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 ha. Luffy smiled without embarrassment. What? Su King. You told me earlier. I thought you cut them down because there was nothing you liked in the food. Who would apologize to me for such a boring reason? Su King was also very direct. I'm sorry. Luffy said directly. Forget it, I forgive you. Knowing that Luffy was such a straightforward person, Su King naturally didn't care. It was just that he didn't beat Luffy enough. After all, Luffy was a very resistant person. At this time, Nami also told Princess Vivi about Akaram's agreement and what he promised them. That's the thing. I want a reward of 1 billion Baileys. You should know how powerful these guys are, right? Nami calculated very shrewdly. But Vivi said bluntly, that's impossible. I'm very grateful to you for saving me, thank you. Aren't you a princess? 1 billion shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Nami originally wanted the lion to open his mouth, but 1 billion is not much by the standards of a princess. Alabasta is in the midst of civil strife. In the past few years, people have been rioting one after another, and the country has become more and more chaotic. One day, I heard about an organization called Baroque Work Society. We learned that this organization has been inciting the people. But once the information is traced, you will find that all the clues have been cut off, and there is no way to start. So I asked Akaram, who has taken good care of me since I was a child, to think about whether I could find a way to sneak into the Baroque works. In this way, I can know the identity and purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes. So, have you figured out their purpose? Zoro asked. Well, to establish an ideal country. But although they say so on the surface, it is actually a big lie. Their real purpose is to seize the kingdom of Alabasta. They must return home quickly to tell everyone and quell the uprising of the citizens. So, who is that boss? Luffy asked curiously. I can't say it. If I say it, your lives will be in danger. Princess Vivi waved her hands quickly. That's right, no matter how powerful you are, you can't deal with him. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Princess Vivi did not use the provoking method, she just let it slip. But just at this time, the unlucky duo knew about this and flew away. Nami almost collapsed, but Su King, Luffy, and Zoro, as the main fighting faction, naturally felt eager to try. I have to leave quickly before my appearance is exposed. Nami was about to leave, but was drawn by the unlucky duo again. In this way, Su King, Zoro, Luffy, and Nami have become the inevitable targets of Baroque works. At this time, Akaram came out wearing the same clothes as Princess Vivi. I fainted. Su King almost fainted when he looked at Akaram in front of him. Sir Vivi, please listen to me carefully. If you are targeted by Baroque, there will be people chasing you immediately, let alone knowing the boss's secret. It seems that there will be about 1,000 pursuers. Vivi said. So just like this, I pretended to be a princess, took 4 dummies, and took a boat directly back to the kingdom of Alabasta. While the pursuers were attracted to me, Lady Vivi and everyone sailed to the kingdom of Alabasta via the normal route. Akaram said. Chapter 39 Nico Robin's Attack. Is Crocodile strong? Luffy asked. Yes, he is one of the Shishibukai, so there is no bounty from Marine, but before he became a Shishibukai, the bounty was 80 million belly. Akaram said. Isn't 80 million 4 times that of Aaron? Say no to it. Naturally, Nami didn't want to do this kind of loss-making business. She used to think it was profitable, but now it's pure charity, and her partners may also suffer. To life threats. Are you willing to send her back? Akaram asked Su King. This is our captain, I just listened to him. Su King looked at Luffy and said. Luffy nodded and said, go. Because it will be fun. Ah. Nami almost fainted. Thank you then. Akaram then walked to the location of the ship with everyone, and then he took the permanent record pointer from Princess Vivi. What is a permanent pointer? Nami didn't understand. To put it simply, it is a permanent storage version of the record pointer. Unlike the record pointer which always points to the next island, the permanent pointer will never lose the magnetism of the recorded island and will only point to that island forever. This is the pointer that records Alabasta. Akaram said. In other words, Princess Vivi will return to Alabasta with the Straw Hats, while Akaram will be the first to return to Alabasta to divert the attention of the pursuers of Baroque works. Then the princess is entrusted to you. Akaram said, be careful, this will be a difficult journey. As soon as the ship Akaram was on left, a big explosion occurred on the ship. Bang! Smoke rose from the sea. How is that possible? The pursuers are coming now. Quick! The boat is sailing. Nami said. Vivi bit her lip in pain, and tears almost welled up in her eyes. When Nami saw Zewang, she hugged Vivi and said, don't worry. We will send you back safely. Even though they are a few, they also saved Donghai. So what about Baroque Co., Limited? What about Shishibukai? We didn't take it seriously at all. Nami said. Immediately afterwards, Luffy quickly rushed back to where the villagers were entertaining him, grabbed Usopp's nose and Sanji's hair, and quickly dragged them to the Mary. Immediately afterwards, everyone raised their sails and followed the current to escape. How many pursuers will come? Zoro asked. I heard that there are several strongholds similar to this town nearby. There should be many, right? Vivi said. There was no words for a night, the night passed, and the sky was already dark. Everyone finally left Whiskey Mountain. We should be able to leave this island soon. Nami said. Awesome. It's foggy. Luffy said excitedly. It will be morning soon, Nami said. It was nice to escape from the pursuers. That's right. Nami said. Be sure not to let the boat hit the rocks. Leave it to me. Nami responded confidently. Is it Luffy who spoke just now? Nami asked, very confused. When they felt something was wrong and turned back, they saw a lady they had never seen before. It's a nice ship. At this time, a woman was sitting on the guardrail of the Nami and was looking at everyone with interest. You are. All the friends on the deck looked at the guardrail in shock. The woman wore a hat, had black hair, and slightly dark skin. At this time, she held up her face with one hand and said in a very playful manner, just now, I saw Mr. 8 over there, Miss Wednesday. Princess Vivi looked at the woman and said with great hostility, it was you who gave Akaram. It doesn't matter, the question is why are you on our ship? Luffy asked in a confused tone. Who are you? Everyone looked at Robin and asked. Why are you here? Miss All Sunday. Princess Vivi said. Robin. Su King looked at Robin and thought to himself. Ah, Whose partner is this time? Nami asked. She is Mr. Zero's boss partner. Princess Vivi responded. What? Crocodiles? Nami went crazy. This woman was the only one who knew the identity of the boss before. We only found out the identity of the boss by following her. Princess Vivi said. To be precise, I asked you to follow me. Robin said. Is it you who told the boss that his identity was exposed? Princess Vivi asked. That's right. Robin responded with a smile. What is your purpose? Princess Vivi asked. But Robin looked very unconcerned and responded, who knows, I thought you were too serious, so I accidentally helped you and became the enemy of Baroque works and wanted to save the country's princess is really stupid. Don't underestimate me. Princess Vivi rushed towards Robin impulsively, and the Straw Hats were all ready to fight. Of course, only Su King didn't make any move, but slowly walked to the front of Robin. Immediately afterwards, Su King actually called out Robin's real name. Nicole Robin, it seems that you are not really serving crocodile. Su King's words made Robin's expression that was still laughing suddenly freeze. You, what did you call me? Robin asked. None of the Straw Hats knew the situation, and Nami also repeated, Nicole Robin? Su King. Do you know her? Crocodile's goal, Alabasta should be just a part of him. His real goal should be Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, right? Robin, the text of history, should it be your goal? Su Kang's words made Luo Binbin didn't react at all. It's impossible, my identity, how could the young man in front of me guess it? And how did he know about Pluton? Is he an undercover agent sent by the world government among the pirates? Who is this guy? He seems to know not only my past, but also Crocodile's goal. How is this possible? Su Kang's words made Robin's the inner turmoil is extremely complicated. Su King opened his arms and made a very polite gesture, and then said, you must be thinking, who am I? As you can see, I am just a crew member of this ship. One is just an unknown pirate on the sea. You must not take me too seriously. Su King said while looking at Robin with a smile. You are such an interesting person. Robin looked at Su King and finally squeezed out a sentence. Who are you? Robin looked at Su King and asked. Chapter 40, Small Garden. Unexpectedly, Robin seemed to be very aware of Su Kang's confidence, so he directly said, if the pirate with a bounty of 50 million is also called the unknown pirate, then Crocodile should be nothing. I'm not here to fight. I didn't receive any instructions. Robin said truthfully. The name of your next island is Little Garden. You guys can't reach Alabasta even if we don't take action, and you will definitely be wiped out. Robin said with great certainty. We don't need you to take care of it. Luffy immediately retorted. Don't you think it's stupid to destroy yourself step by step? Robin asked. At this moment, Robin threw the permanent record pointer in his hand to Vivi. You can use this to bypass the small garden. What this pointer indicates is an island with nothing but 1 step away from Alabasta. Because it is a route that even our company's employees don't know, there will be no pursuers. Robin explained. What? Isn't she our enemy? Nami asked in confusion. Why are you giving me this? Princess Vivi also felt very strange. Logically speaking, the other party should be her mortal enemy. It must be a trap, right? Zoro guessed that everyone on the ship did not trust Robin. However, what happened next, it is not difficult to guess. Luffy easily destroyed the record pointer. That guy killed Uncle Curly, so I hate him. That guy is not qualified to decide the course of this ship. Luffy said. It seems that even I can't change Luffy now. Su King said. I don't hate courageous men. If you can really reach Alabasta alive, let's meet again then. Robin was not angry. After she just finished speaking, she jumped up and sat on the big turtle. He slowly left. Robin, see you later. Robin naturally heard Su Kang's words, but Robin's trip was actually to make it easier for Luffy and Vivi. After all, Vivi's experience was similar to hers to a certain extent. Although Robin had to join the Baroque Cooperative in order to avoid Marine's pursuit, Robin was still kind at heart. This woman has no idea what she is thinking. Mr. Su Kang, you seem to know the identity of this woman. Princess Vivi asked. Yes, as the prophet on the ship, you must know a lot of things that we don't know. Can you tell us about this woman? Sanji's eyes have turned into red hearts. In that case, I will tell her story. Let's move towards the small garden while telling it. Immediately afterwards, the Mary sailed in the direction pointed by the next pointer, and Su King told everyone the story of Robin. Wow! This guy actually has a bounty of 20 million belly. Usopp was also a little surprised after hearing Robin's story. Yeah, I didn't expect this guy to carry so much at such a young age. I really didn't expect it. Nami didn't hate Robin so much at this time. You said Robin didn't kill Uncle Curly. Is that true? Luffy asked with some disbelief. I said it's true. You have to believe it. But we are not in a hurry, because we will meet sooner or later. Su King said. Unexpectedly, Luffy said at this moment, if this guy really didn't kill Uncle Curly, can we invite her to be our partner? Okay. Everyone wanted to refuse, especially Vivi. After all, the biggest enemy of her kingdom was the Baroque Works Society. We are not in a hurry. The most critical thing at the moment is to return Princess Vivi to Alabasta safely. After Su King diverted everyone's attention, everyone became much calmer. Because he arrived at the Whiskey Mountain Peak, which was also the first island on the Grand Route, Su King had just left here and immediately received the sound he had dreamed of. Ding ding ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully signed in at Whiskey Peak. Congratulations on getting the reward. Invulnerable to all poisons. Invulnerable to all poisons. As the name suggests, your resistance to toxins will be greatly enhanced. From now on, even if you are poisoned, you will be fine. The system's rewards are undoubtedly the happiest thing for Su King. Su King instantly felt that something was different about his body, as if he had gained a kind of immunity. System, that means I'm not afraid of poison now? Su King asked. That's understandable. The system responded. With the system's affirmative answer, Su Kang's confidence became much stronger. The crocodile he was about to face had poison on his hook. If he could be immune to the poison, Su King should be able to fight in the upcoming battle. Get the upper hand. Then, after some time, Nami walked to the deck, looked at his record pointer and said, "That's the island after the cactus." Wow! Haha! Is that there? The second island on the Grand Line. Luffy said very excitedly. There is an island in the sea not far away. From a distance, this island has dense jungles and, of course, huge mountains. The ship slowly approached here, and Luffy couldn't help but ask questions. Is this called a small garden? What exactly is small? Zoro also couldn't figure it out. It doesn't look like a lovely place like its name. Nami then turned to Su King and asked, why is it called a small garden? How do I know? Su King smiled bitterly and shook his head. These people really regarded themselves as gods. A place that even the prophets don't know about. This is simply a secret realm. Usopp said with great fear. There are dense forests everywhere here. I am very concerned about what Miss All Sunday said, Princess Vivi said very worriedly. Her words instantly pricked Usopp's fear point. Ah! Will a monster appear? Usopp asked in horror. Yes. Su King then affirmed, although I don't know why this place is called a small garden, this is an ancient island with a completely different ecosystem from the outside world. Therefore, many outsiders on the island have long been extinct. Huge creature. Wow! Should we go directly to the next island? You see, the prophet said so. It must be very dangerous here. Usopp was almost scared to death by Su Kang's words. That won't work. Magnetism won't be stored so quickly. Nami shook his head and rejected Usopp's proposal. Sanji also reminded, we must replenish food. We didn't buy anything in the previous town. Hey! I see a river mouth ahead. Zoro said. Chapter 41 Giant Broggy. Hey! I see a river mouth ahead. Zoro said. Really? Everyone came out to take a look and found that there was indeed an estuary, so they simply drove the melee directly into it. The further we drive at the mouth of the river, the more we can feel the terror of this island. Strange plants, huge birds, and sounds like volcanic eruptions. And deep in the dense forest, a huge tiger walked out. Not long after, the tiger died suddenly with blood all over its body. The island is shrouded in a veil of fear and mystery. How about we stay on the ship and wait quietly for the magnetic recording? Usopp suggested again, feeling very frightened. That's right. Even Nami agreed at this time. However, things are not that simple. Looking at the dense jungle, Luffy is already eager to try. Immediately afterwards, Luffy asked Sanji for a bento, and even Vivi rode fast and left the melee with Sanji's special drink to go on an adventure. Zoro also decided to get off the boat and go for a walk, and then got into a dispute with Sanji. Finally, the two decided to bet on who could hunt a bigger prey. In the end, only Su Kang, Nami, and Usopp were left on the entire ship. You must not leave. Su Kang. We are all relying on you here. Usopp and Nami looked at Su Kang eagerly, and Su Kang then said, Okay, I won't leave until I leave. But having said that, the ancient island. I seem to have seen it in a book. Usopp. Nami then called Usopp to the cabin, and together they looked for the book about the ancient island. Island books. When Nami finally found the book, she found Su Kang, and when she was about to share things about the ancient island with everyone, she was completely stunned. In front of them, a figure that looked like a hill had appeared in front of everyone. Ah! Nami and Usopp were already stunned at this time. It was the first time Su Kang saw such a huge human being, and he was also shocked and speechless. The giant in front of him pointed at Nami and Usopp with his oversized nostrils and asked, So, what do you think? What's going on? Please say it again. Nami said in horror. I'm asking if you have any wine, the giant in front of him asked. A little bit, there is still some. Nami replied. So you have wine. The giant immediately became happy. But it's not for drinking, but for cooking and medical purposes. Nami responded. If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Nami said. Ah! The giant screamed in pain, and it turned out that a Tyrannosaurus Rex had bitten his butt firmly. Fear of dinosaurs. Nami and Usopp were both very frightened. However, the giant just turned around and quickly chopped off the huge knife in his hand. He raised the knife and cut off the head of the ferocious dinosaur. I am the most powerful warrior in Elbaf village. Broggy. Ha ha ha. Giant Broggy happily raised the knife in his hand, but inadvertently completely shocked Nami and Usopp. The meat is also available, I will entertain you today, guests, said the hospitable giant Broggy. But Nami and Usopp lay directly on the deck and started pretending to be dead. Su Kang felt that it was too stupid, so he chatted directly with the giant and said, I see, you are the village of the giant, a soldier of Elbaf, Broggy, we are a group of pirates. Pirates are great. We were pirates before. Broggy said. What? Pirates from the giant clan. Wait, what Su Kang just said about us? Is there more than one such giant on this island? Nami and Usopp both wanted to die. Nami and Usopp originally planned to pretend to be dead, but seeing Su Kang being so open-minded and indifferent, they finally stood up. I said, Su King, we can't just wait here to be eaten. Nami said. This guy won't eat you, don't worry. Su King promised again and again, and Nami and Usopp chose to believe Su King's words. In front of him, Bragi grilled the dinosaur directly and shared his delicious food with Su King and others while singing. Nami and Usopp naturally had no appetite at this time, but Su King rarely ate such delicious dinosaur meat, and suddenly thought of his own pocket that could hold everything. I say, the little wine we have on board is too shabby to entertain you. Then let me take it out. Su King then took out an oversized wooden barrel from his magical pocket that seemed impossible to put in. This wooden barrel is actually filled with delicious wine. Haha! What an amazing guy, I can smell the aroma of your wine from so far away. Bragi was very satisfied. He opened the lid of the barrel and started drinking. Kebabs and beer can help you live 99 years. Bragi was drinking beer and eating dinosaur meat, not to mention how happy he was. Su King, on the other hand, quickly became familiar with Bragi. Su King repeatedly told Nami and Usopp about the cuteness of giants. This guy is Elbaf, a warrior from the kingdom of giants. The honor of a warrior is above all else. It is absolutely impossible to eat people. He will only fight those who look strong. Yes, I look very strong. Usopp said. Then we can rest assured. Nami finally believed what Su King said, and everyone dropped their guard. In the end, the three people gradually integrated into the party with the giant. I asked, how long does this island's magnetism last? Nami asked. 1 year. The giant said matter-of-factly. What, stay in a place like this for a year? We will go crazy. Nami and Usopp couldn't help complaining. After some time, suddenly there was an earthquake around. However, there were bursts of smoke and rumbling sounds from the mountains not far away. It turned out that a volcano had erupted. At this time, Bragi's expression suddenly became very serious, and he said, Sorry, I have to leave for a while. Leave? Yes, this is the signal for a duel that has lasted for 100 years. Bragi said. 100 years? With whom? Where? What's the reason? Usopp and Nami asked. Reason? I forgot. Ha ha ha. Bragi laughed heartily, then picked up his weapon and walked in another direction step by step. What's going on? Nami and Usopp looked at Su King and asked. Upon seeing this, Su King said, this is their battle to compete for the glory of the Elbaf warriors. They had to see who was stronger, so they used the volcano as a signal to go out for a duel. Why are they fighting if there is no reason? Is glory really more important to them than everything else? Nami's rhetorical question went straight to the core of the problem. Chapter 42 Battle against the two giants. Su King nodded and said, yes, that's what happened. They even forgot why they were fighting, but they always kept fighting. Can't they stop? When will it end if this continues? Usopp asked. Su King could only shake his head helplessly and said, if you have to make them stop fighting, I have a good way. What can I do? Nami and Usopp asked Su King very curiously. Su King just showed a serious look. You don't want to defeat the two of them, do you? Usopp and Nami were almost confused again. Immediately afterwards, a desperate duel began between the two giants. One was Blue Ogre Dongli and the other was Red Ogre Bragi. One person holds a huge sword and shield, and the other person holds a one-handed axe and shield. The two faced off against each other, causing a huge shock and overwhelming momentum. Dong dong dong! Bang bang bang! The two of them were engaged in a sacred duel very seriously, and it seemed that there would be no result at all for a while. What a fierce battle! All attacks from both sides are fatal with one blow aimed at the vital point. Usopp said. Have they been carrying on this kind of battle for 100 years? Nami asked in disbelief. I'm afraid so. Su King nodded. There is no reason to fight so fiercely. It's really amazing. Is this a duel between truly powerful men? Usopp was shocked. This is a glorious duel between warriors. Usopp has always admired real maritime heroes, so he was naturally very excited. I just want to become a glorious sea warrior like them. Usopp looked at the two giants in front of him with excitement and admiration. Usopp already regards the two of them as idols, let him watch them for a while longer. Su King said with a smile. Okay. Nami then sat down. Are we both a little homesick? Dongli. Bragi asked while breathing heavily. Yes. So I want to kill you and then return to Elbaf, Bragi. Dongli asked also tiredly. Ah. Ha. Both of their weapons were knocked to the ground, and then they used their shields to hit each other hard in the face. 73,466 battle. 73,466 flat. After the two sides finished speaking, the two fell to the ground almost at the same time. Huge cracks had appeared on the ground where they had fought. Immediately afterwards, the two open-minded people began to laugh. Dongli. Actually, a customer brought me some wine. Bragi said cheerfully. Really? That's great. Why don't you give me some? Dongli said cheerfully. Although the battle between the giants has come to an end, Su King has already felt the presence of some unusual people. Well, if your guess is correct, those bastards at Baroque Works should have already prepared their own plan, right? Su King said with squinted eyes. But before that, let's have a good drink. Su King once again took out a huge wine barrel, which shocked Usopp and Nami again. I said, what is in your pocket? Can you take everything out? Nami said in disbelief. Hey, it's a secret. Su King said mysteriously. Haha. That's great. I said, why don't you stay here from now on? Giant Bragi said with a smile. How is that possible? We still have to. At this moment, there was an explosion not far away. Bang! Immediately afterwards, thick smoke began to billow. The people from Baroque Working Group took action. Su King said immediately. Su King immediately guessed that at Dongli's side. The wine he drank should have been replaced by explosives by Baroque's gang, causing the explosion. Su King guessed that Luffy would temporarily defeat Tori, who had lost his strength and was seriously injured, because doing so was the only way to stop him. Since Blue Ogre Dongli has been attacked, the targets of the Baroque Working Group's enemies should also gather there. Su King said with great certainty. You guys just stay here, I have to leave for a while. Su King didn't even have time to explain to Nami Usopp, and he rushed towards the place where the explosion had just occurred at extremely fast speeds. Seeing that there was still a thick smoke in the air, Su King rushed over immediately. However, at this moment, the volcano suddenly shook with a boom, and then the huge volcano erupted directly. Then, the earth began to shake again. It turned out that the two giants had received the signal again and were preparing to duel in front of the volcano to see who was the strongest warrior of Elbaf. This is the strategy of Baroque Works. So, do you want Red Ogre to kill Blue Ogre? Then the fisherman will benefit. It's really a good plan. However, with me here, everything will not go so smoothly. Su King is already ready. If he wanted to prevent the giants from dueling each other, Su King himself would have to be stronger than the giants. The giants finally met. Bragi swung the weapon in his hand and easily suppressed Dongli in front of him. Bragi could feel that Dongli in front of him seemed much weaker than usual. Seeing this, Su King didn't want to delay anymore and used his devil fruit power. This time the devil fruit made Su King's entire body become extremely huge. Su King's whole body was covered by the shadow of the devil behind him, and his whole body was filled with a dark and evil power. Anyone who saw Su King would feel very depressed. Is this also one of my abilities? Su King asked, looking at his hand in disbelief. This is one of the abilities of the Super Devil Fruit. You can think of it as an animal type ability, which can increase your full abilities. Now you can also fight a giant head-on. The system answered Su King in a timely manner. Su Kang's doubts naturally doubled his confidence. Everyone knows that the power of giants is very terrifying, and their combat effectiveness is amazing. Even for Su Kang, it is not an easy task to fight against the enemy. But now, after Su King felt the power surging in his body, his whole person took on a new look. Brgy. Dongli. Sorry, this duel has to be suspended. As soon as Su King appeared, he attracted the attention of the two giants. The two giants looked at Su King and then refused. Even you can't stop the duel between us. This is Elbaf's glory. What a stubborn giant. Boom. The two giants waved their weapons again regardless, trying to attack each other. At this time, Su King moved. Su King grabbed Dongli's shield with his left hand and Broggy's shield with his right hand, and then waved it vigorously. Chapter 43 Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. The huge devil's hand easily threw away the bodies of the two giants. The two giants tried their best to control their bodies and stop them. However, before they could make any further moves, Su Kang's attack came again. Su King turned his demonic hands into giants, one giant in each hand, and captured both giants in his hands. No matter how hard the two giants struggled, they could not break free from Su Kang's shackles. Human, what do you want to do? Is it to stop the battle between us? This is our honor as Elbaf soldiers. Do you really want to stop me and us? The two giants said one after another. This duel has been tampered with for a long time. Even if it is unfair, do you still want to start the duel? Su King asked. Unexpectedly, the two giants answered in the affirmative with a tacit understanding. You are really hopeless, but even if you want to duel again, it is impossible. Otherwise, you will defeat me. Su King was also very determined. He would never let two giants kill each other. In that case, for the sake of our glorious duel, we have no choice but to be polite. The two giants looked at each other, and then launched an attack on Su King. Su Kang's hands were originally holding the giant tightly, but the giant used all his strength to break free from Su King. What a great strength! You are indeed a giant. Su King was shocked. Even he did not expect that the strength of the giants could reach such a level. Su King still held the two giants with all his strength, but it was obvious that the giants at this time had gradually gained the upper hand in the competition of strength. These guys are really powerful, I still underestimate them. After Su King finished speaking, his hand was finally opened. After the two giants broke free from his restraints, they first attacked him. After all, if Su King was there, the duel between them would still be disturbed. However, Dongli had been seriously injured, and he was obviously out of shape. Su King seized this good opportunity, clenched the devil's claw directly into a fist, and then hit Dongli hard. Although Dongli raised his shield, Su Kang's strength was not small, and the power of his super devil fruit was comparable to the power of a giant. Just hearing a bang, the giant Dongli was knocked down by a punch and fell to the ground. Ah! Broggy also launched a desperate attack on Su King. Su King blocked Broggy with difficulty and carried a giant head-on. It seemed quite difficult for Su King without using swordsmanship. At this moment, a shocking scene happened. Broggy and Su King suddenly saw a large amount of white matter appearing around them. These things seemed to be in a liquid state at first, but when they submerged their bodies like a sea, they turned into a solid state. Yes, both Su King and the giant Broggy were immobilized by this thing. Ha ha ha. It's really hard work. I didn't expect you people to be stupid enough to kill each other. No matter how powerful you are, you have all been caught by me. The speaker looks very strange, and the important thing is that on his head is A3 written in hair. Beside him, there was a little girl wearing a hat and eating cookies. Su King immediately knew the identity of the visitor. "It's you, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week," Su King said. "Oh? Do you know us? But we probably haven't met before," Mr. 3 said in a strange tone. "You have the ability to melt the candle's fruit. It's a very interesting ability. I hope you can bring me a different surprise," Su King said. "Surprise? You seem to think too highly of yourself, right? Haha. You want to be my enemy? Is this true? Since you know that I am a devil fruit user, you should know how strong I am, right?" Mr. 3 said with a smile. As he spoke, Mr. 3 was still controlling the white substance on his body, and then he very strangely returned to himself from the wax liquid just now. "What on earth are you going to do?" Broggy asked with great difficulty. "Me? Of course I want to make my beloved work," Mr. 3 said very excitedly. "Hey! No matter what you want to do, I won't let you get what you want." Broggy then struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. "Haha! Give up! Give up! The hardness of my candle coat after solidification is almost the same as iron. Even if it has the strange power of the giants, it is useless as long as it is trapped," Mr. 3 said. "In short, you have to use your brain for everything. There is no need for head-on confrontation. You are careless because you want to win. Anyway, Red Ogre Broggy and Blue Ogre Dongli, your battle should come to an end. Haven't you been fighting with some glory for a century? You still don't know that we did something to Dongli, right? Ha ha ha. However, I am the one who wins in the end. Even if this human being wants to stop the battle between you, I am still the one who achieves the greatest victory in the end. In the past, the total bounty for the two of you was as high as 200 million belly. This bounty is still valid now, and this man also has a bounty of 50 million belly. I feel like I have found a long-dormant treasure. Ah! As the saying goes, villains die from talking too much." Mr. 3 kept talking about all the bad things he had done. Now Broggy understood everything. He really felt that Dongli's combat effectiveness was not as good as before. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that it's these people who are causing trouble. At this time Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 have arrived, and at the same time they also captured Princess Vivi. Mr. Su King. Princess Vivi did not expect that Su King would also be caught. Candle shackles. Mr. 3 once again used his ability and directly locked Princess Vivi's feet firmly. "Mr. 5, bring the swordsman and the woman here, let's start." The flame on Mr. 3's head became very strong, and his hands immediately turned into white candles. Extra large candle holder. Immediately afterwards, a very huge candlestick appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Mr. 5 directly threw the captured Zoro and Nami to the ground. Then, Vivi, Nami, Zoro and Su King were all inserted into the candlestick and their feet were locked. "Su King, what should we do? What should we do in this situation?" Nami and others asked. "Wait for me for a while, I can break free." After Su King finished speaking, white things appeared around him and fell down. "Don't inhale it. It's wax mist. If you inhale it, we will turn into candle dolls," Su King reminded, and his companions immediately covered their mouths and noses, and then, the color of the demon's shadow behind Su King it's getting deeper and deeper. Chapter 44 Suppressing Mr. 3. Su King punched the candlestick open under him. Everyone jumped down from the tall candlestick. At the same time, the giant Broggy was also full of anger and broke away from the candles that bound him. I already knew what Dongli was hiding, but how could I stop out of sympathy? And now, I know the reason. Now that I know the reason, I have to put an end to it with my own hands. This is my moral obligation to my friend Dongli Ware. Broggy broke free from the shackles of the candle, but at this moment Mr. 5 popped out a booger, and the booger instantly exploded with great power. Even Broggy fell to the ground after being hit by a booger explosion in the front. What a verbose monster! We should deal with this group of people seriously now, Mr. 5 said. At this time, Su King and others had broken free from their shackles, and naturally became the enemy of Baroque Working Group and others. Humph! You guys! I didn't expect it. I still underestimate you. But you won't have another chance. Mr. 3 then used his fruit power again, trying to use a wide range of the solidification ability completely restrained everyone. It's not that easy. Next, I'll let you see how powerful I am. After Su Kang's words fell, he once again used the power of the devil fruit, and at the same time, his eyes had turned into a double Megatama Sharingan state. Su King saw Mr. 3's attack trajectory clearly. However, at this time, Su King was fighting against not only Mr. 3 but also Mr. 5, two senior agents from Baroque Works, both of whom were attacking Su King. Vivi and Nami fight against Miss Valentine's Day, while Zoro fights against the mysterious Miss Golden Week. Su King, who possesses the power of Sharingan and Super Devil Fruit, has heaven-defying defense and is almost completely immune to Mr. 5's explosive attacks. As for Mr. 3, Su King can completely avoid it by just using his flexibility. No matter how strong or fierce the attack is, it is meaningless as long as it does not fall on Su King. Although Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 were attacking Su King from both sides, they still felt a great sense of powerlessness. Their attacks had no effect on Su King at all. You guys! Are you also a devil fruit user? What on earth is this strange fruit? Is it a moth? The two men's attacks made no progress, and they gradually lost the idea of fighting Su King. Forget it. Let's deal with the others directly. This guy is too difficult to deal with. He can fly into the air and dodge our attacks very flexibly. It's a waste of time, so it's better to deal with the other people. Mr. 3 is quite smart, but he still underestimated Su Kang's ability. Come when you want, leave when you want? It's not that simple. Su Kang's demonic light flourished, and he blocked the two of them at extremely fast speeds. Damn it! It seems that if we don't deal with this guy, we won't be able to deal with the others. Mr. 3 said, in that case, leave him to me, and leave the others to you. Mr. 5. Mr. 3 activated his devil fruit with all his strength, and he directly used a large area of candles to seal Su Kang's surroundings. He created a gap for Mr. 5, but at this moment, a boom sound resounded all around. What happened? Mr. 3 looked back and saw that a man wearing a straw hat had punched Mr. 5 in the face. This guy? Mr. 3 was shocked. In addition to the boy wearing a straw hat, there was also a boy with a long nose. You are here. Su King also punched the candle wall and flew out from inside. Hateful. Ha, Luffy and Usopp are late. If you don't show up, Zoro and the others might die. Su King said with a smile, not feeling worried at all. Sorry, I'm trapped. Luffy said apologetically. At this moment, a voice came. Candle shackles. Mr. 3 took advantage of Su Kang's attention on Luffy and tried to use his fruit power to block Su Kang's feet. But Su King naturally would not let Mr. 3 achieve his goal so easily. Luffy. I'll leave the rest to you. Let me take care of this guy. Su King instantly dodged Mr. 3's sneak attack. However, Mr. 3 did not appear very discouraged. He smiled strangely and actually used the candle shackles again. This time, the scope was much larger than before. Ha! Su King didn't dodge at all this time, but rushed towards the wax liquid head-on. Haha! I didn't expect the guy with a bounty of 50 million to turn out to be a big idiot. Mr. 3 laughed very proudly. He was very confident in his moves. This is as hard as steel. If you are trapped here, the outcome will be decided. Mr. 3 was already ready to taste the fruits of victory. However, at this moment, Su Kang's whole body was actually covered by the demon behind him. The demon's body exuded a dark aura, which instantly elementalized Su Kang's body. These candle liquids solidified immediately, and it should be said that they would immobilize Su Kang's entire body. However, the actual situation was that Su Kang walked out easily. Wait! What is going on? Is this the ability of the Logia Devil Fruit? Aren't you a paramecia? Mr. 3 also opened his mouth wide, he couldn't believe it at all. The abilities Su Kang displayed, such as extending his arms and enlarging his body, were undoubtedly paramecia's abilities. However, Su Kang can also transform into elements, which is Logia's ability. Mr. 3 was also a little confused at this time. What on earth is going on? If he is a user with Logia's ability, then he can obviously avoid those attacks of mine just now. Can't you understand? Su Kang smiled slightly and walked towards Mr. 3 step by step. Mr. 3 looked a little nervous, but still used the power of his candle to try to block Su Kang's progress. Impossible! Impossible! You are a paramecia user. It cannot be Logia. How can there be rare Logia in a remote corner of this great waterway? Mr. 3's attacks kept falling at Su Kang's feet. However, the elementalized Su Kang is naturally directly immune. If you want to defeat Logia's espers, you must either find their weaknesses or use haki. In the first half of the Great Channel, there are only a handful of powerful people who are domineering. You have always been the one attacking, now it's my turn, right? Su Kang's voice appeared around Mr. 3, but Mr. 3 could not find Su Kang at all. Su Kang used his teleportation to quickly move around Mr. 3. Finally, Su Kang rushed out and punched straight, and the black shadow behind him also followed him. Devil's Fist. Wall of Candles. Mr. 3's reaction was already very fast. He used his candle to form a defensive wall. However, in front of Su Kang's fist, the wall as hard as steel seemed like tofu. Ha! Su Kang exerted a little force, and the candle wall collapsed. Chapter 45 Battle Psychological Hints. Su Kang did not stop, but controlled the Devil's Fist to continue extending until Mr. 3 was knocked away with one punch. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and Mr. 3 also flew directly from the ground to the other side. This is impossible. Mr. 3 actually. Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 were shocked. Do they know Mr. 3's ability? As an agent ranked higher than them, his ability is already very strong. The person who easily broke the candle wall and knocked Mr. 3 away shouldn't even appear in their minds. I said, the situation is already obvious now, right? Baroque works, are you still struggling? Su Kang asked. At this time, he was naturally looking at Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Hey! That's hard to say. Mr. 5 smiled strangely, and then looked at the little girl wearing a hat and eating cookies. I see, is it Miss Golden Week that you are relying on? At this time, Su Kang was acting very mysterious, and no one knew what he was going to do. However, at this time, Miss Valentine looked at Mr. 5 and smiled strangely, then jumped into the air, and then shouted, 10,000 kilograms. Then it fell from the sky. Do you think I will be fooled by this kind of attack? Su Kang just turned sideways slightly to avoid the attack. Who would have thought that Valentine's Day would instantly move out of the way, and an explosion would suddenly appear in front of Su Kang? Boom! Black smoke billowed, but Su Kang was not hurt at all. At the critical moment, Su Kang dodged it. Not good. Su Kang suddenly felt bad. At this moment, Su Kang saw the proud smiles of Mr. 5 and others. Underfoot, there is black ink. Remember, it seems to be Miss Golden Week's special ability, psychological suggestion. Su Kang stopped at this time. Su Kang? What's going on? Why aren't you moving? Beat them. Nami and Usopp said. No, I don't want it. Su Kang shook his head. He was very offended by what his partner said. What's going on? Luffy still didn't know what happened. Miss Golden Week left another yellow mark on Luffy. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard. Luffy immediately laughed from ear to ear. I laughed so much that my stomach hurt. What on earth happened? Nami, Zoro and others had no idea what was going on. Ha! This guy has stepped into a trap. This is Miss Golden Week's ability. She can mix different colors to give others inner hints. Black is the black of betrayal. Yellow is the yellow of laughter. Mr. 5, he said very proudly, your strongest partners have already been tricked. I think this battle has already come to an end, haha. That's not necessarily true. Su King said calmly, and then wiped away the paint on Luffy's back. You? Why didn't you fall into the trap? Mr. 5, Miss Valentine's Day and Miss Golden Week all couldn't figure it out. They clearly saw Su King stepping on the trap. Su King smiled slightly and said, don't you know that my devil fruit has the ability to fly? Actually, my feet are still a little bit away from the paint. Su King flapped his wings and lifted his shoes. As expected, no paint was stained. This. How is that possible? It can be said that Su King's operation completely refreshed the three views of the agents. They had never encountered a strong person like Su King who could successfully evade psychological suggestion attacks. It's not over yet. Why do you look like we've already lost to you? Miss Valentine's Day finished speaking, and Miss Golden Week once again showed off her abilities by using the colors she mixed on her drawing board. Bullfighting red. The red paint was splashed on the ground, and it still had a certain shape. Obviously, this red color also has the ability to suggest psychological things. Rubber bazooka. At this time, Luffy was hit again. He stretched out his hands and attacked the paint. After yellow and black, is there red again? Su King looked at Miss Golden Week and said. Yes. When you see this red, you will be like a bull rushing towards a cloak, trying to attack this bullfighting red. It's a pity. Miss Golden Week said. However, Su King grinned and said, then give it a try. Luffy. Get out of the way. Luffy immediately dodged back, and Su King once again used his demonic power, and the huge demonic claws stretched out instantly, but even Su King uncontrollably attacked in the direction of the red paint. Baroque's agent said proudly, even you, in the face of powerful psychological suggestions, can only be controlled. Haha. However, Su King did not stop at this time and used his fruit ability a little more. Then, only a dong was heard. The surrounding area was immediately filled with dust. At this time, Su King had slowly walked in front of everyone. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that he had gotten rid of the hint of bullfighting red. What? Actually? He got away again. The Baroque agents were shocked again. Before, it was because Su King could fly that he could escape, but this time Su King was directly hit. Ah! How smart! It turns out that he has increased his attack power, so he directly wiped the paint off the ground. This way, he will naturally not be affected again. Nami thought with an idea next to him. It's not over yet. Miss Golden Week then used the blue on the drawing board to draw on Luffy's back, mixing it with the original yellow to form green. Leisurely green. Luffy was hit again, and then became an idler. The battle was about to begin, and this guy actually ran to drink tea very leisurely. It's okay if this guy leaves. At this time, Su King had already seen the abilities of Miss Golden Week and other agents, and he didn't want to waste any more time at this time. Little girl, as long as you can avoid your paint and don't look at it, you won't be psychologically suggestive, right? So, I just need to close my eyes and fight with you. Su King then actually closed his eyes. Close your eyes? Fight with us? That's ridiculous. Don't forget. All of us are here. At this time, other senior Baroque agents were also preparing to take action. Do you think we are just decorations? Zoro scolded from the side, ready to support Su King at any time. However, this was a good opportunity for Su King to verify his abilities, so he said, Zoro, Nami, Luffy, Usopp, leave the next battle to me alone. Don't worry, it won't take long. After Su King finished speaking, the Straw Hats and the others all retreated. Everyone felt that Su Kang's original gentle and warm temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes. This guy's feelings have changed, finally. Are you more serious? Zoro said lightly. I have never felt this way. Does Su King really want to deal with everyone in Baroque works alone? Princess Vivi also looked a little nervous. As an undercover agent, she knew how strong these senior agents were. Chapter 46 Defeat Baroque Agent. Candle Armor. Mr. 3, who was originally knocked away, now wrapped the armor as hard as steel tightly around his body. Mr. 5 is also ready for an unprecedented explosive battle. Miss Valentine had already changed her weight. She jumped up lightly, ready to use her weight to press heavily on Su Kang's body. Miss Golden Week also prepared the paint and was ready to paint it on Su Kang's body at any time. Whoosh! Su Kang moved. Su Kang's speed was as fast as lightning, and normal people could not catch Su Kang's movement with the naked eye. Boom! The huge devil's hand had already punched out, and then an explosion occurred. Boom! Black smoke suddenly appeared all around. It turned out that the moment Su King attacked Mr. 5, he detonated something. When Mr. 5 was feeling proud, Su King appeared in front of Miss Golden Week in the next second. Have a good sleep. Su Kang's seemingly random kick directly kicked Miss Golden Week away. At the same time, her paintboard also broke into several pieces. Miss Golden Week did not suffer much damage, but was knocked unconscious directly. So fast. But no matter how fast you are, you can't beat me. Miss Valentine's Day once again increased her weight. At this time, Su King was about to move when he saw Mr. 3's candle coming. The candle liquid surged in, along with Mr. 5's exploding boogers. Humph! Demon wings. Su Kang's demon wings wrapped his body, and then he made a bang sound. As a result, although Miss Valentine attacked Su King secretly, the final result was that Miss Valentine suffered multiple fractures in her body. She never thought that Su Kang's defense was so frighteningly strong. Faced with the overwhelming wax liquid and Mr. 5's boogers, Su King directly chose elementalization. Before Agent Baroque and the others smiled contentedly, Su King had already appeared behind Mr. 5. This time, I will make it impossible for you to get up. Demonic Impact. Su King hit Mr. 5 hard. As an explosive man, he vomited blood and fell to the ground before he could even detonate. You are alone, Mr. 3. Su King looked at Mr. 3 and approached him step by step. What the heck? Defeated them. However, no matter how powerful you are, it is absolutely impossible for you to penetrate my armor. This is armor like steel. My candle armor. Although Mr. 3 said very firmly, he could not hide his panic at this time. Ha! Since you are so confident in your own hardness, I will kindly try it for you. Su King raised the corners of his mouth slightly and rushed towards Mr. 3 with lightning speed. Boom! 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 The first sound was the sound of Su King hitting Mr. 3, and the second and third sounds were the violent and reverberating sounds. Su Kang's demonic impact is to use all the strength of his body to rush towards the enemy, using his hard demonic body as a way to attack. Crack! The sound was the sound of the candle shell breaking. That's right, the candle coat, which was as hard as steel, was smashed into pieces by Su Kang's body. Poof! At this time, Mr. 3 spit out a mouthful of blood. How could he believe that there are people in this world whose bodies are harder than steel? This is impossible. How can there be such a person in this world? Mr. 3 was despairing. In addition to the broken candle armor on the outside of his body, his own body also suffered heavy injuries. His body flew towards the back like a cannonball, and then there was no more movement. How terrible! Fortunately, this guy is not our enemy. Nami and Usopp looked at Su King and said, "This is great." Princess Vivi also smiled. Everyone gathered together again and took care of Bragi and Dongli. Soon after, the two giants recovered. "Great. Master. Are you okay?" Usopp looked at Bragi with concern and asked. "Hey." Bragi looked around and immediately locked his eyes on Dongli. "Are you okay?" "Dongli." Bragi hugged Dongli tightly and said, "That's great. You are still alive, my friend." Haha. Giant Dongli also hugged Bragi tightly. Although the two had dueled for a long time, they had a more precious friendship than ordinary people. Today is such a good day. Thank you, God Elbaf. Bragi looked up to the sky and smiled excitedly. Ha ha ha. Dongli also looked at Bragi with tears in his eyes. The battle in the small garden was over, and everyone took a short rest and chatted. At this time, Su King noticed that mosquito bites had appeared on Nami's body. What happened? Su King immediately walked to Nami's side, looking very nervous. "It's okay, I was just bitten by a bug." Nami didn't seem to take it seriously. "What's wrong?" Luffy, Usopp, and others asked immediately. When Su King saw this, he immediately said earnestly, "Being bitten by an insect from the ancient island is definitely unusual. We must go find a doctor immediately." Su King's appearance made Nami a little nervous. After all, Su King was not someone who targeted someone for no reason. "I also want to leave, but the magnetic force connecting to the next island will take a year to maintain," Zoro said calmly. At this time, Dongli and Bragi said, "You saved us, and we want to do something to repay you, but there is nothing we can do about this matter." At the same time, Sanji suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "Wow! Miss Nami! Long time no see. You guy, you just showed up leisurely now, what are you doing?" Everyone couldn't help but get angry. Sanji was immediately surprised when he saw the huge giant. "What? Are you Mr. 3? Nami immediately asked, "How do you know Mr. 3? Immediately afterwards, Sanji recounted what happened before. It turned out that he sneaked into Mr. 3's candle room, successfully talked to Crocodile, and then took out the permanent pointer to Alabasta. Everyone immediately became happy. On the Great Waterway, the most helpless thing is that you can only use the pointer to travel. Otherwise, even if you fly on the vast sea, you will lose your way. We can move in the direction of Alabasta. If we encounter an inhabited island on the way, we must stop." Su King reiterated the matter of Nami being bitten by an insect. Then, Nami seemed a little indifferent. Su King repeatedly emphasized the seriousness of Nami's condition, and Nami believed it. "Speaking of which, no matter what, we have to leave quickly. Don't delay any longer." Nami reminded him quickly when he saw that Luffy was still having a banquet with Usopp. As the captain, Luffy naturally knew that the sea was his direction, so he looked at the two giants and said, "Well, uncles, we have to go." Chapter 47 Nami's Condition. "Well, it seems that you are on your way, although it is a pity that we will not keep you. Little blue-haired girl, I hope your country is safe and sound." "Thank you," Vivi said. "Goodbye. Don't die again," Luffy said with a smile as he walked. "Master. One day I will go to Elbaf to see you," Usopp answered excitedly. And Zoro and Sanji have been comparing who has the bigger prey. But in the end, Nami said that such a large prey could not be accommodated by the melee. Su King looked worried, but Princess Vivi saw this. "Mr. Su King, is Nami really serious?" Vivi asked. "Yes, some kind of bacteria or virus has entered her body, and it is still in the incubation period. After a while, she will get sick, and then. So, we must find the doctor as soon as possible. Su King did not say who the doctor was. On the sea, something might happen. Not far away, two giants were already standing at the mouth of the river. They seemed to be talking to themselves. People who come to this island. The biggest reason why we can't reach the next island is right ahead. You risked your lives to protect our glory. So no matter what kind of opponent we face, we will never let the glory of friendship be shamed. Trust us. Go straight ahead. No matter what happens, don't change your direction. I understand. Luffy responded full of fighting spirit. When the boat slowly sailed out of the river mouth, a huge island-eating monster appeared in front of the boat. Humph! Did you show up? I'll open the way for you. I bet on Elbaf's name. The two giants seemed to be making some moves. When Nami saw that the huge monster in front of him had opened its bloody mouth, he immediately wanted to direct everyone to turn around. Go straight ahead. Right? Luffy? Usopp asked. Of course. Luffy said confidently. Idiot, this time is different from the time I met Laboon. Nami said very nervously. There was a huge risk of the entire ship being destroyed. I know. Stop arguing. Luffy sat leisurely on Mary's head, eating pancakes. If we don't change the ship's course, we will. Nami tried to persuade her again and again, but the others didn't listen. Give up, Nami. Zoro shook his head and looked at the monster in front of him silently. Vivi and Kui didn't dare to look at them, and immediately asked Su King, Mr. Su King. Can we really believe what they say? Do we really want to rush into that monster's mouth? Yes. Believe them. Just like you once believed in me. Su King was also very confident. No way. It's too late. Nami burst into tears. She watched helplessly as the melee sailed into the belly of this island-eating monster. At this time, Dong Gli from the river mouth said, You can really eat whatever you want, you monster-eating island goldfish. What's surprising is not only the size of this guy, but also the size and length of the excrement he pooped out after eating all over the surrounding islands. I remember it was a huge excrement called the Barren Island. Haha. I remember I mistakenly thought that was a land landing. Dong Gli responded with a smile. That nostalgic adventure time, after seeing them, reminded me of the past. At this time, the goldfish finally closed its mouth, and the two giants immediately took action. They both raised their weapons and said, The only ones who can pass our level are warriors who fought bloody battles. Try Elbaf's legendary giant's strongest spear. But in the belly of the goldfish, Luffy and Usopp still shouted loudly, Go straight! Go straight! At this moment, a super powerful shock wave suddenly came from the rear of the ship. A flash of light flashed, and the melee appeared again, and the huge goldfish seemed to have a big hole in its belly. The melee flew into the air as if it had wings, at an extremely fast speed. It was surrounded by beautiful water splashes, and the blue sea looked magnificent under the sunlight. Go ahead. Go straight forward. Luffy was very excited, and Usopp was also moved to tears. Even the sea split apart. This is the power of Elbaf's warriors. It's so powerful. Friends. Go. Move forward. The two giants' weapons had broken at this time, but they laughed in unison. The melee finally landed on the sea, and then sailed towards the kingdom of Alabasta at a normal speed. At this moment, Su King received the system prompt again. Ding ding ding. Congratulations on successfully leaving the small garden. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on gaining basic ninjutsu knowledge. It allows you to understand things like ninjutsu and chakra in the Hokage world, and also comes with the most basic three-body technique. This knowledge will directly into the depths of your brain, making it easier for you to understand and use. The rewards of the system this time may not sound rich, but they are the most important part of the Hokage combat system. In the battle in the Hokage world, ninjutsu is particularly important, and the reward this time is exactly the most basic thing, and the most basic things can make up the most complex things. Su King hurriedly received the reward, and endless knowledge about ninjutsu immediately came to his mind. Now Su King can say that he can start studying chakra and ninjutsu, but Su King is not in the mood to do this at this time. At this time, Luffy and Usopp were still immersed in the power of the giants, but something was wrong with Nami. "Can you help me look at the pointer?" Vivi. Nami started to sweat all over her body, and her whole body had no strength. Of course. Vivi went over to help Nami. Su King saw something wrong with Nami from the side, so he immediately put his hand on Nami's forehead. "It's so hot, you have a fever. Leave the sailing matter to me." Vivi quickly helps Nami into rest. Su King said immediately. Vivi saw that Nami had indeed developed a high fever, and immediately informed other people on the ship about it. Everyone in the cabin, standing in front of Nami's bed, didn't know what to say. There was no ship's doctor on the ship, so everyone was at a loss, even Su King had no idea. "Well, take these things for the time being and prepare for emergencies." Su King took out some cooling ice packs and some modern analgesics from his magic bag. "Although there is no way to cure Nami, we can temporarily suppress Nami's condition." Su King immediately asked Sanji to find warm water, and then asked Vivi to give Nami medicine. But after a while, Nami became more comfortable and her body temperature dropped a bit. "Will Nami die?" Luffy and others asked. Chapter 48, People at Sea Station. "I don't know, but the situation is not optimistic at all," Su King said. "Ah? Miss Nami?" Sanji also burst into tears. No. Although Nami was lying on the bed to rest, she seemed unable to fall asleep. She said, "There is a newspaper in the drawer of my desk, right?" Vivi immediately found it and was shocked when she saw the content. "This is impossible. What's wrong? What happened?" Luffy asked. "Is it about Alabasta?" Vivi. Sanji also asked. 300,000 King's troops have defected and joined the rebel army. It was originally a suppressive war of 600,000 King's troops against 400,000 rebel troops. Now the situation immediately changed. Vivi felt bad after seeing this news. Nami said in great pain, "The riots in Alabasta are finally reaching a climax. That was the newspaper from 3 days ago. I'm sorry, even if I let you read it, the ship can't go faster. I'm afraid you will be worried, so I hid the newspaper." Luffy? "Do you understand?" Nami asked. "I see, I understand." Luffy nodded. "But if you don't see a doctor?" Usopp was interrupted by Nami. "It's okay, the thermometer is broken, I can still do it. Besides, Su Kang's medicine is quite effective, and the resistance will eventually pass." Although Nami looked sick, she insisted. "It's no problem for me. Don't worry, the ship will arrive at Alabasta as usual." Nami slowly walked to the deck. At this time Su King saw the problem, that is, Nami's condition could not be delayed at all, but Alabasta was extremely urgent. The war is about to break out. If this is not stopped, the kingdom of Alabasta will be finished. The country will be taken away by Crocodile. Vivi was also worried and anxious at this time. "I can't wait. We must return to Alabasta immediately. If it's too late, 1 million people will start meaninglessly killing each other." Vivi was in a very painful mood. As a princess, she still shouldered a lot. If we can directly invite doctors to the ship and become our partners, then not only will Nami be safe, but Alabasta will also be able to catch up. Su King said. But where to find a doctor? Everyone fell into melancholy again. At this time, Zoro's voice came from outside the cabin. Come out quickly. It's time to work. Let's go out and take a look. Luffy, Su King, and others left the cabin. It turned out that due to Zoro, the melee yawed very seriously, and the surrounding air changed. Get moving. Although Su King knew that Nami was trying to show off his strength, at this moment, he didn't want to let Nami down. Following Su King's mobilization, everyone started to move. Everyone pulled the mast together, listened to the instructions of Nami and Su King, and turned the ship around together. After being busy for a while, Nami stared at the permanent record pointer heading to Alabasta and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the red pointer pointing forward. Princess Vivi opened the hatch at this time and said with a very serious expression, "I boarded your ship, and it may be a bit too much to say this, but now my country is facing a major crisis. Anyway, I think go back quickly, there is no delay, so I hope this ship can go to the kingdom of Alabasta as quickly as possible." Everyone was silent at this time, but Nami said with a smile, "Of course. Didn't I promise you?" When everyone thought that Vivi would only care about the safety of her own country but ignored Nami, Vivi changed the subject and said, "Then, let's go find an island with a doctor immediately. Cure Nami's disease as soon as possible, and then go to Alabasta. This is the fastest speed of this ship, right?" "Yes. There is no faster speed than this." Luffy also showed a smile. "That's right." Su King also nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Vivi's matter. Usopp asked tentatively, "Is this okay? As a princess, you should be worried about 1 million citizens, right?" "Yes. That's why Nami's illness must be cured as soon as possible," Vivi said firmly. "Well said, Vivi. I'm obsessed with you again." Sanji also smiled at Vivi. "What courage!" Zoro also praised. Obviously, Vivi's words and deeds impressed everyone on the Straw Hat ship. "I'm so sorry." Nami looked at Vivi apologetically. "Don't force it, Nami." Before Vivi could comfort Nami, Luffy started arguing next to her. "Look. What is that?" It turned out that a hurricane with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared on the sea ahead. The power of the storm could be felt from such a distance. Wait. That direction is..." Vivi was shocked. "This is the direction our ship was heading until just now. If we go forward like that, we will definitely collide head-on." Usopp also said in horror. "It's so dangerous. We really saved a life." Luffy, who was fearless, said in shock. Vivi stared at the hurricane with an expression of disbelief. This time she has completely learned Nami's navigation skills. Nami is not only a master of navigation who relies on theory to predict the weather, but she is also extremely sensitive to changes in the weather. It can be said that Nami can accurately capture any disturbance. He was born to be a navigator. If it weren't for Nami, all of us on the ship would have died. Su King got to the point. Although Nami is usually a bit greedy for money, as a navigator and a partner of the Straw Hats, he is still very reliable at critical moments. "Okay. Let's go find a doctor quickly." Luffy and others naturally tried their best to find a doctor first. Before looking for a doctor, Su King used the magic bag given to him by the system to take out some modern medicine ibuprofen to relieve pain and cool down the temperature. Sanji specially prepared some light food suitable for Nami in the kitchen. As a girl, Vivi takes good care of Nami carefully. Su King was on the deck, staring at the record pointer, and commanding Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and others as soon as the ship showed signs of yaw. In this way, everyone persisted for a while, but Nami's condition did not ease at all. Although there were modern drugs, Nami was bitten by an ancient insect, and Su King could not remove the toxin. At this time, there were snowflakes in the sky. At this time Zoro held the telescope and said, "Hey! Is there anyone standing on the sea?" "What?" Usopp immediately replied, "How is that possible? Stop joking. How can a person stand on the sea?" Luffy also said, "Sharingan." Open. Su King opened the Sharingan without saying a word. After possessing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, he did not have to worry about the consumption of chakra, and the 2 Megatama Sharingan would not have any physical burden. Su King really saw a strangely dressed man above the sea. Chapter 49 Killing Valpo. The man was dressed like a circus clown. He was carrying a bow and a barrel of arrows. Of course, these were not important. What was important was that in the ice and snow, this man was standing on the sea like this. Not moving. It seems that he is really the same person. Su King said. Luffy and Usopp wiped their eyes, and the man on the sea stared at them blankly. It's really cold today. The man suddenly said. Yeah, it's quite cold. It's extremely cold. Really? The mysterious figure actually responded to everyone. Su King faintly felt something was wrong. Get ready for battle. As soon as Su King reacted, the entire melee slid backwards. A huge submarine floated up from the feet of the man just now. This submarine was several times larger than the melee, and the melee seemed very insignificant. What is that? Watermelon. Luffy and others firmly grasped the railing of the ship. No one knew what the sudden appearance of this thing was. Is this thing a ship? Zoro asked. In short, these people are probably not good people. Su King said. No way. Is it Baroque works? Can we be found on the vast sea? Usopp also guessed. At this time, the ship in front of them slowly raised a hippopotamus logo, and also raised a pirate flag. Oops. It turns out to be a pirate. Usopp said. So awesome. Luffy was also very surprised at this time. Even when we are busy. Zoro was also a little helpless at this time. After all, there were injured people on the ship. If this guy really dares to attack us, I will never show mercy. Su King said calmly, with infinite terror in his eyes. The reason why Su King is so serious this time is naturally because there is Nami on the ship. Su King really regards Nami as a partner. If anyone delays Nami's condition, Su King will destroy him. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp all gulped at this time. Even they were a little scared. They had challenged Su King countless times, but they all ended in failure. And every time Su King was not so serious, but he defeated them. If Su King is serious and fights with all his strength, how strong will he be? Then will there be any survivors on the opposite ship? Although Luffy is the nominal captain, Su King is the strongest among the Straw Hats. At this time, there was a deathly laughter coming from the opposite side. Wow, ha ha ha. You must be shocked. This large diving surprise sailing ship, the White Iron King, was attacked. The person who spoke loudly and arrogantly. On the deck of the White Iron King in front of them, there was a group of pirates standing neatly. This group of pirates seemed to be well trained and well equipped. Most of them were holding rifles, and a few were carrying swords. It seems that these people are not targeting us, but we happened to meet them. Su King analyzed. We are really unlucky. Usopp smiled bitterly. Sanji in the cabin heard the sound, noticed something was wrong, and walked out of the cabin. As soon as he walked out of the cabin, Sanji saw everything around him. He lit a cigarette slowly and asked, "What happened?" "We were attacked," Luffy said. Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, and Su King were all surrounded by multiple armed pirates at this time, with multiple guns pointed at them. As soon as Sanji came out, he was naturally surrounded. The number of pirates on the other side was several times that of the Straw Hats, but except for Usopp, there was no panic on everyone's face. "Hey, I think that's the case too, look at the situation," Sanji also said calmly. Su King's lack of resistance on Luffy's side made the other party's troops feel very strange. "Are you really pirates? What a strange bunch of guys. Have you caught 5 of them? No matter what, there can't be only 4 pirates in the gang." The person who spoke was wearing a hippopotamus skin and was very bloated. Just like a potato. The upper body of this man was wearing a steel suit, and from the nose down, it seemed to have been transformed by steel. The most surprising thing was that he actually swallowed the knife that skewered the meat while eating it. The Straw Hats and the others were all stunned at this time. They had never seen anyone chewing and eating even a knife. I see, I probably know who you are. The corners of Su Kang's mouth raised slightly, and he sneered at this time. Oh? Do you know me? The man asked. Walpo, who has eaten the Tuntun fruit, should you want to go to the Drum Island? Su Kang asked in return. After hearing Su Kang's words, Valbo immediately laughed. Wow! You actually know my name and even where I want to go. It's amazing. Don't you happen to have a permanent pointer to the Drum Kingdom? Valpo asked. No, but I want to give you a piece of advice. Su Kang said. Advice? What advice? Valpo asked. I'll give you 3 seconds to get back to your ship immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for doing anything to you. Su Kang still had that smiling face, but at this time Su Kang clearly had murderous intentions. Are you going to take action? Sanji and others were also preparing. As soon as Su Kang made a move, they were ready to take action at the same time. However, at this time, Valpo laughed loudly again. Wow, haha! It's so funny. You said you were going to take action? In front of such a huge disparity in numbers? How ridiculous! Su Kang was not in the mood to joke with Valpo. At this time, Su Kang started counting by himself. 3. Wahaha! The enemy burst into laughter. 2. Su Kang knew that it was impossible for this group of people to leave just now, so he had already put his hand on his shura. Get ready to fire. Valpo said with a smile. 1. You can go die. Su Kang finished his words. Shoot. Kill them. Valpo also gave the order to attack at this time. Immediately afterwards, a scene occurred in a few seconds that Valpo would never forget. Su Kang actually disappeared on the spot. On the melee, a figure quickly flashed past, and his body gradually turned red. 1 person and 1 sword, Shura is alive. Su Kang started dancing on the melee. As for Luffy and others, they barely had time to fight back. The enemies surrounding them had already been killed by Su Kang. Every second, at least 3 of the enemies would be killed by Su Kang's Shura. And their bullets were almost completely unable to hurt Su Kang, who was like a ghost. Lord Valpo! This man! We are no match for this guy. Ah! All the enemies had almost no time to scream before they were taken away by Su Kang. At this moment, even the Straw Hats felt that Su Kang was a little strange. Bloodthirsty, killing, and destruction were almost synonymous with Su Kang. Chapter 50 Trouble on Drum Island. Valpo made no other moves, so Su Kang continued to harvest the lives of Valpo's men at an extremely fast speed. It's over. When Su Kang finished speaking, he had already put Shura back into the scabbard. At this time, Su Kang's whole body was stained red with blood. Even if he turned off Shura mode, his whole body was still blood red. On the deck of the Mary, there were already corpses of Valpo's men. You, who are you? Valpo was also stunned at this time. He did not expect that the young man in front of him would be so strong. I don't have time to talk to you, Valpo, so get out of here. Su Kang shrank with one hand, then pushed it out violently, hitting the devil behind him with a palm. The devil's palm rushed towards Valpo with thunderous force. Before Valpo could even open his mouth, his whole body was knocked away and disappeared into the vast sea. The Straw Hats and the others were stunned, as were the White Iron officers opposite. That's awesome. Sanji grinned, and he seemed to immediately make Su Kang very angry. I see, for Nami? Well done. Zoro also smiled slightly. Ha ha ha. Usopp and Luffy also laughed. After everyone cleaned up the corpses, the opponent's white iron didn't stay too long. Their boss Valpo was a fruit-powered person, and falling into the sea would only lead to death, so they fled the scene with all their strength. After easily dealing with this group of people, the friends looked at Su King and asked, "Su King, who is that guy? You may not believe it, but that guy is a king." Su King said. "What? What kind of king? Can he become a pirate? Is there something unspeakable like Vivi?" Everyone asked out of curiosity. "Thinking too much, this guy is just ABD. If we kill him, the enemies on their white iron may attack us. Although we are not afraid, this will waste time and may delay Nami's condition. Therefore, I just knocked it away." Su King then changed the subject and said, "But when we see this guy, it means that the Drum Kingdom is not far away." "What is that?" Everyone looked at Su King in confusion. Su King then explained, "That is the Winter Island closest to us, and there are doctors with extremely skilled medical skills." "Great." Luffy was very surprised, but then he immediately asked, "But Winter Island? What is it?" Meteorologically, the islands on the Grand Line are divided into 4 categories: Summer Island, Spring Island, Autumn Island, Winter Island, and each island has its own 4 seasons. In other words, you have to at least adapt to the 16 stages of weather changes from summer on the Summer Island to winter on the Winter Island. Of course, there are still many heterogeneous islands that cannot be classified at all, as well as unknown climates. The person who explained it was not Su King, but Vivi. Vivi was the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom and worked as an undercover agent in Baroque. She often traveled on the Grand Route. Naturally, Su King had to know more. "I see, the Grand Line has so many kinds of islands at the same time, so the ocean in it has such a weird climate." Usopp also understood. "So, if the climate is stable, it means it is very close to the island." After Vivi's reminder, Su King immediately made arrangements. "Then, from now on, Sanji and I will take turns keeping vigil, and the others will follow suit." "No problem." Sanji was very positive because he wanted to help the lady share the burden. Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp, Su King still feels that they are very unreliable in terms of navigation vigil. Zoro is probably asleep, and Usopp and Luffy are probably careless and forget to look at the record pointer. Vivi is responsible for taking care of Nami, and the only people who can take on such an important responsibility are Sanji and Su King. In this way, the Melee sailed on the sea for several days, and Nami's condition became more and more serious. Until one day, the climate finally stabilized and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. And one morning, Sanji finally saw the island through the telescope. "Wow! I saw the island." The whole ship knew the news immediately. Judging from the appearance of the island, it was covered with snow. It was obvious that this was a winter island. "Is this the Drum Island? Will there be a doctor?" Luffy asked excitedly. "Of course, Nami's body is expected to recover." Su King finally smiled, and the Drum Island was right in front of him. "Luffy, I told you in advance that we are not going on an adventure this time. We will leave immediately after Nami sees the doctor," Sanji said in a very general way. He did not forget that Vivi was still carrying a lot of things. "Since there is snow, will there be snow monsters? How many people do we need to land on the island?" Usopp was also thinking wildly at this time. "Let's prepare for landing," Sanji said. Su King thought about the plot carefully, and then said, "If you want to land on the island, you'd better put away the pirate flag." "Ah? Why is this?" Everyone was very confused. "Pirates are not welcome on this island," Usopp asked. "Yes, pirates once left painful memories on this island, so we'd better." Su King was interrupted by Luffy before he could finish his words. "Don't accept it. We are not other pirates. They should understand us. We are just here to treat illnesses." Speak carefully and they should be able to listen. Luffy's answer was naive, but it also showed his stubbornness. That is, the pirate flag cannot be collected. In order to become one piece, the flag on the ship must be collected as soon as possible. How can this be done? Okay, you are the captain and I will listen to you. So, if there is any trouble, Luffy, I believe you can solve it. Of course. Luffy was very confident. He also understood Su Kang's mood of wanting to rescue Nami. However, One Piece was his life creed, so naturally he would not put away the flag on his ship easily. Su Kang had actually expected that Luffy would make this choice, but he still wanted to give it a try. In front of the Sigu Island, there are several very huge tower-like things. The melee sailed along the mouth of the river and soon reached the source. So, who's going to get off the boat and go find a doctor? Everyone asked each other. I'll go. Sanji raised his hand. I'll go. Luffy naturally raised his hand. Then, I'll go too. Su Kang is more reliable and steady, and he will naturally solve the problem faster if he goes. However, at this time, a voice came from around. That's it. Pirates. Immediately afterwards, the left and right sides were densely packed with people. They each held weapons and seemed to have been prepared for a long time. The Straw Hats glanced around and understood. It seems that this is the trouble, Su Kang said. Sanji said in a low voice.